any platform. So
like it really help price action because like
we don't really know it probably wouldn't have, but at the same time, people are still buying.
Yeah, I mean that's temporary. I mean legit money skeleton. Tweet about it twice. People bought 20% increase in automatic stop, which is actually anything.
Yeah. They're happy times. And I was like, oh. Yeah, once it happened the second time, I was like, but it was a great thing. Screenshots are what matter.
So is anybody as excited as I am to see that Jared from Subway movie? I think it looks exciting. I mean, if anything, that guy has a hell of a story for a sub. I could care less about the real Jared from Subway. I want to see the movie of the guy who worked at Subway and became a billionaire through cryptocurrency. That sounds like a hell of a movie. I mean, in reality, that sounds like such an exciting movie. I would love to see that.
I feel like I would rather watch the movie about the guy who's like living in his parents' basement that just pretends to be the Jared from Subway. The Jared from Subway.
Right. Right.
Who's that guy? Like, what's his story? You know?
Exactly. And then the last scene has to be that guy finally eating Subway. That's the last scene as a crypto billionaire. Dude, that's actually a very good movie and a very good movie idea.
You give me so much money right now, bro. $800 maybe because you can be up slow. I don't have money right now, but you do have money. I'm sitting on my hands.
Dude, do you know, have you ever sat on your hand long enough to fall asleep and then masturbate? It's known as a stranger. It feels like somebody else is doing it, allegedly. If you're sitting on your hands, that's something you can do. It's called the stranger. Look it up. It's on Urban Dictionary. It's a real thing. I love how that is the segue. Like Jared from Subway is the safe phrase. And the border. Let's talk to some people. Elizabeth, how you doing, girl? She will not DM. Whatever you should know about Elizabeth, she will not DM you. And now because it says it in their profile, and now I really want to DM them. I'm gonna test it. What up, Elizabeth? No, it says she will not DM, and I'm taking that to mean across the board. Dog, I saw all her pictures. I like them. They're cats. It's cute. Absolutely. We got Ekru in here who's got an Obama Sonic. I like that. He's an ex-trader. He's the fastest patty flipper of the year award at McDonald's. No way. Is that true? Are you messing with us? Don't tell me we have two fast food celebrities in the same BC on a given night. We have Jared from Subway, and we've got Ekru, who is the fastest patty flipper of the year award 2023 at McDonald's. Ekru, are you a real McDonald's employee or like patty flipper? I honestly believe that. I don't know if that's a joke or not. But I think we have two fast food celebrities in the same BC on a given night. You can't do this to me. Pretty soon, you're gonna say like Dave Thomas from Wendy's is gonna come in here, and I'm gonna shit myself.
I really wish it was easier to make calls.
That's absolutely correct. All right, so then we've got some Russian thing. Can you say what that is, Anatoly?
Yeah, I was trying to read It's like, yeah.
What is it?
It's like a name. It's a name. He or she has a cute cat.
Oh yeah, she does. Well, what's her name?
How do you know that?
You can switch through her pictures. Look at my screen. She's got a purple cat. It's really cute. How do you say her name?
I forgot. I speak fluent Russian. I know you're like, I can't remember the first. Donna. I forgot the first letter. I can't read it.
Donut. You have beautiful eyes. You look like you're on LSD. Oh hell yeah! I always shoot my shot, baby. Dude, I shoot my shot like a motherfucker. Why? Dude, I'm gonna sling so much dick when this fucking stream goes viral. I'm gonna have a chafed cock.
It's already viral. You got 2 girls in here.
Dude, but she won't DM us. Don't forget about that.
Don't forget about it.
That's right. So BMU, where do you live, if I may ask?
I'm in Florida.
Hell yeah.
South Florida. Near Space Coast.
Are you a fan? I don't give a shit about anything except, are you a fan of Steve Spurrier's visor?
Dude, I'm from New Jersey, bro.
Oh, so you're okay. So you're not even like familiar with this. Okay. Are you a fan? But you don't like live and breathe like Florida Gators football, like someone like really from Florida, Gainesville.
No, I don't.
Are you a fan?
What's that place how they won the national championship?
They won under Urban Meyer in 2008. But then before then,
Yeah, I'm from Jersey.
so are you a fan of the State College of New Jersey, Rutgers?
It's called the Rut.
Dog, are you you're not? Are you a fan of? You're not even a fan of East Rutherford or the Camden campus?
Dude, I lived near the Camden campus. It was like that's where all the kids who just wanted that cheap degree. That's where they would go. Because I went to school in Italy.
Oh.
Everyone just shit on Rutgers.
Villanova, Lehigh, Temple, UPenn. Oh, Drexel. That's a big school, my man. The Drexel family is eventually going to own basically all the real estate of New York City. Drexel's a big school. Good for you, man. That's an impressive university. Yeah, it is. Okay, well, I'm not going to suck your dick over it, but I'm a little impressed. Anyway. There you go. Are you an Eagles fan? Are you an Eagles fan?
Yeah.
So it was a tough year this year. You had high hopes. How crazy was that? What are your thoughts on Sirianni?
I don't know. He just like a CEO and coach is gonna blame the coordinators for wrong. But who knows? I'm not a big fan of Jerry either.
Oh, he had to go make the bread for the morning. You know, it's fresh baked. Dog, I doubted his Subway knowledge when he didn't know of the sandwich to the feast. I had him stumped. But let's just say that we're holding out hope that was really Jared from Subway. Absolutely, internet tokens. I do. Thank you.
Just so you know, just be wary of it. Every motherfucker can just make a handle that says Jared from Subway, don't they? we like I was like I was guy and I had on chain message from his ENS who Bitcoin guy said I'll give you $1,000 and he wouldn't do it. Guys, he doesn't need the money. The guy's a millionaire. It's not even just that. Like you go to a billionaire. He's a billionaire.
He also had a job at Subway as well. So in addition to all the billions that he made in cryptocurrency,
Euro models asses right now. One's got a head chef cooking up fucking 5-course meals with caviar.
And while he's waiting, he's on the most popular Telegram PC and all of that.
name another one. Exactly. Name another one.
I love you, Rabbi, by the way.
Thank you so much. I appreciate Internet Tokens. I love you as well.
I see you pick your boogers and eat it when you're asleep.
Oh, I do it while I'm asleep and while I'm awake. I do it because, in my opinion, and I've read this as well, it's a good thing for you to do it. Basically, is your dead skin cells and like dead viruses. And if you eat that, it makes your immune system stronger. That's why I do it. Oh, yeah. Now the cum shirt. Now the cum shirt is. Can I show you my video? Oh, hell yeah. Okay, so now is my time to shine. Hey, it's gonna go in a museum. It is. I already know the museum. It's the Rockefeller Museum in Jerusalem. I say it in this video. I tell you where they're gonna store it. Dog. Right. You're absolutely right. This is like.
Jared was still hanging around. He's gonna be right back.
No, he said. No, he didn't. He said he was done for the night. He said he was done for the night. He said he might be back tomorrow.
Oh, I thought he said he's gonna be back tonight. Oh, what a shame.
Dog, he's got to. Work at Subway.
That's just not it. That's just not it. But anyway, just out. Rich, he wants to hang out. No, not me. Watch this.
Here we go. Internet token. This is for you. This is how we initiate new members.
Wayne, what's going on? I'm Rabbi. I hear that you really like cum stories, and boy, do I have some cum stories. I can tell you all about my shirt from college, but that's for another day. I have a collection.
No, don't turn it off. You want
Collection. What do you mean? People know that I like cum shirts so much that I have a collection of them. Wow.
You left.
They have actually donated them.
Nobody else has somebody else.
A cum shirt to me, and I'm about to show it to you. I'm going to give you a tour of my cum shirt. So here we go. We're going to do a bird's eye view of this cum shirt. This is a Scroto. It is an NFT collection. And as you see, I have decorated it. Now, not anytime recently, and allegedly that I decorated this. Why allegedly? Well, because then, I can only say that potentially it's not or something else, but it is what you imagine it is. I would be and making this shirt with such pride if this weren't my cool shirt. So as you see, we've got the
No way this is happening.
Is really, that scene in Star Wars where the vehicle flies over the planet and you're getting that flyover? Well, that's what you're getting here. So this is just one of my shirts. Yeah, this is the new one. I have a cool shirt. What? Not just filled with confident good ideas. No, this is the pride and joy.
Here's the pride and joy. Here's the pride and joy. You have to see it.
This one is going to go to the
What's up, Rabbi?
almost 9 jerseys. So I have like a whole
Man, we need Jared back.
little wagers.
I wonder what his opinion of me would be once he saw my jerseys.
So I'm telling you, I have this one.
But if you haven't seen this shirt, I'm not gonna play the rest of the video. You have to see this shirt. It's gonna show in just a second, and then we'll close it. Just a moment. And I appreciate. Look at that shirt.
You're like, holy fucking shit. That is the most amount of cum I've ever seen on a shirt that I've done my job. Here we are, and you can see it's like layered on. It's like
You're welcome. You're welcome, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Who's hungry? Who wants chowder?
Whose cum is it? Is it Rabbi's cum or is this like they sent him the mail.
The Sproto community sent me a shirt to decorate.
Yeah, from Nigeria.com. Yeah, it was like the dev cummed on it, sent it to Rabbi. They take your eye mask?
The police did, yeah. The police took my eye mask, and they.
We sent you that.
I know, and they. Wait.
The eye mask
Wait.
and the blanket.
So the police took my eye mask, and they took my pants, and they said they needed it for evidence, but in reality, they just destroyed it because it smelled too badly.
It's so fucking funny.
Dog, you guys have seen. Oh, did I wear that shirt to court? I have worn some crazy stuff to court, including an all green suit. Not an all green no, I mean like one of those green screen suits. You know, with like that. Why? Because in the future, I know that this is going to be memed, and people are going to want to put different things on me. I know that's how big of it. Like the fact, if you guys all, if I could just tell you what this case is about, you guys would all be like, "Oh my god, that's the most bullshit thing I've ever heard in my entire life." But I can't go into all the detail. But as of right now, so just so you know, one time I went to court. I've gone to court in a 666 jersey. I've gone to court in a Superman cum shirt. I've gone to court in a green, one of those green suits. And then most recently, I went to court more seriously. I went in a suit and tie, this most recent one. And, why did I go to a court in a suit and tie this time? Because it was a different courthouse. So the other ones were closer to me, so I could wear more like flamboyant things. But this one I had to take transportation to, so I didn't want to go to the prison.
Like showing up to court and come fucking Superman shirt, but it's not cool. Like being on the transportation bus going to court in the cum shirt. Like that's where you draw the line.
Well, you have to understand, in all honesty, it rained. It never rains in Southern California, but it has rained this whole week a lot. And so if I would have worn any of that stuff, it would have been absolutely destroyed. I had to wear like a jacket and like even a poncho at points, because of the rain was so bad this week. Under normal conditions, I would have no issue with it though. But just this was, I don't even want to say I really thought too much about it. It was just my suit was pretty close to me. But yeah, I really, as you can tell, have no boundaries at all. I'm willing to share my life with the world, including my Superman shirt, which flakes off. You didn't get to see this in.
Tomorrow's gonna be great weather in LA, man. You'll be able to wear it tomorrow.
Well, fortunately, I don't have court tomorrow, so I'm happy about that. But perhaps I might go to the beach this weekend. Do I have a public defender? Yeah. You want to email her on my behalf as a character witness? I'm gonna ask you too. I'm gonna ask the whole community. So.
We'll make sure all the admins send emails for you. Plus, you evidence how you like you're a rational person. So.
I appreciate that. Any other questions?
So you can't wash the cum shirt. It's just
No, I can wash the cum shirt. I can wash it. I choose not to. I don't want to break the washing machine. No, it sits on a chair and collects sunlight. That's why it kind of gets discolored.
Dude, I don't know what that room would smell like.
Dude, I can tell you exactly what it smells like. No, I can tell you exactly what it smells like. It smells like a Pyrex container full of piss. Wait, you can ask Anatoly. He watched me dump a Pyrex container full of piss into the toilet this evening.
That's what that was?
Yes,
Jesus.
you know that.
Water, Rabbi. That was fucking like, they were dumping orange juice into the
Most certainly, I will.
Add to it. You want to add to this? I'll give you some Bitcoin if you add to this.
I did eat some of the cum flakes in the video. I just didn't show that. As I've described it in the past, it's the circle of life. It goes in, and then it gets shot out, and then it goes back in. It's the circle of life.
Isn't that the dev's cum or is that yours?
That's my cum, allegedly. Wait, ew, that's the most disgusting thing I've ever heard. You think that I would have some dev's cum in my room on a shirt and celebrate that fact? That's disgusting. My own cum I could see, but somebody else's cum, that's disgusting.
I thought they sent you a cum-filled shirt in the mail.
No, they sent me a normal shirt on which to come, and then they told me
How long did it take you? How long did you have that shirt?
not that long, and that's the funny thing, not that long. And then I stopped on December 18th. They said that they wanted me to retain.
You cum that much? I guess I smoke too much weed. My shit's like tripping.
Dog, I spray like a fire hose. I spray like a bombardier beetle, baby. Dog, I told you the man took down all of my invitations. I'll post them again tomorrow. Don't you worry. Well, so here's the thing about. What'd you say?
What's your future goal and objectives? What's the utility?
So I even say this in that video. That cum shirt is going to be stored at the Rockefeller Museum in Jerusalem, Israel. If you're not familiar with where this is, there is a museum in Jerusalem where there are all kinds of artifacts. It's the Rockefeller Museum. The Rockefeller family donated it. And that cum shirt is going to go in that museum. I love it. I love how you're like the director of that museum. You're like, no, we don't want that thing in here.
What's the short-term usage?
Oh, it's just gonna sit there and bask in the sun and continue to yellow like papyrus.
Has the Guinness Book of World Records ever reached out to you?
I reached out to them, and they returned my message by saying they would love to verify my record for $5,000. And at the time, I had $5,000 to do it, but I needed the money for rent, and so I decided that it was in my best interest to be able to continue, and so I did pay the $5,000 fee. But they're willing. They're willing.
How do you actually?
They're willing to verify. They're
How do you actually make money? Do you make money from like advertisements?
No, as of right now, I've been living off my savings as a certified project management professional. I am an app developer, so I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and I've had six-figure contracts with Fortune 500 companies. So I've been living off of that savings. Good question.
I've been donating to.
That's right. His time and his love.
That's pretty base. Did you actually program? Was it Java? I don't know, Objective C?
For the most part, it was written in Python and Ruby, and I did a little bit of programming, but for the most part, my role at the organization was managing director. So I was actually the supervisor of our dev team. So I didn't have to do that.
iOS, Android. And I said, oh, you're a programmer. Could you cut out for a second? Oh, that's cool. I did some Ruby work prior to crypto. Ruby work on those.
Very
Yeah,
cool.
it's a good language. I like it.
It is.
I still enable painting.
Sexy. Man the Queen, what did you do with it? What did you do illegal with Ruby?
We like to brain shit.
Doesn't even want to say. Hey, BMU, did you know that I have 866 Twitter accounts?
Yeah, no, I forgot that.
Okay.
Like, you had some elaborate plan how to follow.
Yeah, here it is.
Follow people.
Here it is. I'll show you. You'll see it work right now. So basically, let me see if I can. Okay. You're gonna see this mouse. It's pink right now. I see it. But every time it sees the follow button, it's gonna press it. Now, if you're like, it's not working that well right now, it's because it's full. It has followed 400 people already, but you'll see it transition in just a second to the next set of people. And yeah, I mean, it's not that complicated. But what is complicated about it is it will not press anything but the follow button unless, it changes. So basically just follow. And every hour it follows 3,200 people. And it's hilarious to me because all the people who complain about it and then come to my stream and they're like, what in the hell is this? You followed me on Twitter. What is going on? And then, they either watch my stream or
It's good.
whatever works, right?
Yeah, because I know you were talking to me more late regarding it.
That's
And
true.
I was just concerned that we get our account again if we did something like that. But definitely.
So,
Yeah.
right. So here would be the thought on that. If we were really that concerned about the account, then instead of having it Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu focus, we would just have it Sproto focus. Something totally different, but still related to still get out the message. There's no main Sproto account that they could ban.
There is Sproto account, yeah.
Oh, there is. Okay. Well, at least in my realm, I wasn't aware of it. So, nevertheless.
I'm just thinking if we did something like that, because I know there's mods like you have to like a different IP address for some of the accounts. I don't know.
Yeah. So, I mean, and Morelight and I discussed the way to do it. Basically, especially if you have a group of people doing it, it's rather easy. But it's just about using VPNs. If you have different VPNs, you can basically create almost unlimited amount of accounts. Because you use temporary email addresses. Those are really easy to get. You don't have to verify on a phone through most countries. And if you do, you just create another account. And after 2 or 3 times, you finally can get through.
That makes sense. Because I remember the new captures on Twitter accounts were such a pain in the ass to create.
Wait, you're absolutely right. So the new CAPTCHA, it's known as Arcos Pass. Some of them are easy. They're like identify the number of rocks or point in the certain directions. But they're getting to the point where you're having to do 20 of them to pass. And sometimes you have to do them twice. So that's 40 different times. So I was running into an issue when I was creating all these accounts on a computer that these Arcos challenges were becoming far too tedious. It was taking me like 20 minutes to do every single one of them. And the other thing is you can't get any of them wrong or you have to start all over. So it's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, I remember that.
So
That's when I created the Harry Potter I created the new Harry Potter account after our first one got banned, and I was like, wait, this is taking forever.
You're absolutely right. And so imagine doing it in mass. So I came up with the idea, which I think was pretty brilliant. I just got fortunate though. I went to an old tablet that I have. I have a bunch of old Fire tablets that I bought to stream, because they stream like tablets online. And the app for the Amazon App Store is an old app. I'm sorry, the Twitter app for the Amazon web store is an older app and does not have advanced captchas. So all the captchas for it are the maximum you have to do is 3, and they're all really easy to do. So they're all like point the thing in the right direction, or how many rocks are there, as opposed to like the one that is like, I don't know, there's one that you have to do that like, what orbit away from the sun are you? Some of them get really complicated, and it's like when they're so complicated that humans can't do them, they're too difficult. And then I can even tell you, I know the Twitter captcha system so well that I can tell you that some of the Twitter captchas are incorrect. They actually have the wrong answers. And if you choose the right answers, you will be wrong. But I got the captchas wrong so often, only on these certain ones, that I started to learn that there was an error in the captcha. And then I would start choosing the incorrect picture in the captcha, and I'd get it right. That's how well I learned the captchas. The fact that I could troubleshoot when they had errors in them. That's when you know them really well. I'm willing to bet throughout this project of the last 3 years, I have done more captchas, I'm almost certain of it, than any human ever. Even the people who do captchas perhaps 8 hours a day. I do. Exactly. You're exactly right. I do my own captchas for 8 hours a day. Today I was in the VC talking with people. Now it's been like 13 hours. But any other day, all I do is just create accounts. I mean, I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 866 Twitter accounts, over 100 Google accounts, over 100 Twitch accounts, over 100 Instagram accounts. And of these accounts, they're all filled with tons of content.
How do you get by the email address? What do you do, like plus?
No,
one, plus two,
no,
plus
I just use temp mail services.
Wow.
And they're free, they're cheap, and they're unlimited. So you just go in and you create, you just do the sign up. So you put in a name, and then you don't sign up with a phone. You sign up with an email, a temp email. It sends the temp email to your email address, and you put in your birthday. It sends a temp email to the temp email address. You put in the code, and then it depends. It can either ask you for a CAPTCHA and then ask you for a telephone number. It can send you straight to a telephone number. It can send you to a CAPTCHA and then give you the password. The key part you want to get to in that system, that workflow, is to get to the password point and avoid the phone. If it sends you to where you have to do a phone verification, you just sign out and create a new account. And if you do 2 or 3 times, it will let you bypass that. Basically, it's a brute force attack, and in doing so, it overwhelms their system. And then additionally, Elon Musk has said recently that in order to have any kind of Twitter account at all, to be able to tweet, you're going to have to pay some nominal fee. But he did say that you would still be able to have a free Twitter account that can follow people. And that's all I need. The key to me is not necessarily a Twitter account that lasts for a long time. It's about ensuring that it follows 400 people a day and just keeps that pattern going for as long as possible.
Yeah, that'll definitely lead to some growth, just by people curious about them.
You're absolutely right. BMU, have you seen what people have said about me on Twitter? I don't expect you to have, but every couple hours. Oh, you have? Okay. It's
I'm co-founder of Harry Potter.
Oh, perfect. You're a co-founder?
I'm the person who deployed the project and created the website and telegram.
No way, you created hpos10i.com?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, gee, BMU, I didn't know.
I'm more like the face of the franchise. I'm just the back-end guy.
Oh, I didn't know who you were. You're a big deal.
Yeah, no, I'm on the site. Scroll way down.
Very well.
No, I'm just like I don't go public often. That's why I trust me. I'm like I follow That's why we talk about you a lot. You're like Harry Potter like captivated the pure insanity of the internet.
That's absolutely correct. Okay. Well, apologies. I didn't know who you were. Honestly, or not as well, but I just
No, that's cool.
very well. Well, wow.
That way.
We've had some amazing. Well, now can I really trust that you were one of the founders of this, or are you gonna break my heart like Jared from Subway? Everybody's gonna be like, Rabbi, you thought VMU was in there? You crazy boy.
Well, I mean, you can check website.
I believe you. I absolutely believe you. Well, okay, so you know that people have been talking, and so it's just a matter of time until it goes viral. Because once people find out how much content that I have, and it's more content that a single person could digest within a year or 2 years or 3 years, that becomes really exciting for people. Because then it's like a scavenger hunt or a treasure hunt for all the things that have happened in society, whatever it may be. If you're a celebrity and I got this radio going, there's a chance that your bumper music could have played. If you're a celebrity and you've been in a film, there's a chance that you're going to be featured on it. If you're a cryptocurrency, there's a chance you're going to be featured on it. If you've been on Twitter, the high chance you're going to be featured on it. So I feel like it's going to have mass appeal, in addition to the opportunity that people will have to always have someone there to be able to feel like they're not alone. It'll be really exciting. And I really think that we're going to make Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu the global reserve currency. And that's very exciting as well.
Man, it really is. You're like a constant presence in Telegram. Plus, we get really big. I'm talking on Coinbase, Kraken, the major exchanges. Your growth is going to go like exponential with us. So,
oh, absolutely. I mean, I have so much confidence. I mean this. I'm going to be, I like the fact that you guys think you're going to carry me across the goal line. I'm carrying you guys across the goal line. And that's a good relationship to have, that we're both pushing each other. And, but yeah, I'm really excited about it. Honestly, I feel like it can happen any day now. And I mean that just from, well, I mean, look at this. It's like in the middle of the night and we've got, 8 people in here, but additionally, just I've seen a lot more people come into my YouTube streams just randomly since starting this Twitter bot. So that's very exciting as well. Who just made us sound like a cat?
Anthony's not even in the chat.
We've got Stonky Lake 69 in here. Stonky Lake 69, how you living, baby? I hope you're having a wonderful evening. We got Marcus Lawrence in here. We got. Oh, hold on.
Retaining. How long have you been retaining?
Quite some time now.
Nice.
I think I bought it like.
We'll rip eventually. I'm not too worried.
I also already scared of it already. So
whatever. You read it regardless. Read wins. I mean, that was really it. That week's long.
Right there, it's my first SPX. And then that's not everybody has Harry Potter and SPX.
So your girl's
Down. Yeah, I took SPX. Harry Potter.
Yeah, like just so you know, we're never going to go anywhere. The team behind us isn't incorporated. We're always going to push the project forward. We're doing a lot behind the scenes. We don't want to disclose it to the public, but
What's up to this called unseen. I only wanted 3 things. I was wanting a bunch of things. Change a lot of things. I've only been in crypto for like 2.5 months, almost 2.5 months.
That's all?
Unfortunately, talking about my first investment. It was a winner since.
That's how it starts out, man. That's good. Yeah, no. It will. Let's just like building relationship on a few so we can start exactly. Just have a relationship with this and you can trust the community. You should really find that's like the worst. I've seen so many people tell them they run on the road, get like negative 99 cents or 8 back buy like a tenth of what they had prior to. It's just like sad. Like just stick with us.
How did Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email get associated with the Squirtle?
That was a juicy, I forget someone who said it in ESC chat way back when. It was someone accidentally said Squirtle
Instead of Spirit. Instead of Spirit.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes, that's right.
But are they created by the same people, or is one like an art project and one a cryptocurrency?
NFT.
You created the NFT and the cryptocurrency?
I created the cryptocurrency. Juicy Yo-Yo created the NFT.
Gotcha. But it's all under the same umbrella as one package? Gotcha. Thank you. Okay, I appreciate that. I did not know that.
That's how this road is fun. Basically everything.
Through Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email?
Yeah.
Understood.
That's pretty much how we the project can absolutely survive. We had marketing funds, we had shit. It's because of Sparrow Records.
Very cool. Well, I'm impressed with the turnout that we've had in the Telegram. I mean, all day today, we had between like 8 and like 17 people. I mean, we had tons of people. Normally, it's not this often, so it's been crazy. It's been really exciting. We got AW in here. We got a new friend in here. AW, how you living? How are things where you are? Hope things are good for you. Welcome. Manlet Queen, how are your doggies doing? Let me see if I remember their names. We've got Duran, who is the older dog, and then we got your Frenchie, whose name is Louis. Is that correct? Are they sleeping with you? Oh, that's a good thing. How about you? Are you slinging dick, or you got a relationship? Yeah.
It sounds like a situation.
I mean, like, we just, she's kind of like, she, like,
100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%.
So she just wants to, like, she's trying to go to, like, school and stuff, and she's really stressed out, so I guess she doesn't really understand, like, what she wants to do in terms of relationships, and right now kind of sitting on the sidelines.
Oh my God, this is so painful. Move on. Go get a hooker. Get out of this. If she wants you, she'll come back.
How old are you? How old are you, man? Yeah, I'm 35. Yes, you just gotta find another Cinderella.
There you go. Move on, baby. Do you know about pickup? It's pickup artistry. It's the art of the art of the art of seduction. Do you know about it? Pickup artists?
This is like some manly shit. I'm Chris Garrett.
Absolutely. This is high-end alpha. We're going to talk about the book, The Game by Neil Strauss. Do you know anything about this? Okay.
That was popular back in like 06.
Oh, hell yeah, it was. Okay, so basically what we're referencing is a book called The Game by Neil Strauss. This book was passed around fraternities and dormitories decades ago. It was like the secret teachings of one guy to another. And basically, the main protagonist in this story tells his life about being kind of like a nerdy writer, and he never took himself very seriously, but he had a change in himself and started dressing differently and started having all this confidence and started learning about pickup and the art of pickup, being a pickup artist, to the point where this guy was able to pick up Britney Spears at the height of both of their games back in like the late 90s. And then he writes a book about it. So basically, pickup artistry is the art of seduction. It's about the art of attracting the opposite sex generally, but I guess it could be the same sex. And there are all kinds of like openers that you can do. There's all kinds of like attraction tips. There are all kinds of like symbols of high value that you may want to perhaps research. But basically, if you like, I can hear you, and we have a name for you in the pickup community. You are an AFC, an average frustrated chump. What the fuck is an AFC? I don't mean to insult you, but that's what you're known as in the PUA community, is an average frustrated chump. Some guy who is just waiting for the girl to make the move. When you should go out, start slinging it. You're 25 years old, you got 2 dogs, you got your own house. You could have girls line up down the block if you realize it.
Yeah, man, that's a lot of assets you got right going on right now. I certainly did. I certainly did that at 25.
Very few people do. So,
I did have a Dogecoin. That's all I had. No, I was legit mining Dogecoin back then. I had like 28 million.
yeah.
What are you doing? Just crypto, Dogecoin?
I'm working a full-time job as a programmer mining Dogecoin.
So back to you slinging dick. There are all kinds of routines that you can do and you can learn. We're going to go through one of them right now. Okay? So what you want to do is create interest and then leave. You want to create a false time constraint. So let's say we're at a bar and I see you across the room. I think you're attractive. I'll come up to you and I'll say, hey, I only have a minute, but I'm going to ask you a question. You got a second? You're like, okay, yeah, sure, whatever. I'll say, okay, I want you to imagine a cube. So, Manlet, I want you to imagine a cube. CUBE. Can you imagine a cube? Okay, you have a cube in your head. You know what it looks like, right? You're sure you know what it looks like, right? Okay. What color is the cube? Okay, so you don't have. I need you to rethink what the cube looks like in your head. Okay. Okay. Now I want you to imagine a ladder. And now I want you to imagine a horse. Okay, we've got a cube, a ladder, and a horse. Okay, your cube. How big is your cube?
6 by 6
6 by 6 what?
inches.
So is that a small cube?
Depends on your asking. Yeah.
I'm asking you, do you consider it a small, a medium, or a large cube?
Medium cube.
Okay, so you have a medium cube. What color is the cube?
Green.
Is it facing me straight on, or is it at an angle?
It's a diagonal angle.
Is it on the ground or in the air?
It's on the ground.
Cool. Now, that ladder. Where's the ladder in relation to the cube?
Right beside it.
Okay, and how many rungs are on the ladder?
What is wrong?
A rung is a step on the ladder.
7.
Okay, there are 7 rungs on the ladder. And is the ladder supporting the cube, or are they separate from each other?
They're separate.
Excellent. So now the horse. Describe the horse to me. Is this horse fast? Is it strong? Is it a good-looking horse?
Horse is average.
Excellent.
Usually the horse race can make it, and now I just
Now you're taking care of it. Perfect. So I would say to you at a bar, okay, thank you so much for the information. You know, I told you I got to get going, but you're dying to know, I'm sure, what does all this mean about you? So here we go. But again, I got to go because I got to create this false time constraint because I'm so cool. I got to leave. This is all about pickup. So what do I say? I say your cube is your ego, and you, Manly Queen, have a small to medium-sized ego. You don't have a huge ego. Is your favorite color green? No. What? Why did you choose green? About 80% of people choose their favorite color. So you're kind of that random group that does not. The cube facing you, the fact that it's at an angle means essentially you're a little more creative. The fact that, did you say it was in the air or on the ground? You like to be more stable. When we talk about the ladder, it's interesting. You're not going to use your ladder you're not going to use your ego to get to your goals. Your ladder are your goals. And you have like 7 goals in your life. They're actually pretty simple. My ladder goes all the way to the sky. I have all these goals. I don't know if I'll achieve any of them or all of them. You have more reasonable goals. You have like probably 7 goals you want to achieve in your life. You want to find a girl. You want to marry her. You want to have kids. You want to have a good job. And you want to retire. You have like pretty simple thing. You've got basically what you need. And then finally, you've got the horse. And your horse is your ideal mate. And believe it or not, you don't want the prettiest girl out there. You don't want the smartest girl out there. You actually kind of want to fix her up, but like you said, someone who is in a race, a competitor, but maybe somebody who needs a little bit of love. You have a giving heart. You can tell all of these things psychologically about a person. And when you tell a girl this at a bar and then you walk across the room and leave her alone for her to think about everything that you just told about her, you are the most interesting person in the room, and she will not stop thinking about you for the remainder of the night. Then, well, I'm not saying that that's what you want to pull every single time. There are other routines that you can pull as well that are different. So there's like a neg. What's a neg? It's literally negging a girl. Creating.
It's negging people. It's basically just like you point out negative things to a girl.
In some ways, but you don't want to make them too self-conscious. So you wouldn't go up to a girl and say, "You're ugly." That's not a good neg. But what a good neg is to go up to a girl and say, "You know, you look really good in that dress, but you'd look even better if that dress were in red." And so she's thinking to herself, "Wait, this guy thinks I look good, but I could have looked even better." And then you leave. She will do nothing for the remainder of the night except think about you. And you're in her head, living there rent-free. I'm not saying that I think these are the nicest things that you can do. I'm saying these are the things that guys do and it works to get laid. So if I were you, I would do a little research on seduction, being a pickup artist. There are routines that you can watch. But man, you'll forget about Miss Marine by next week if you start getting yourself into the community.
That's great. That's great. Merchant or
I'm going to use those. I'm going to use that.
The cube, it works. The cube is a really interesting one. There are all kinds. There are best friend tests. So let's say that you're at a bar or wherever. It can be Starbucks or something, and you go up to the girl and say, "Hey, I only have a quick second. Can you just settle a bet between my friend and I, or whatever it is? Look, we know you guys are probably really close, right? Yeah. Settle a bet. Do you guys use the same shampoo?" And about 90% of girls who are best friends use the same shampoo. So they're going to think that, wow, you really have some kind of interesting connection, when in reality, you just know social statistics better than other people, that 90% of girls who are best friends use the same shampoo. You're just using statistics to your advantage, but girls don't know that. And you're using things that are pretty common and easy for you to discuss with random strangers, and you don't look necessarily too awkward doing it. These are the cold openers that you essentially need to build rapport with a girl, and that's when you can talk to her about her hobbies and her interests and her hopes and dreams and raising a family and all the other things that you probably want to do. But before you get into those discussions, you have to create interest. And a lot of ways that you can create interest is using pickup routines. They work. I'm telling you, they do. I was in AFC. I was what you were, and we all start off as AFCs. Very few of us start off as alpha males who are just, always captain of the football team or the basketball team and have all the girls jumping all over them. But you can have that, and that you can create that. And the way that you do that is by, there are a lot of ways, but symbols of high regard of yourself, having high emotional intelligence, treating people well, but also certainly by knowing these routines, they're very good to understand psychologically how to interact with people. Of course, there are important things that you need to do societally with people, like make eye contact. There's another one. It's called Kino. You want to make some kind of physical contact with a woman as early as possible in the relationship. The earlier that you can make any kind of physical contact with her, generally the better. You don't want to rape her immediately, obviously, ever. Anything consensual, nothing non-consensual. But here's something that you can do. You can go up to a girl and you can say, "I bet I can tell you the place in the human body that is the least intimidating for a man to touch a woman." And the woman's going to hear you say this and be like, "What? What are you talking about?" And I don't know if you can see me. Let me see if I can show you. So you say, "I bet I can." So you go up to a random girl and you say, "I bet I can tell you where on a female body a man can touch a woman that's the least intimidating to her." Now, when you say something like that to someone, it's very sexual if you're in a bar or even in a library or in a coffee shop, whatever it is. And so she's automatically in her mind thinking, this guy's going to try to finger me, or this guy's going to try to touch my tit, or something like that. And all you have to do is this right here. You just touch them right here on their forearm. You can touch about any girl on earth on the forearm and not get in trouble. It's less personal than the hand and less personal than anywhere else on the body. So you put your hand on her forearm, and you say, right here, the forearm. The forearm is the least intimidating place for a man to touch a woman. And you can say, "Do you know why?" And she's going to say, "No, why?" And you say, "Because I just did it to you and you aren't intimidated." And automatically you've built a connection with her. She's already let you touch her most intimate, thing, and that's her body. And you can get into discussion with her.
He's giving advice for dating.
Absolutely.
Totally. Oh shit. Totally. Totally. What did you say, my bad? I just had the on top here, dude. Hey, I'm talking to Julie. I'm talking. This is the guy. This is the girl that we're going to the
Baby girl, do you know about my live stream?
Your last name, Can I tell them? Okay. Last name, I swear to God, on our license, it's Stoner Gay.
That's amazing.
Like with a hyphen. I
That's
swear to God.
That's so tight.
I did not believe her. She showed me her license and it says stoner game.
Dude, I want to be your friend just because of that. Oh my god, this is amazing.
It's 2024. Alright, well, they join quite later. Jump back in this business meeting. We're doing some big business.
Wait, you didn't ask Julie the most important question. Does she know about my live stream? Julie, do you know about Julie Stoner Gay? Do you know about my 24/7 live stream? Okay, that's all I wanted to know. She didn't even know about it. Man, look, Queen, you're so funny.
She said pet the horse.
Nice.
So she's a very forgiving, nice person.
That's absolutely right.
She's a very forgiving, nice person.
You have a very humble ego. Good for you, girl.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you now knowing about my 24/7 live stream. I'm glad Anatoly talked to you about it, and I look forward to many more occasions of meeting in the future. You're welcome.
It's a business meeting.
This is actually a board meeting. This is a board of trustees meeting. No, I'm chairman of the board, and we are about to adjourn this meeting. It's a big deal.
Thank you.
Dude, you're in love with that chick.
Damn, y'all are some cockblocks.
You are in love with that chick.
It's hard not to be stoner gay, man. Yo, imagine my kids would have to like.
Dog, you got to take both her last names. Or imagine if your last name was like Moore. So it's like Moore Stoner Gay.
You guys are trying to dump my coin to buy the other coin.
No, I couldn't get it off of the international trust. I don't want to be Yes, they're trusting me being me. I don't know why. I want to buy it. They gave me another take.
Send your address. You're dumb so right now. My shit's for the
Send me
your address. Like my good friend, bro. You know, just wait for like $20.
Yeah, just send me B&B. I'll see you as Twitter.
You need to send, dude. You need like 30 cents of B&B.
Yeah, I know. I tried to buy that.
And I'll send you like $1 million. Just don't sell it yet. Or like, not sell it right. Like, burned out, to be honest. I'm like doing my best to just stay fucking focused here. It's like think about it, man. The only 11 months I stopped now. Yeah, what a day. She's got 2 piercings on her lip, like bottom lip. two rings. So,
Oh yeah, it's snake bite.
yeah.
Does she smoke?
What's up?
If she smokes, she pokes.
Oh, she smokes. Yeah.
Cigarettes.
Vaping, unfortunately, fucking vapes. But she's like 20.
Are you in love? Are you in love with her?
I mean, it's crazy. Like,
Oh my God, you kind of are.
no, you know that I like her.
No, he does.
You know that I'm like man of the road. Like, I just have fun and sling dick.
Yeah.
With her, like, I've kept her around because she's like,
Consistent,
like
good
other girls,
ass.
I'll give them the whole shoulder. Like other girls, they'll be like distant and they'll be like, oh fuck you. But she just like doesn't give up.
This girl's ass is consistently good.
Sorry, kid.
She was
She did my back too much.
yeah.
So I found the bar.
And you ask her to imagine a cube, a ladder, and a horse.
I gave you a ladder and a horse.
And you told me you didn't have a lot of time, and that she could look better in that dress if it were in red. You'd look a lot better if you were in that dress riding a horse. You'd look a lot better if
It's
you...
like an inside joke.
You weren't here when I just did a pickup routine. I did the cube with Manlet.
You're teaching them how to pick up women.
Yeah.
So what day is it? It's the 8th of May.
May 14. Oh, now he wants to go. He's like, oh, that girl sounds hot. I'm like, what?
I'm already yeah, one of the days, there's so many dates that I have to keep track of. Like, it's like going to the ocean. It's really sensitive now.
Oh, you're not gonna go space.
Space group.
What's
She was cute.
what's up, space group?
There was high school ex. New York.
Space.
Hey, Anatoly, did you know we have BMU in here? He's like one of the founders of the coin. He's like first or second in command. So if you have any questions about the coin, now's the time to ask. He knows more about it than probably most anyone. He's here, baby.
When he wakes up, for sure, I'll ask him.
He's right there. He's talking to you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
How's it going? Yeah, guys, in the new year. No, you've been in the chat for like 2 weeks. Yeah, but I mean, I'm new as in like, 2 weeks is not that old, but yeah, I've been around. But yeah, I love it, man. I mean, I hold like 50 different cryptos, but this is like the most fun Telegram, so I got not to dick ride, but just being honest. But yeah, it's been great with time. Community is what makes it, man. That's the only mentality about 100%. It's been consistent and like, right now, like kind of bear market still sentiments will be true. And like, we have this many people in the fucking VC that it's like unheard of. And it wasn't planned, right? Like, we didn't go and like shill it. We never promoted it. It was like all natural.
Honestly, I've been going now for like 14 hours straight. For a lot of it, I was like, God, I wish people would leave like they normally do so I could get back to my normal life. But it was like packed all day long, which is absolutely cool.
No, I think this is genius because it's genius to keep it running because like you see there's no competition, like no one's having VCs like all day.
That's the key. It's basically a big billboard within the Telegram where you have a VC going, that there's action going on, that you have a live, breathing Telegram.
Yeah, there's a lot of coins will have like fucking modded telegrams and you can't tell like who's in there actually like alive. So here you can jump in like, even on a slow time, it's like 1, 2, 3, 5, 6.
When I first joined,
this Telegram. Yeah, when I first joined Telegram, I joined the live video call here. I saw Rabbi, and the camera on. He looks like
Wait, hold on. I don't have the ability to kick you out, so I didn't kick you out. I have normal ability. I don't have the ability to mute anyone or kick anyone out. I've never kicked anyone out. No, that was not. I'm not the one who did that, man.
Were you the one that told me to come into Bitcoin? Right? Did you DM me? I heard you're not in this Bitcoin program. Yeah, so I'm on Rabbi here.
I thought so because you guys came in around the same time, and you seem to already have a relationship coming in, like you guys knew each other.
The thing is, I would send Rabbi. I would send the SPX Telegram, and I would live stream like all day when nobody would just me, and then literally and totally enjoy it today when I would just talk for 5 minutes.
Yeah. SPX, Russ. I mean, when I deal with it, there's basically related to everything I do there. That did well for like a few months, but a lot of people can keep things going for like a month or two, but like that's the hard part. It's like things are going for years. Yeah, I'm dealing with that now. I mean, I'm not trying to show my name out of shit. I've been building 11 months. I'm telling you, I'm burned out. Yeah, it's really tough. It's really tough. That's why you need a good team of people. That's why Light is the face of the franchise. He's doxed. He's really good at yo-yo. Graham's good at negotiating. I'm just the back end developer. Breaker is also really good. We have a lot of good admins here. And Rabbi is our
mascot.
No, I don't think it's a mascot. It's more like a real like Truman show.
That's absolutely right. You're more accurate at that. But I also am able to archive the history of the coin, which is a really beautiful thing because
that really is. Because think about it, imagine this hits like 80 billion market cap and we become rich.
People are going to want to see it.
That'd be crazy. Imagine if Shiba Inu had that like they did. I mean, imagine actually trying to talk to Ryoshi. It's like impossible. Yeah, that guy was fuck shit, dude. I got such a fucking scumbag, dude. Like, he made cow. Like, it was like a dummy token. I'm over there building every day. He won't even fucking acknowledge us. It's not worth it. I mean, that whole ecosystem joke. Did you know that shit got popular because Ryoshi was on the same DAO as Sam Bankman-Fried? That's why they knew each other, and he was able to get on FTX. The first exchange I know who she is. Or somewhere they're like best friends, or not best friends. Yeah, they were on down together, so they had a connection. That's how it all started. I just remember being around then and seeing how successful Doge was, and then hearing about shit and being like, there's no fucking way it's gonna happen twice. And it happened twice. And I was such a kid, I fucked up so bad. Yeah, back there, was 2019. I was on the Rabbi Cat token, and then we got a cease and desist order from
the owner of it.
Saying you can use it like this. Yeah. And we got delisted from Uniswap. That's when they moved to Ethereum. Like that. Like, it's still around. Actually, I remember seeing that. It's still around. It's barely moved, but still around. I just like it because it was like my first interaction of like helping dead project. I was just like, this is back then. So,
So you like write Selenium code?
I just do like deployments and stuff. Nothing really crazy. Part of that, I just web developer.
JavaScript.
Yeah, like I would do system administration, and then I would do web applications. Like nothing too crazy. Just like for businesses.
Yeah, that's what .NET do. So
Oh yeah. Speed.net.
it's old school.
C#. What are you using?
Sharp, JavaScript, C#, SQL.
I really like .NET back when I was like Visual Basic. Way prior to .NET. It was like 2099.
Yeah, it was
Yeah, I was a trainer a few years after Ethereum, and then I was one of the original admins of the BSC token. Needs to go to the next level because I made the website and everything for Harry Potter, even but I knew we couldn't get anywhere with the 1010 tax, so I said, like, I spoke to Moonlight and they had a bunch of the OGs, like, we gotta go on Ethereum and tax. Because this
price looks like that to me. Okay, so they made this coin on Binance chain, right? And then you switched to Ethereum. So that's what I'm doing right now. So I'm gonna show you. I was talking to the bank, right? And I made on Binance, and now everybody's telling me I'm in million open funds. I can't bring $1 million. Obviously, I'm not with nobody, so that can be a reason. But it's also like maybe because I'm on Binance and it's a shit ass chain. You think like what do I need to do? Relaunch or should I just?
I personally just keep building what you're on. I mean, it'll be burned or locked.
So it's unlocked. It's locked for a year, but it's almost in July. I'll unlock it. I've been locking for like 300 years. It's 5% buy, 5% sell, and it all goes to the burn wall. And we're now contract. And yeah, that's it. But I don't think you get any money from it. But that's not the reason. I mean, I made it. Like, I wanted to build a reputation within crypto and like be, I don't know, like just be somebody who maybe like eventually could like make money in Web3. And I'm doing that now. I got a job at M87 as a spokesperson for that because they would think that no one access. So they use me for all their AMAs and they pay me. And I got that job because I did AMAs for the bank. But I just feel like that's not like groundbreaking shit. I'm waiting for a big break type thing. I feel like if I keep building, fuck the bank, then as long as I don't fuck it over and something good will come out of it.
I agree. Making it is really important.
Yeah, there's a claim. It's not.
Whether your coin do anything, and also I launched the second ever TRILLIONAIRE cryptocurrency called token. I'll get the contract with the new, and I made like 44 Ethereum in like 2 days by launching on the Ether Delta. But I was online with launching a shit coin. That good ideas, or like one idea for one of these, but fucking pancake swap wants you put like the same amount of collateral for the amount that you're selling, which is like makes no sense because when I was launching on Ether Delta, you just fucking name the price of the coin and however many you want to sell, and then Reno's come along and buy them, and then you're good to go. But pancake swap's like, you're gonna need to put like 500 ETH if you want to sell 500 ETH for the coin.
Guys, I don't want to. Looks like it's way later. So so when I made this token, I made it April 26th last year. And that was like 1 week after FA ran crazy. And I was like, and Biden's chain was running pretty crazy then too. There were scams coming out like every day. It was real hot. I was making some good gains just off some shit coins. And I was like, you know what? Like, I was with my buddy, actually, we hung out yesterday. That was the same guy who inspired me to make the coin. The guy you guys saw on the stream yesterday. So we were hanging out, we had some beers, chilling, and I got tipsy, whatever, and I was like, fuck my job, I hate my job, and like, I hate all these scammers, and he's like, my buddy was like, just make your own coin, and so I made a coin called Fuck Fiat, or I was like building it, and then I called some buddies, they were like,
like my car or whatever. And so I was like, fuck this name. And I used ChatGPT, and then it came up fuck the bank, and I put only $15 in the LP. Okay? Like, I'm just being real. I didn't take it that serious, and then it just started growing, and that's why the LP and market cap right here shows so fucked up. I only put $15 in it. Right now we're at like, yeah, we got to like top. It was like 13,500 in the LP, which is shit. I know it's not shit for you.
No, I understand. The initial LP for the first Harry Potter was 0.1 PMA.
Which is cool that you can see the scans. Will tell you the initial LP, and you can prove that through scans and stuff. Yeah, like I just I made it because I was already I hold a lot of different tokens, and we're all just waiting for the bull run. So it's like, why not just make something yourself? And I just did it, and I ran with it. And so what does it do? So every month they come out with an educational media post. Every month tied to the media post, they come out with like an NFT collection. I have 9 media posts on NFTs. I have 2 play to earn games that I made that I just like took the code off of GitHub, or Angry Birds, and I made Angry Banks, and I made this like fucking DeFi Man. It's almost like Pac-Man, but you're like killing Jamie Dimon and like the rest of the yeah, you're like Pac-Man, but you're like killing Jamie Dimon and like picking up bitcoins and shit. And then what I would do, because I wasn't really good at like coding up, I didn't want to connect the wallet and shit, so I did it like the manual way, where I would just like release the game, and I would put the last level up like a secret phrase, and whoever like came into the main chat and wrote that phrase, they would win a certain amount of my token. And what I did when I made the coin, I fucked up because I was so nice and an idiot. I had sold like a bunch of baby Doge and got like $250. And back when I made the coin, you could buy a max wallet, 169 million coins for like $4. Right, so I fucking gave a bunch of kids in Nigeria like $3 each to buy my coin. I guess dumped as soon as we fucking shot up. Yeah, you can't give shit away.
Like, the big biggest thing, it's kind of funny, but like, the communities get hit over 100K worth of Bitcoin at one time.
No way.
And he lost it all. Yeah. He lost it all.
My city was wonderful. I had, I was gonna drive, or I didn't drive out west, but I had like, was it? I got fucking, I sold eBay like fucking, like $90 or some shit before the run up to fucking like $4,000 or some shit. So and then I moved into this fucking 4chan scam like Core, which the premise was like, oh, you can just lock your token staking forever and can't unlock your like supply 10,000. So I was like, oh, it's gonna like fucking turn into like, I was 20K, it's gonna turn into like fucking 40 million, I'm gonna be set. And yeah, it turns out that I lost like $400,000, which I desperately needed, and worst fucking trade. So then you managed to cut that back into your YouTube channel.
Oh, sure. I'll send it to you.
Also, yeah, I have to talk to my buddy Marcus in the chat, which is fucking voice gets better. He's fucking hilarious, autistic voice chat. So you're one of the few people actually speaking on Ether Delta that I know. It's kind of funny. I mean, that was the aspect that was true.
Oh, I love Ether Delta. It was like the best fucking thing ever. I don't know why it shut down. They should have kept it open.
He stole it to like some Chinese people. I think he just ran it into the ground.
Space, some Chinese people. I have an idea for like some like meme coin, shit coin. I'm curious to hear your input on this, or anyone, but it's a stable coin that is backed by a bug protein stock, or like an index of bug protein stocks with like a eat the bugs, like meme theme with like Charles Schwab and shit, like New World Order.
I mean, Klaus?
And it's kind of like ample, but it's both like fucking what's it? Like the price. What's that? Where the fuck is it?
It's like an algorithmic stablecoin is when you need to control the supply to control the flight price. And then we have a collateralized coin. Your value is dependent on what's backed with. But if it's pegged to
No, I'm not. Somebody tagged me. Somebody tagged me in the chat, and I was watching whatever they sent me. You want to see it? They tagged.
That was a Magnolia.
That's what.
I did.
Oh, you tagged me?
Yeah, I'm dream.
Oh, absolutely. That's a beautiful thing. Well, I want to check it out. Let's watch it.
Well, you are not here for the fucking food. You are here for me to enlighten you, to edify you, to send you off into the now not so unknown future. So come along with me. How to fake like you are nice and caring. Now this is a metaphor chapter, as you will see. But let's get down to this text. Let's get right down to it. Let's get right down to it. Men.
CoinGecko, dude. I've been going for 11 months and I'm looking at fucking CoinGecko. Fucking assholes. CMC Rabbi, so the price won't show. Let it show up anywhere. That's bullshit.
Yeah, you need a lot of volume to get more organic.
Yeah, we're up to pay.
And then I guess it's kind of my play.
There's no point of switching it.
The thing was, I'm not able to see the.
Actually, it's really funny, Rabbi. You would love this. So, man, I was like, I guess really tired one night, and I forgot, but I sent him 2 million of my tokens as like a gesture of kindness.
Sure.
And that's like about like $140, $150. And then I said, this is what it was. And then like 5 days later, I forgot I had sent it to him. And I was like, hey man, you know you're a great guy. I'm gonna send you a couple million of my tokens. Just thinking I haven't done it yet, you know?
Right.
He didn't remind me, and he's like, oh man, thanks, bro.
Oh, good move.
And then I checked his wallet. I was like, wait, you're only $2 million. And he's like, yeah, you already sent me like a month ago already. I was like, you fucking bastard.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And that's why I was pretty good. So he's like, hey man, can you send me a couple dollars in BNB? I was like, why? So you can look at so he's not selling this. Times it by the current price. What's your price tag? What's your peg? I'd get no, it's not that crazy. I mean, he sells well 4 million, but I have trade up cool Are you saying what is the max wall supply?
How much does he have?
Oh, 4 million, so the total supply is 3.6 billion. So he's not that much. 4 million. Still pretty good. It's about 300 bucks or so.
You're right.
Yeah, I mean, I can feel better than my friends. Like, I've never been longer than anyone. So, but I'll be honest, I had a friend recently dump on me who I like knew in person. I knew him really well, and like he dumped on me and tried to hide it. And then he sent a mutual friend a message saying, "Hey, I had to do it because like if I didn't do it, somebody else would have dumped, and I had to pay out my credit cards." And then that mutual friend sent me a screenshot of it, and I was like, "Dude, really?" And he was the only guy in my entire Telegram. Right? The only guy I know in here, including Rabbi, when I talked to him, he was the only one I knew in real life. And he fucking jumped on me. He said everyone, yeah. I was like, dude, you could just hold a little bit. Like, you know, that's the best way to live. Trust me, man. Like, you know, take on the exchanges, you get the exchanges from I think for Harry Potter on Warrior Point, you gotta implement like marketing tactics like fucking like we're starting a wheat paste contest and shit and get the shit like pasted at fucking everywhere in cities like on billboards and shit or have like a best cum shirt contest or whatever the fuck. I was gonna try to that. It's a really good idea. It's called Bank Run. And I was gonna pay people like money to pull all their money out of their bank, like on camera, like out of the ATM, and then close their account. You know, pretty much like withdrawing all their money and closing their account. I would pay them like $200 to do so.
Look at you just manipulating the global economy.
Imagine that cause a global like banking crisis. Like that would bring banking that would cost the bank to definitely hit maybe $1 million market cap.
Oh, by day 2.
And finance that though. Well, yeah, I have them. So that's the cool thing. So when I made the coin, nobody was buying it except like my mom, my grandma, like my friend who came over here. He wouldn't even put his own money down. And so I was like, "Here's $5. Can you buy my coin?" And he's like, "I don't really want to buy it." I was like, "I just fucking gave you money to buy it. You still don't want to buy it, right?" So he ended up buying 60 million tokens. Actually, no, he bought 120. And then, like, a month into it, it went up a lot, okay, a shit ton. And I knew if I told him, he would sell. He's a degenerate gambler, and he's a cocaine addict, okay? So I didn't want to tell him. I was like, "Hey, man, I'll give you $100. I was like, I acted like the coin was like shit, because he didn't know shit about crypto. He didn't know me. It's kind of fucked up what I did, but I came to him, I was like, "Look, man, the coin's doing awful. Like, I'll give you $100. Just give me 60 million coins." He's like, "Great, like you didn't put any money down." So he gave me 60 million, whatever. And then I took that and put it in the marketing wall. I did the same with my parents. Went to my grandma, went to my mom, collected all the coins because I was like, "Hey, it's going nowhere," you know. And they never like really bought that much, you know. A max wallet was $5. So I collected everything and I put it in the wallet of the marketing wallet, and I also made a bunch of pink sale token logs for like different times, kind of like an extra escrow to have big burns. Like I burned $50,000 worth on the first, which it's not really 50,000 because the LP's, you know, 12 grand. I think we're actually at 7 now, but it's shitty. But I think, you know, you're right. I just need to have some kind of marketing thing. And I think just me building myself, you know, and just like building my reputation, not being a scumbag, not lying, not cheating, you know what I mean? Like helping other people, like helping Tigger Bitcoin, helping other coins, M87, like, and just slowly building my lure, then FTB has some chance of being successful. And but I hold I hold other coins, like I hold Tigger Bitcoin. I want this token to do well. What if I made $1 million from this token? Then I can like reinvest into my token, right? It's like that's not that crazy to say. You know, I'm not just saying like I would sell everything and just put it in my coin. It's stupid, but you know what I mean. You had an admin. I don't want to like say who it was that was helping initially, like the first few months, and then I discovered another wallet that they had. They sold over $500,000 worth. Yeah. I was furious, but no, I'm see the thing is why I would never do shit like that because I'm really thinking long game, right? Yeah, like for instance, if I come in here and I start chilling my shit or I dump all my shit to Bitcoin, no, I get banned. I know. I can tell there's rules. I know. I mean, I follow them. You can ask anyone. But the point I'm trying to make is like, if I fuck around, I might as well just like put a bullet in my face because then it's like I have to start all over because I've already doxed myself. Like,
Exactly. So that why like I try to tell all the admins of Bitcoin, like, all right, you guys can buy and trade whatever the fuck you want, but if you're gonna go on Twitter and start shilling other dog shit, that's not gonna be around in 2 weeks. Like, you know, like other people that see that and they realize that you're an admin and they lose interest. That means the token's not gonna do well. And it's just it drives me nuts when I see these serial deployers deploy a project, basically farm the launch, and then less than like 2 hours later after the launch, they'll just abandon it. It's just like
that's why I mean it makes me sick too, and that's why
it just you're stealing people's money. It's crazy.
What happened? Are you sold or I would literally like never talk to you again. I know you don't care, but boy, are you sold? What happened? Forget me out. What happened? What? Oh. That's fucked up, dude. Literally this morning, what was it at? 200,000? No.
800,000.
Yeah, he texted me this morning. He's like, hey man, buy this. 800,000 to get 4.3 million. Sorry.
What was the airdrop supply? Because like prior to Bitcoin, I was a block zero sniper and analyst, and I made like a good amount of money.
Really?
Yeah. Like, I basically would just analyze contracts and all new deploys on the Ethereum chain, and I would look at their if the contract was used before, what the initial tax is, if there's whitelists, if there's blacklists, what's the funding wallet, you know, shit like that. And then if it like everything checked out, I would buy it first block with like 5 wallets.
Hey, so yeah, you seem like, no, yeah, give me, like, don't buy any of mine, but give me some, like, critique later, and, like, if you want to just talk shit, like, be like, hey, this is fucked up, so that way I can learn, you know what I'm saying?
I personally, like, if I was you, I would just
keep trying, or, like, keep going, I don't know, it's the long game, right? It's been 11 months, imagine
I mean, maybe what you should do is after it unlocks, I'm just saying, go to Ethereum, take the bridge, all the LP over there.
So do it on some
yeah, create a B3 pool. No, I don't even know if you can bridge it because of the tax, but I'll create a B3 pool and you actually get fees. If you didn't know that, if you create a B3 pool, like also
you make fees, you make fees off. Yeah, but I don't like B3 because it attracts a bunch of snakes and like people that really don't care about the project, right?
No, it doesn't. You're not running it. You're using those funds to for the token, and you're clearly not in it for the money. You're in it for the reputation building. So
I would rather sell like my actual BTC, like Bitcoin, and Ethereum. I'd sell Ethereum.
I understand, but I will go over to like after it unlocks, take the liquidity and go to bridge it over to Ethereum, create a B3, a new contract, a B3 pool with the same name or whatever, and just start it
like an airdrop, like everybody who's holding it, or like how would that work?
You could just airdrop the previous holders. It's not hard to get that information, and then you can just actually have revenue coming in.
Yeah, this is what right now is like I'm you know how it takes to run a coin. Like you have
it's a nightmare thing. It's never ending.
It's never ending. It's even like people don't understand. Like I have to pay for Midjourney to make the memes. I have to pay for ChatGPT. I have to pay for the hosting. I have to pay for the domain. I have to pay for this and this and this. Right? So it's just like it adds up, and it's just like
it's not. It's demoralizing when you don't have a contract.
Anyone that's your best friend dumping his whole bag on your head. That was
dude. I mean, I've had someone dumping over $500,000 on us. I was so upset. And then when I brought it to their attention, they were like, no self-shaming. I was like, eat my
my dick. Like, get out of here. You're gone.
Totally. What's up? He's my stream. See now, there's monkeys. It's the same concept. Monkeys, the same thing with NFTs. Running at 22,000. We have Pandora, which is the same concept. Running at 22,000.
That's an ERC or
Yeah, I know. And the difference is, the same when I showed down this morning on base. Except for the difference that there was only like $100 per like shows it's cheaper, same concept on base. It's only 5 million market cap.
yeah, honestly, man, like, dude, you're killing it, man. Like, you're so new and like I mean, maybe that's why. Maybe I'm just burned out. You know what I mean? Dude, you're killing it. You're doing good. Seriously, everything you've called, like for me, like you've been right on the balls.
I mean, yeah, these would be three on Ethereum, that one on base. I mean, there might be one on Solana right now, but it's not anywhere at the top.
So I personally wouldn't buy anything.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm at the point now, bro. It's like I hold. into place. This cheerleader exclusively being studied. I hope that you have covered in your book or possibly in your lecture. You must have heard about it.
Take care, baby. It was a pleasure to meet you. All right, you guys want to listen to some podcasts? Well, that's what we're going to do unless you want to talk. All right. So here we go. I'm just going to play podcasts because why not? Unless you guys want to do something else. So here's the thing. Editorially, can you hear me? That's cool. Well, guys, if you're in here and you can hear me right now, I just want you to know I really appreciate you being here. You could be anywhere in the world, but you're here with us, and we appreciate that. I have been going at this now for like 14 hours straight, which, I mean, isn't that crazy, but it is a lot, and I do need some sleep. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on podcasts right now. There's this one set of podcasts to which I always listen when I want to go to bed. Not always, not like I listen to it every night, but it's just a comforting set of podcasts between Joey Diaz of the Joe Rogan Experience and Theo Vaughn, the comedian. And basically it's this, and the Flying Jew, Lisa Ayat. It's basically this amalgam, this combination of this Southerner from Louisiana, Joey Diaz, who is a New York Cuban, and Lisa Ayat, who is a Boston Jew. It's just like this crazy mix of people, and they're just very funny when they're together. So we're going to listen to them. And if you don't want to listen to them, I completely understand. You can always mute me and talk to your friends if you don't want to listen to this. I don't have any problem with that. And what we're going to do is go to YouTube. I'm going to pull this up. And once we pull it up, I'm going to be done having to stall and talk very slowly like I'm doing right now. And we'll be able to just watch it straight through. Or at least you'll be able to listen to it. And then in the morning, I'll awake, God willing, and you awake or you're still here. And we'll do the same thing. And we'll have a good time together. And I mean, I do this all the time. This is my life. Like literally, if you're like, hey, when's he going to stop doing this? It's like, I've been doing this for years now. I'm more comfortable on camera than any person in global history. So you found the right captain of this ship. All right, here we go. Theo
I was
Vaughn,
on vacation.
Joey
I
Diaz.
don't take fucking vacations. But I had to take a vacation. I got a wife and a child now, and I gotta act like a fucking individual. I can't just. I didn't take my list. I was with my wife 15 years.
Really?
That's where I'm from.
Never took her?
Never. I'm not in the mood. I only got back to the time. I gotta go back to Italy. Go back to New York. I fly in. I go to my favorite Chinese restaurant. I do radio. Next day after fucking radio, I go to the cemetery. I put flowers in my mom's grave. And I do my full fucking shit. Fucking on the first flight on Sunday, just like I do every other goddamn city.
That's it.
I try to see some people. A school teacher or two. Something.
Really?
Yeah, I still talk to the school teachers too. I was going to dinner with the one, but he had to take his grandkid out of the hospital. He wanted to meet me later on, but we were leaving early, so we couldn't meet him.
That's fucking awesome.
So, we never really took a break with that podcast. And we did last Monday and last Wednesday. We took off one day. We were going to do last night. But I tell you, I hate fucking doing podcasts.
Yeah.
I don't like it. Go be a Jimmy Sugar says the short script. I was just out of the last 5.5 hour flight.
Oh, that's miserable.
See, by myself, I eat a fucking pot cookie. Right. And I get stoned,
Yeah,
I
the
fall
family.
asleep, I have the family. I got caught smoking vapor on the fucking bed. I had those vapor pens. I just filled it up. It was just brand new. I took the inhaler with me. That has an inhaler. So I took
For the pot?
for the refill.
Yeah.
Oh, it's dad. It fucks you up. So I took that with me to New York. I sprayed it twice, a couple times on the plane. And it kept me there. And I hit it when I was in New York. I hit it in Rabbi. I went over to see the tree and fucking Saxophone Avenue and all that shit. And I ran out. So I had this brand new TRUMAN. He opened it up for Charles. The first 10 hits, it's like fucking death hits. Like they're just fucking clouds of smoke. So I hit it 2 times. And I got the plane. Like 2 hours into the flight, look at my daughter. And every time I would hit it, I would go by my daughter because she had the window seat, so I can't let it happen. So I go to bed. Listen to Pink Floyd. No, you're not. This is how fucking crazy I am. I'm not listening. It's Wish You Were Here. That's the album I'm listening to because it was like shining on your crazy time. Have a cigar. I ate edibles. I had like 3, 4 red stars.
Oh, so you had a little magic in your system.
Oh, I was fucked. I was fucked up for the first 2.5 hours because I didn't get fucked up on the way there. It made a big difference. I got agitated at the 2-hour mark. At the 2.5 hour mark, if you don't have something, once Mad Max is finished, right, you're ready to kill a motherfucker on the flight. Mad Max is not the movie to watch on a fucking plane. Because there you are sitting there, he's driving, jumping over people, shooting motherfuckers, and you're sitting there next to like some fucking politician or some shit.
You want to get up.
So I said, fuck that. So I dosed myself on the way out. I had Virgin, I had main cabin select to go behind first class, so we could all sit together. Because in first class, we couldn't all sit together. I would have to sit by myself. She'd be fucking crawling back and forth. And I'd fucking just get the main cabin. So
How tall is the child you have?
she's a fucking midget. She's 3. She's just a little.
But how tall do you think she is?
She's 17.
Oh, that's not very tall.
No, she's a little tiny.
Oh, that's
So I got up, I go to the bathroom, I close the fucking door, and I'm in this plane, and I see clouds there. Wow.
What color was
it?
it?
Fucking clouds of smoke. I'm hitting this vapor, and I'm hitting this fucking sap.
With your iPod on.
With the iPod on, listen to fucking Shine On, You Crazy Diamond. And all of a sudden I hear, and I see the little red light going on. They're like, open up, are you smoking in there? And I put the thing in my pocket, and I take this out, and I blow a couple clouds of this shit. And I go, hold on. I put my dick in my pants, which I really did this. And then I fucking wash my hands. Nothing, what's the problem? She goes, were you smoking in here? No. Do I look like I'm smoking in here?
Oh, look.
She looked at me, she goes, this is smell like smoke. She took me, they do everything. They cigarette. Yeah.
Oh, wow. And now, what were you doing the whole time? Just standing there
I'm standing there going, I don't know what happened. I banged it, and I came in, the plane shifted, I hit the wall. And that's the next thing you know, you people were not doing the right thing. I made it go off. And I'm sitting there going, they fucking know, they just playing.
Oh, really?
But then they were cool the rest of the flight.
Espionage, bro.
I sat there, they were cool. And at the end, I gave my wife the keys. I told my mom, I was going to go back. So take the keys. years I said that.
What did she say?
She just fucking looked the other way. She lied. Fucking said this. 50. I'm gonna say to me a bunch.
Well, that,
And I walked off the fucking plane like I owned LA.
Wow.
Nobody said dick to me.
Now, did you think though somewhere in your head that whenever you got to LA there was gonna be people?
Oh, fuck yeah. They've been waiting for me before. I've been approaching at the plane one time on the way to Columbus.
Is it kind of cool or is it just fucking not?
If you get off the plane, you gotta mention we that's it. It ain't fucking cool.
Yeah,
But if you get off the plane and you're cool, you know, like the one time I was in Columbus, I had to read it. Some guy said, I didn't do nothing. He leaned back and hold on 1 second. He turned on, fuck you. I said, fuck you or something. I kicked the chair and he went and told the steward. So I was the bad guy.
oh, jeez.
And then you start to feel like the fucking bad guy too. You're like, oh, you're the bad guy. So you're sitting in your head, you're the fucking bad guy.
We cocksucker, put that seat back in there. And here's what happened. We went to Columbus, they got us off the plane, they got a statement from both of us, and they let us go. And a year later, got on the plane, that same fucking guy. Like, why are you doing? I just sat there the whole time like a little fucking.
So in all your head of being on the plane and like having weed under your nut and all that, you never once smoked a cigarette on the plane?
In 1983, I was.
You used to be able to, didn't you?
Yeah, you could smoke.
In Russia, you can't have heard.
Really?
Do anything in Russia?
But I heard that you can though.
You could smoke in certain areas. You could smoke on the plane. But I tell you what, I did see a fucking time.
Smoking on a plane.
In Russia,
You never once smoked on a plane?
No, but in 1984, February 1984, I got on the plane. I was asking Denver, Jersey. Way back from Denver to Jersey, there was a soldier next to me. And a brown bowl of weed. And that's what he was going to cigarettes. Let's go do it. Back fucking thing. This guy has one fucking bowl. I put the weed in there. It's $2. The fucking whole place.
Of course.
Wow. They were past two smoking marijuana on the plane. We're going to search that new shit. I walked out of there with that soldier salute. You gotta take a chance from time to time.
For a soldier, you got to, bro. I get a soldier. I get him doped out of his brain. I don't have dope for him.
They fucking pressure me through the charges on it. I got so fucked up.
No. Do people from New Jersey get busted for coke more often than others?
I don't fucking know. I was a fucking criminal. I was living in this. Coke was 1800. And they fucking beautiful lunches. And they can cut it, still make money. I go, fuck it. So I started getting guns and bringing them to the East Coast and started bringing coke back. But this was the problem. I would take the 1 o'clock flight from New Jersey to Denver, and that's really 3 o'clock, which would get me in there like at 7, which starts snowing. I still had to take connecting flight from Denver to Ashburn. That flight would always get canceled. Here I am in Denver Airport, 12 ounces of blow leaked out of my face at the fucking. I remember one night I was at the bar, just drinking and fucking doing wine in the bathroom. I kept putting the coke in the vodka. And I kept spending all my money in quarters taking the coke out. And I became friends with a guy at the bar. And he started smoking. We got fucking lit at 6 a.m. I stayed in the airport all night getting fucking coked up, jerking off in the men's store, in the fucking bathroom.
That is dark and
That's
awesome.
fucking, yeah.
That's the dark side.
Oh my God.
That's the worst, bro. You just up with your fucking ideas, feeling your pulse.
What's up, Lisa? I had a week without an edible.
I know, I'm just glad I never
Like, I'm out of space. I don't know if you guys know.
I'm pretty high, man.
Oh, no, fuck you. We don't fuck around.
Oh, yeah.
Feel on. My boy joined jiu-jitsu 3 months ago, and he did his first fucking tournament. I've been going to jiu-jitsu for fucking years, and I'm still scared to go to the tournament. Lee went Saturday.
It's so much more fun than
He took third fucking place.
No way.
Out of 3 people.
That's tough, bro. You know what place I took? No fucking place. I wasn't there. I was walking around the fucking Central Park with ducks. And there you are fucking choking motherfuckers. My heart goes out to you, bro. You're a bad motherfucker. Yeah, it's commendable, bro. You could have commendable, bro. You didn't have been fourth place, bro. You could have got disqualified.
You could
Just showed up.
I had a little bit of a bronchitis right now, so I wanted to quit, but I knew if I didn't do it, you would drop butt and everyone would kill me. So I'll just go.
I'll see how they killed you. I understand.
What was the match like?
I wanted to see you play out the hand.
I was never scared of it. Like I've said, I've wrestled it in high school. It was never good, but I knew I wasn't gonna like physically die, or occasionally someone breaks an arm or something. But that's not even the end of the world. I've been losing weight for the past couple of years, and it really kicked it into gear that I need to finish losing the weight because because it was a smaller tournament. I'm 228 right now. I was going against over like 290, 280. So it wasn't an ideal situation for me.
Were you pretty like? Did you smoke first?
No, God, people ask me that, man. I can't imagine doing that high. When Javier was choking me that night and I was stoned out of my mind, I was like, I just laughed.
Different world.
Is it? Oh, could you be high and do it?
No, I tried a couple times.
Oh, damn.
Because when you start breathing heavy, your mind makes you wet.
Yeah.
So, like when you're on an edible and you breathe heavy, like when you're like you just want to breathe heavy,
Yeah,
you have a hard time.
Yeah,
So if I would have done an edible takes your mind, also your mind, the edible tells your mind you're about to have a heart attack. And your fucking heart starts pounding just listening to you.
Oh, damn, it's not even true.
Sometimes just here I'll start having a little bit of a
Little
panic attack.
palpitation.
Yeah.
The edibles, let me tell you something, edibles don't copacetic for they create a lot of anxiety. A lot of people say that I smoke a it really gives me anxiety.
Yeah.
It's not good for you. It's not good for you at all. If you get that uncomfortable feeling, there's times we eat fucking 8,000 milligrams of edible, and it's an uncomfortable feeling. You know, an hour of like, Jesus Christ, this is terrible.
I feel I'm pretty uncomfortable right now. I feel pretty high. Yeah, because I don't ever smoke, so I feel fucking
When did you start coming?
pretty high, man.
I've been around in LA for like 10 years.
Yeah, I started like 12, 13 years ago.
Because I know you were in LA, you were really young, like 2005.
I was young, man. Do you ever miss the weight? Do you ever miss the weight, bro?
I miss eating what I want to eat. I miss, I didn't care.
Like, how would you eat? Would you just eat the fuck out of something?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I worked.
Nice.
I worked.
Yeah, just fucking get whatever you want.
Oh, it's
just
great.
Put it in your mouth.
It's like eating football. Like, it's depressing for me. I don't watch football. Like, I used to watch football all day. I would get a large pizza and 12 wings, fucking 6 Diet Cokes. Oh, just great. And not even worrying about it. Just not even worrying about it at all.
Did you ever sleep on a fucking like piece of crust or something like you were just eating fucking monster?
Not normally. Like, we used to do this podcast at 6 a.m. and I would work nights. Yeah, we did for like a year for like at 6 a.m.
Started at 6 a.m.
And I was working nights on a TV show, so I'd go from there to here, and then I would it'd be like 8 in the morning, and I'd be getting Jack in the Box, and like sometimes I'd just pass out from eating it. Well, no, just from all these things, but then I'd pass out for like the rappers would still be on my couch or something. It's terrible.
Oh, okay. Because you never hear like people's like fucking eating stories. Everybody tells their weight loss story. Like I want to hear. It was just fucking hiding chocolate in your fucking cheeks, man. When you're just filling your gills up.
I used to go. I got to 315. That was the highest I ever got.
Yeah.
At a certain point, I was every night getting 2 packages of Reese sticks and 2 either Swedish fish or gummy bears. And
Reese
sticks? Yeah, oh, those are the best.
Are they good?
Those are still the best. I can't have them. I can't have them, but those are the best. And then either Swedish fish or gummy bears.
Yeah.
And just have me. And I would tell myself I would have 2 of each the next day. So I miss them all, huh? I miss that. Now I have a fudgicle. And it's depressing, but it still tastes good, but it's not.
It covers the spread. Yeah. What you really fucking want. That's the worst. Now you grew up where?
Louisiana.
How far from you?
About 40 miles, 45 miles.
So your family's eaters?
Yeah, our family's like, we didn't eat a bunch of food, but we ate as much as we had, pretty much.
I've had 3 experiences.
Yeah.
One outside of New York. All my experiences it's a very food culture. People love to eat meat culture. And depending where the fuck you go, they'll hit you with some alligator.
Shrimp po' boys.
Shrimp po' boys like a motherfucker,
Oh, they'll fucking.
When I went to shoot shot that. Fucking hate the fucking hotel.
The hotel food was good.
Every fucking meal was world class. It was all like the same course.
Yeah.
Start to finish, salad, dessert, appetizer, everything was fucking delicious. So it's a food culture. So you're in great shape. You take care of yourself.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I like to
You eat what you want. You have a great metabolism.
No.
You work out a lot.
not as much. I wish, I work out pretty decent. I wish that I fucking started. I wish I actually ate more and like just like you could do like you did, just like sometimes I just want to honestly just fucking. It's fill myself with fucking food and salt and fucking
It's fun
sugar.
for a little bit, but I would give anything to be as skinny as you are. So it's
Really?
Yeah, man, I've never been skinny, so this is like a new thing for me.
Oh, well, so your whole life fucking feel a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 228 today, so it's not great, but it's better than 315.
You didn't look fat to me, and I just thought like, man, this guy like he's got kind of a unique shape, he's chill. But then I was like, oh, and then if you feel fat, that's
I don't feel any different at all, but it's like I would imagine. Well, I'm surprised you're not fat. Beignets? Are you serious? If I lived in New Orleans and had beignets and shrimp po' boys,
Fucking beignets.
I've never even had one. Or I just see it and it just looks.
Used to be a place in Boulder.
baby formula too, actually down there. You see a lot of the sisters drinking baby formula outside of the French one.
In a bottle? What do they do?
Huh?
In a bottle?
No, just a can, bro. They just
Try it
can
out.
it up. It's true, man. A couple of sisters out there canning it up.
It's it's weird you talking about it. Because I think that like my best age period. You start off skinny, right? Out in high school, you play football. I had a friend that used to eat a box of fucking cereal for breakfast, and that thing was cake. How the fuck did I have a gallon of milk? And whatever the fuck the milk is with the cereal.
Was he driving a truck? That's
No,
insane.
he was in high school.
Oh,
He
that's
lift
great.
weights. And then, I was eating too. I had a great appetite. Then I moved to Colorado. They took away the night because you don't drink. I was used to eating, right? Steak sandwich until the morning. Fold it up with turkey soup.
And not even brushing your teeth.
Just going to bed with dirty teeth.
Yes, that's how I do it.
Fuck that.
So that's good. Yeah, that's where I'm from, man. A place you can go with dirty teeth.
Dirty teeth. I don't eat here at night. I go home. If I'm really high, I'll eat whatever my wife cooked, which is controlled. It's like a chicken cutlet. It's like, there's not like 20 chicken cutlets. There's 20 chicken cutlets. You can fuck shit up. There'll be like one leftover chicken. I'll eat a chicken cutlet, eat an apple.
That's crazy. I've been lucky all week. My mom has been here for almost a week. And I haven't eaten this good in 4 years.
She's making breakfast.
She hasn't made. We've been sleeping a little late. A couple days she made breakfast, but it's been like she made brisket. She made a couple kinds of different kinds of chicken, and it just
all of that.
stacked all my entire fridge is full now.
I like peach cobbler.
Oh, she made icebox cake. Have you ever had that? All you do is you take a layer of graham crackers and you have to get the cook and serve pudding, not like pudding cups, but you cook pudding. And you just do layers of pudding and the graham cracker. You put it in the fridge and let it freeze up, and then put some whipped cream on it. Mm-hmm. Paula's been talking about it for 3 days. She loves it.
We used to fill we used to have this game where you would fill
Sugar?
like people's 2 dudes would fill their mouth with sugar, and then you slap each other in the fucking cheeks. But here's the thing, bro. It's hard to hold a whole bunch of sugar in your mouth and keep it all. Well, here's the thing: it starts dissolving, but you get parched because all your moisture's going to this thing, so your body will start to dry out. So then you're basically holding the sugar in your dry mouth at a certain point, and you feel like the desert.
How old are you?
I don't know, like you was a child.
Okay, like when I was like 8.
Like 8, yeah, 7, 8, 11, and then 14 even. 14 even. And this one 18-year-old chick. We used to have this fucking girl who was probably 14 that went shirtless, bro. So she was like fucking 4 to 14 shirtless, bro. Shirtless.
Why was that?
I don't know. It was just their whole family was pretty much shirtless, and they didn't do any different by the girls, man. This girl was shirtless as fuck. And we all thought, like, damn, she's like a long hair. She's like the most best looking dude you ever seen, right? We thought that till about 11. And then somebody's like, that's a girl, man. She just goes, we're like,
Nobody told her to put a shirt on in school.
oh, I don't know about the school, but I mean, she was in a children's school. I was a little bit older than her. I never saw anybody just be completely shirtless like that. There was
Don't put fucking sugar in that mopping.
oh, yeah. Well, it was a cheap game, bro. It's like if you didn't have a bunch of money to go do something, you fill each other's mouth up with sugar. And y'all just gotta slap each other in the cheek.
There was a kid in my neighborhood, John Connie, not a bad kid. Always great sense of humor. I had a brother, Brian Connie. In those days, kids didn't have ADD and they didn't have autism. He was just retarded.
Yeah.
When he had the cheeky eyes.
Yeah, he just wasn't cutting it.
Fucking insane.
He just wasn't cutting it, man.
And they used to torture him.
Yeah, we called him God's favorite.
They used to make him drink piss. He'd piss in a beer bottle and close it and then put it in the last bottle. And he would take it and have a beer and he'd fucking drink it. I was never involved in this shit with Brian Connie.
Was he handicapped?
No, he just wasn't sharp. You know,
Yeah.
he just wasn't a sharp kid. Nice kid, always said hello, Brian Connie. But they did weird things to him. Like they used to make him eat shit. Like they pay him like $15 to make him eat a lot of like weird stuff.
How much shit? Oh, I think it's actual shit.
No, like fill his mouth with pepper and shit like that. And then this other kid, the guy who they just fired from Miami Hurricanes defensive coordinator, when he was a kid, his brothers and all those guys' neighbors used to tie him up on a bicycle, make him eat raw eggs and blow him up in his mouth and all that shit. Like put eggs in the shell and smack him and blow the egg in his mouth. No wonder the black guy with the Penn State was Goldberg and
I would have died in your town.
He was sick.
God, I was too nerdy for that. I was one of those kids.
The guy I got into it with, I did that club before I met Lee. I did a club in New York City. One of the first times I went to New York, you tell me on my own. I booked a music club, right? And I went there and got installed a fight. We were kids. We had a legend. What he would do is he would pocket guys and take you, tie you down, duct tape on the walls, fucking like glue shit, tape, call it a tape. Oh, give you a tape, lay it down, wrap it up with tape, all the tape off and shit like that. He was known for that stuff, spraying stuff on the walls. He was a big time bully. And you know what happens to bullies, bro? They get beat up really on black people. And I remember that night, I was like, okay, this fucking damn. And I had already a plan. He kept coming in to try to apologize. And I kept going, you know what? I can take this guy. I can kick him in the fucking knee. You can see him.
Right. So when you felt like, so it was crazy because the tide had switched with that dude, like in back in the day.
He was a bully.
Yeah, he was a bully.
Kid. You know, he was like, bro, when I was in 8th grade or 7th grade, he was already in high school. Torturizing people. They said if you play football, be careful. Because if something happened during football practice, then you hit him hard or something, he'll get his friends to give you the tape. Especially if you were Spanish or something.
Yeah. Oh, that shit got racial, huh?
It was what it was.
Yeah.
It was what it fucking was.
We had one Mexican kid that showed up when our time we didn't have any Spanish people. Well, we had one Mexican kid. Let me think about what this kid's name was. I think it was Nick, right? And I remember we all had science class. And, actually, in science class, they had these hamsters you could play with until the second bell rang or whatever. Then you had to get, put them in a cage and everybody would get them to do learning, And this fucking one time, they had this hamster, right? Superman, we named him. And I was holding him in this fucking big sweatshirt I had, right? And after class, I forgot he was in there. He fell asleep in a little pocket, right? You put your hands, right? So after class, I just throw him a book bag. I'm running. Next thing you know, I get in a fight with two brothers, right? Get beat up pretty good. And one of them fucking killed this hamster that was still in this pouch and fucking punched him. So I never had it, like, sometimes I'm not even joking, bro. I'll have dreams where I feel like I had an abortion.
I'm Superman. I knew something wasn't going to be good.
Yeah, I think his name was Superman. Let me think for a second. It might not have been Superman.
You just take the fucking hamster out of class.
What?
Fucking pocket for it.
No, because you was sitting in class, you just nothing to do, and it was nice to kind of have something warm.
Where'd you go to high school?
Next to that town, a couple away from there, called Covington, Mandeville. I went to LSU and University of New Orleans.
You graduated from
I graduated from University of New Orleans eventually. So I made it through.
You went to LSU, they still talk about
Oh, dude, the town I grew up in.
Get the fuck out of here.
He lived and died in our town, dude.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yep. And Lee Harvey Oswald went to middle school in our town.
Get the fuck out of here.
Swear to God, dude. And I mean, I say this a lot, but once in the 80s, then in 1994, a bunch of infected monkeys got out because Tulane University had their primate testing facility center in our town, and a bunch of infected monkeys got out, and they let us out of YMCA summer camp to help the police look for them, bro. I remember they came to summer camp.
What?
Basically,
Is it kids to look for?
Let me get that pen.
Not kids, dude. The tallest boys. They took the tallest boys right out, and we helped them look for them. I remember surrounding a couple of chimps outside of a Kenny Rogers Roasters, dude, off of Highway 190. It's a true story, dude.
That's the name of your book.
Huh?
I surrounded some chimps next to a Kenny Rogers Roasters.
And dude, this shit got racial. Like, people go around town, they were like, I mean, this is fucked up. I mean, this just shows you how far in the South you are. People were like, 90 monkeys just escaped from this place, whatever. And you literally have, like, people riding around with guns, fucking Confederate flags. It's like, dude, these are animals, man. Like, relax. Like, the shit almost got, it was weird. Like, people were like, these fucking monkeys, like, they planned it. Like, it was crazy. Like, it was.
I just screwed that name out because today's paper on Twitter, it said that the basketball player from the Lakers is producing this movie.
Oh, that's awesome.
What kills me about today is they're doing biopics about people. These motherfuckers don't even. That movie should have been done 2 weeks after he fucking died. Yeah. But nobody thought about doing it. You know much about this movie?
I mean, I think I know a pretty good amount about him. I mean, I know he played, I know he played at LSU. I know he played for the Jazz. I know his two sons.
Really?
Yeah, they played ball like, whenever I was growing up. So one of them like a little younger, one of them a little bit older. So I mean, they were legends. It was kind of, it was a small town. Like it was
legends.
Yeah, the biggest name in
his fucking. If he lost his father, he never sleep in the house. Make him sleep in the fucking This is Southern basketball.
Dude, they had a half court or a quarter court in the upstairs of their house above the
look
in the attic. They had a basketball.
They didn't fuck around. The marriage just didn't fuck around. That old man didn't fuck around. They had that's why he drank himself to death. There was no childhood. His father made him walk and do wind sprints and shit. Yeah. And that guy wasn't fast, but his fucking handling skills were just phenomenal.
He made it for it.
In my life, I've seen two people handle a ball. Fucking phenomenal. One was a guy named Mr. Pete Maris, who was an NBA player. And the other guy was a kid from South Carolina. His name was Jackie.
White kid or black kid?
White kid. Mm. Basketball. That's why he was such a freak. But his handling skills, I saw him playing. I played against him. I got older. His handling skills were so fucking unbelievable. Unless you see that, right, it's really hard to explain. Right. Even if you see Kobe Bryant pass, whatever, Stephen Marbury pass, it was nothing but dribble with the control that Pistol Pete had for the right parents. And he had a tragic life. I don't think he ever won a championship.
I don't think he ever won a championship. I know, I think he still has the highest average per game for
right. Yeah, because he shot 90 times a fucking game. His father would do that. His father would say, "Fuck those four guys." Literally, shoot the fucking ball. Shoot the fuck those four motherfuckers.
I heard he even tried to. Sometimes he would wear a completely different jersey. Like he would be on a team and they'd play in a team, and then he'd show up in a total different jersey. And be like, "I'm gonna play both you guys." And they'd be like, "Yeah." It was nuts, bro. But yeah, man, we got out to look for all types of chips that had gotten out of that joint. You can still look for it online. They got some old stores.
It's crazy because
they had a lot of. How's it going?
I grew up in New York City, but in my heart, after I saw different places, there was a couple places I wish I would. One would have been New Orleans, the other would have been Houston. I don't know.
I always thought New York would be really cool.
You follow me? Like, there's always places like, oh, yeah, I could be from Jersey. I love being from where I'm from. But it would be interesting. Like, when I go to New Orleans and driving around, I always go, how would I have turned out if I would grown up on this fucking street?
Well, I don't know about you, but I feel like the South gets a bad rap up north. But when I was driving, I drove across the country 3 times. I love the South. I love it. Everyone's nice. Yeah. It has nice weather. Like, I felt like I got a bad rap for absolutely nice.
People are chill down there, bro. But it's a lot of the same. Like you definitely notice it's a lot of old-fashioned ideas down there. Like people, concepts are slow.
But that's what makes the South the South.
Right.
Listen, that's what makes the South the South. I read something last week with those guys, the terrorists shot those people. That the neighbor said he suspected something, but he didn't want to call the police because he didn't want to seem racist.
Yeah.
Because it was politically correct. You understand? We talking lies, we're too politically correct. What happened yesterday? Fucking Trump makes that announcement against Muslims. His fucking rating is the highest it's ever been. It's like 35%. He's 20 points ahead of the fucking competition. 18 points ahead.
I like, you like Sleepy Black?
What's that?
I don't know.
Dick Carson?
Oh, Jesus.
I can't vote, so I don't really know.
Oh, you can't even vote?
No, I got felonies and I don't want to fucking vote. It's too much pressure. And you gotta be responsible for your fucking vote. I don't have that type of fucking conscience.
So if you get a felony, you don't have to vote?
You can't.
Oh, that's awesome.
You can't vote and you can't have a fucking gun. That's what that's the punishment they did.
Yeah.
So I can't vote and I can't have a fucking gun. I can see not having a gun. But one vote got to do it. I was disappointed, but after I thought about voting, I go, you know what? It's too much pressure. It's too much pressure. I don't know how people just vote and move on with their fucking lives. Voting for me is like gambling. If I would have voted on fucking Obama, I would have been pissed off right now. You follow me? You're in a corner at the fucking movie theater because you voted for fucking Obama. That's what they should do to people. Like if you make a bad vote, you voted for them. Take 50 people out of each neighborhood, throw stones at them, you dumb fucks.
They're all liars.
Drown people. Drown them.
I don't vote. I got in a big fight with my mom and Paul, and when there's no popular vote, I think it doesn't matter at all. Especially like when I grew up in Mass, there's no. If you vote for a Republican, you're throwing away your vote.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't make sense that the popular vote isn't the way it elects people. And then even if it did, they all lie anyways. So I don't get the point.
What would you think you would dress like if you were a politician? You feel like sometimes I think about that, like when I fucking totally change the game and wear like a wife beater or some crazy boots or something. Like if you were like, sometimes I think like, say if you was a governor or something, you'd be like, I'm gonna wear these crazy boots, or I'm gonna wear like a fucking dirty jacket.
If I was a voting American, if I really was a voting American, I don't care a fuck about abortion. It's
yeah.
The country's the state. Yeah, you can get some of these things. Go step by step for your 2 terms. Let's go for the 8 years.
Yeah.
Give me the 8 years. How much going to pay now? What are we going to do the first year? We're going to take care of it. What's second on the agenda? What's third?
Yeah,
Do I give a fuck about the homeless problem? Not fucking really. There's a ton of fucking problems you gotta take in before we worry about the minute. Homeless people want to be fucking homeless people. What do you want me to do?
A lot of them are doing fine.
A lot of them are doing fine. You see them over here at the end of 134 getting changed, then they walk over to that fucking Corvette. I'm driving a fucking Subaru, hustling like a fucking savage, taking 2 lanes a fucking week. And these cocksuckers are getting changed, making 40 grand a year at the end of the 134. Listen, man. It's not the point I'm talking about, but that's normally your plan.
Yeah.
You plan step by step by step by step. How it applies to me as an American. I want you to plan it out for fucking people who make $50,000 or less. I want you to tell
real people.
Real people.
Yeah.
Now you were talking about the South, like they're slow and all that shit. You know what? I like that.
Yeah.
I like that that's there, and the reason why it's there. There's a reason why a white guy would say that he's going to stop Muslims from coming in right now. And people raise their hands, half of them, and say, oh, it's cruel or whatever. But the other half are Americans that feel, we got to stop this.
Oh, yeah, man. You got to shut it down. But if they had walls, you could press a button right now and put them up everywhere.
But it's not just that. It's, look at the fucking, the people, the white dude, it's people who shot the movie theater. Let's not just blame one fucking source here.
We got to find out who's in there. I just want to know who my neighbors are. We all got to figure this shit out. Who's here?
Listen, man, you said it best yourself. They're building buildings and people moving around. They just said that these people have fucking passport duplication. You don't think they're here? You don't think
they're making billions on oil? They have everything. It's just, and I don't know because what are they gonna do? They're gonna walk. Are they gonna go around now, knocking on your neighbor's doors, like, hey, we're gonna check all the Muslims out? You can't.
It's not even Muslims, but even just regular people.
I don't pay too much attention. if Trump hadn't said the things he said about Hispanics and the stuff about the Muslims, I think a lot more people would be on board.
Yeah.
And I actually read an article yesterday that they're predicting that Trump is going to bow out at the end, just like he did the last time. So maybe he doesn't want too much support. I don't know.
Right.
But it's just crazy what people say, and then yeah, if you lay out a plan, right? What happens when they don't do any of what they said?
Yeah.
Like I voted the first time for Obama, and he said like the whole thing like 100 days of closed Guantanamo. That was like the first thing he said, and it's coming up on the end, and that's nowhere near being closed. But maybe he didn't know that he couldn't close it. I don't know, but how do you hold them accountable? You can't. It's great. It's just like
No, yeah, just
Yeah, man.
because I don't know.
I'm a little high though. You guys still?
I'm very high.
Okay. I'm just making sure everybody's high.
Why was it important to you that they were closed one time? Why is that such a... I'm not arguing with you. I just want to know.
Personally, I have no thoughts on that. But that was just the only thing I could think of right now. Like that was he said in the 100 days I'll close it. I don't know if that's good or bad. I'm not sure.
Other people want them to close one time?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they're not giving them fair trials and just keeping them.
I did comedy there once. Yeah. For the troops there, not the prisoners, but it was pretty fun, I guess. I mean, I don't know nothing. I mean, it's chill in there. The chicks only had like 7 chicks, not even that hot, but some of the guys seemed friendly, and we would swear with them. We had a good time.
Now, what made you want to get on stage?
My dad was real old when I was born. That's all.
How old was you?
70. My dad was 70.
Hold on.
You shit? Shit a little.
No.
But yeah, I wonder what kind of hats I would wear, special pants I would wear if I was the president. You ever wonder that, man?
Like American Flag pants?
Yeah. Yeah, like a little, you know.
When somebody breaks. It's going good. It's on right now.
Huh?
I guess I'm here.
Stream?
Yeah, we're streaming right now on YouTube. So you see that was 70 years old? That's crazy. How was that?
How was it? It was pretty nuts, bro. So wait, who's high? You're high?
I'm very high.
Joey's high.
Oh yeah,
John's
John.
high.
I think most of people listen.
Do I seem super high, you think?
No, I thought it was funny when you said like going to do learning.
Oh yeah, man, I get caught up in something. I'm pretty high though. Like if I think, I'm trying to think. Like say if somebody like, say if I wasn't myself and I came up to me.
Okay.
And I said, fuck, that didn't make any sense. And I said,
hi.
Fuck, what were we talking about? What were we talking about?
Yeah, no, it's sometimes I wonder that, like, if I was sober watching a high person, would I be able to know they were high?
Dude, I wonder if you came up to yourself, bro, would you even like who you are? Would you be like, look at this bitch right here?
No, that's deeper than I was thinking. That's sometimes I think I try to be.
Jay, what do you think? Would you like yourself, honestly, if you met yourself, dude, being 100% honest?
I don't even I hate when I do a movie and I have to go watch it. Something makes me threatened. I just fucking special. Threatened all that shit. I don't want to see me. I don't want to fucking hear me. I don't want to see my body. I don't want to see my physique.
When is it special?
No, we just shot something in Vegas.
Oh, y'all did? How was it? Awesome.
It was what it was. You know, I gotta see it. You know, I just went through the emotions. Like, I'm fucking
Good. I'm
I'm
really happy.
too high right now.
That's good.
I hope that.
I hope it is. So your dad had you were 7.
Yeah, he was old.
How old was your mom?
32. She was young.
Yeah,
He was throwing it out there, man.
that was his first marriage.
No, he'd been married a couple. He'd been married one time before.
Your dad's still alive? What we talking about?
No, he'd be old. It's all right. Appreciate it. He would be almost. He'd be 106.
Sorry. I don't know. You only get 22, so I'm all fucked up. I know you've been around here for 10 years, maybe.
I'm 30. Yeah, he got old, man. He just, I don't know. And that's something my mama, like, when I think about my mom, like, dang, like, an old guy, like, that'd be crazy, I feel like.
Was he like an attractive man? Was he like...
Yeah, definitely handsome, but, I mean, he didn't have any money. You know what I'm saying? Like, who kind of thugs it out with an old dude that many times?
That's a good method.
You know? 86.
Should he try to use 16? God bless you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, man, it was kind of wild having like an old dad because all the time you spent, I was just like a little bunch of like kind of vignettes. Like he would take me to this bar sometimes with him, bro. And, you know, the lady would give me fucking chocolates, right? And then, I mean, one night the lady, I'm not even joking, kept giving me chocolates, and my dad's like, no more chocolates for me to eat. I had probably 30, bro. Like, nothing could stop me from eating chocolates, bro. I'd just continue to put chocolates. If they had chocolates around me, I would just continue to put them into me. And this lady, my dad said, no. And then the lady took me to the side of the bar a little while later and just gave me fucking like almost like this lady wanted to like poison me or something, you know? So he used to take me to do like weird shit like that. I don't know.
God bless you. No. You fucking know. I lost my father when I was 20. So
it's crazy. Yeah, so you know some of the.
But right now I have my daughter on 49. Everybody know wake up. I can't lie to you guys. I wake up all I want is enough time. Just so I can give motherfucking party in the church. That's all I need. Let them work it out like I worked it out. That's the best way to fucking because I feel I get low. You know, God fucking knows. You get shot by one of these fucking monkeys. Who knows?
Yeah.
But you always, you know, it's amazing that now I would say, what the fuck we have a kid at 50? Donald John. One kid fucking kid. Yeah, that's the most selfish fucking thing I've ever got in my life. So now you're looking to live like you might say, live for this child, right? But fucking something that balls of steel. Brothers and sisters.
Yeah, I got 2 younger sisters and an older brother. So
same mom and dad.
Same mom and dad. Yeah.
Oh shit, you got 2 younger sisters.
Yeah, man, we had a while. It was pretty wild. I mean, I guess I'm trying to think like more about what it was like. Like I remember like weird shit. I guess. I mean, I don't know if my do it. So I remember like my dad would fucking he let me drop like say as soon as I was tall enough, like 11 years old. I remember being 11 years old and my dad being like, hey, will you drive me? You know, because he couldn't turn his neck, you know. So like he's like, hey, will you drive me? And I'm like, yeah, I'll fucking drive you. I'll hit like 5'10". I'm good at the growth spurt when I was 11. So next thing you know, I was driving my dad places, dude. Like I remember we dropped him at the post office and he said go around the block. And it fucking hit like 7 cars, bro. It was fucking solid. My dad had a Cutlass, like a Delta 88, you know, like a just straight up fucking rig rider, bro. And I was just, and it was a piece of shit. It was all bumped up. And I would just go around. And then one time he let me drive on the interstate. I was doing like 70, 80 miles an hour driving to Hammond. It's probably about like 30 miles. My dad's just fast asleep in the fucking passenger side. So those are the fucking good old days, man.
What I feel for me a little bit. Tell me the stories you're happy you miss. Well, these stories are weird to tell sometimes.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean,
it's not the normal American family like me. Right, same family.
Right.
So I can see that we both share that same little twitch because as you get older, you'll appreciate those stories. Nobody fucking had a life like that.
Right.
Then you're 11 at that thing. You know, that's cool.
You're all begging to drive the car.
You're begging to drive the fucking car at that age.
That's a good
and it's a small city.
Right.
You know, cops knew each other. We got pulled over.
Oh, it was chill.
30 fucking years in those days.
Yeah.
But just the fact that sometimes even your parents give you a lot of trust. They've got to see what you do. It's good, it's bad.
Right.
You know, like you had a moment with your dad. He saw life for what it was in 70. And I bet now when you tell those stories, sometimes you're like, actually, I even say the story when you tell you something. You have no idea. You have no idea. This life because most kids couldn't imagine that shit.
Right.
Most kids had to steal the car at 16. You know, there's so many good points growing up. No matter how you grew up, as long as your parents were
right.
Just having a life is really good stuff. I mean, it's that.
beat up and shit. You know, very lucky. My
Thugs and Muppets, man.
my mom died at the system. I was old enough to make my own decision. It's so weird. Until today, I realized I didn't do paperwork. My mom died. My friend said, "You want to live with us?" Yeah,
That was it.
I kept going to high school. Like enough, I just switched my address. And
Yeah, nobody asked any questions.
Who's your legal guardian? Me. That was my legal fucking guardian. Me.
Those are the fucking days, dude. I feel like kids can't have anything like that anymore. Like all the, I don't know, just this ambiance. I think before some of the technology we have now, that just made everything.
One of the reasons why I wanted was because of my paranoia of dying. I wanted to walk my daughter up and down the same streets.
Right.
I parked the car and walked up to the terrace and walked down the turnpike. But the best walk we did was in the park recently in Nashville.
Yeah.
It was open to the park. Now they replaced the hut. There used to be a hut. And one of those racist things I never heard from a person's mouth was in that fucking hut. And if they parked looked at each other and just kept fucking shaking their heads. There used to be a hut there. His name was Mr. Keller. His two sons are still alive. One son's still alive. Nice kid. There was no jackets. This has to be 1975. We're in this boat. We're just playing tag. We're fucking playing with 11 or 12. There was a basketball game. There was a basketball The first time caller with a cell phone rate 501-4721. To talk toll free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97312. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6529. This is Coast to Coast Radio with George Moore.
This hour we'll take the time to talk about the story as to the question of the truck that talked to the American.
Oh yeah, yes I have no fear.
Then he talked about the
She don't
benefits
feel
of
this,
lunch
yes
for
I have no
yourself and
fear. She
church
don't
and
feel
for others.
this.
And in today's dangerous world, children do learn our own way is a non-legal alternative to the search on Google. It's legal in all 50 states. Alternatives to that church required. The violence usually is only half of the cost by tear gas pellets and kinetic violence. Guns and intoxicating chemicals take for 30 minutes. Here's a personal story from the special place of veteran in Mark. Robin fired a shot from 30 feet away as 30 unwanted people came to his tent. All three went down for 30 minutes after the police arrived. Police said using a gun was not appropriate. Robin's supervisors were saying the violent fire at other points which was not allowed to launch fireworks. They said Truman is probably American manufacturing facility in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Could have been about contract goods for 10% off the price. You are especially to from these physical conditions. And the technological disorder that we think is dangerous as a physical ailment. Based on cases that many of my patients are suffering from depression very recently, and they don't recognize that the depression is going on. If you ask them, how do you feel depressed? Many of them will say, well, I have other symptoms of depression that I seek my medical aid to look into. But they may be suffering from significant depression that primarily manifests itself in the body. And if it's not understood, diagnosed, and treated, people are at risk for suicide. There's no question. I keep thinking of Robin Williams, great film from 2006, with that woman sister. That was a combination of both physical health and connected to stress. Spiritual illness seemed to outweigh the physical stress for him, and he couldn't face the future until his friends were put to bed. Is meditation talking about? I can't really speculate a lot. I'm very intimately familiar with his work. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Cooper in Los Angeles, California. Hey, Sid, welcome to the show. Hello, thanks for joining us. What can we help you, Cooper? I'm so sorry that you had to go through that. It's not something that we can go back and change, but we absolutely can change the impact that those are having on you today. And one of the ideas that I share with almost all of my patients who've been through adversity like this is that look at those experiences as essentially the equivalent of having been born in the middle of a dangerous jungle or rainforest or in the middle of a dangerous mountain range. In that type of a form, you find yourself in this terrible place, but you can take tremendous courage because you've learned perseverance, as you say, to overcome all of these challenges and get where you are today. You were adopted, so not only are you a biological parent, you were molested, you grew with disabilities, but all of those things, you deserve tremendous credit in overcoming. And I hope my patients can recognize that part of their mental growth overcome all of these things and to put themselves in those hands as heroes. And when they do that, it makes a tremendous difference in their lives going forward. Cooper, did you ever have to seek any kind of special help, psychological help or anything? That's an interesting question to ask you. How much good has wellness compared to trying to heal yourself mentally?
It's something that I don't push one way or the other. I have conversations with my patients. I make them aware that medications are available. I talk to them about the risks and benefits. And many people, the use of medication just doesn't fix a lot of financial. It's something that's going to help you while you're working on making yourself better. Typically, if you get work
Everything you're talking about, I'm using that Pennsylvania, and I just make the right steps to start because there's a church there, I got a church family, and I took the church into a big division, and into the division, and then I left the church, so I went to my family, and then I was taking the kids to school. You wake up one morning after you go to church, it's like a 20-year-old man. Yeah, and so anyway, long story short, ended up in something with 2 weeks in Pittsburgh. They can't see me right outside. I was honestly, and at the end of the day, they said, I'm sure you're serious, so they could find me. But the thing is that I believe that what you're talking about now is exactly 100% correct. That it is just all walked into very strict and I get it. You go to a great reason for the something that you're having, and you know, if you ever get another idea, go to a position with an undiagnosed symptom. There's a 40% chance right off the bat that this is a non-medical condition. And then when they do the diagnostic test and they don't find anything, that probability rises into 95% range. And so that's like very likely that what you were dealing with. And then you find out on top of that, you know you were experiencing elevated stress. That pushes the probability even higher. So do you think that possibly would be the physician takes time to basically investigate you for stressors in your life present? And they identify stressors that hit you with at that time, and they help you to deal with it, and then you experience improvement in the symptoms that you were having. That would be the thinking. How many physicians today are tuned in for this? Well, we're getting there. I would say several hundred. And people in medical schools here in Canada or medical schools in Europe that are using some of my books as their textbooks, people in graduate school for physician assistants, at universities that are psychological programs, invited to give talks doctors in training all over the United States and in Canada. So there are a very rapidly growing number of institutions that want this information for their students and to use in practice. But we still have a nation numerous randomized controlled trials published in top journals, gold standard science that basically repeatedly check theoretical facts about this paradigm. Well, ongoing policies of federal legislation look to direct undiagnosed symptoms and it helps to find health problems. And for photography, this is your fight or flight system. So that slow deep breathing, slowly in, slowly out, is telling your whole system that you're safe, you're okay, that everything's going to be all right. And it actually gives back. Thank you for this. the good news is that when you see, how you learn these things as a kid, if you have the information and knowledge to believe in things about yourself that are not true, that is such overwhelming thing with breaking those false ideas, with attitude that you have with yourself as a person. And that's a foundation of growth.
And then your brain starts touching you again.
Well, yeah, absolutely. There's a whole science of the way perception can be fueled in various ways because of how the brain processes. And today, even after 57 years of medical education and training, I had no idea what it was capable of. I have no patience with a 17-year-old that was on some feet on a 70th day in the hospital for unexplained abdominal pain. Over the previous 18 months, he's seen 6 cardiac doctors and personal specialists. He was given huge doses of morphine along with lots of dreams. He's 100% stimulated by his vitamins, but he's underprescribed. And he was successful in treating it, and he was out of the hospital in a week, all instantly these 30 days.
Then we're going to come back and take some more calls with you in just a moment, right here on Post-Today.
Visit the website at photooftheday.news, photooftheday.com. Learn more. If you're having a 15th anniversary with King of Kings, this is your warning. TV chariot for the American Kings to a final spring has already started. Let's have yourself on a 15-year side of Harry's tennis way of dressing figures with a woman whose simple tennis play has envious of these successful in the snow. Playing on the 15th daily rope is a full three-way crazy. We're going to tell how quickly they faster. And this is cool. It's really time to get out of your house. Maybe even better. Usually you go to your real estate agent, fix the house, and you take 2 feet to the car and value walk through. If you don't live there, you don't need it. How about getting a fair price for your home and clean up and DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com, a local family-owned business, Karen and Matt, brother and sister. I love the way they do business. There are a lot of smarts out there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call DirectBuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no obligation offer, even $15,000 cash advance for free. Go to DirectBuyers.com, call The post-quote program is to grow. And if you live in Canada now, you can become a postal salary bonus to take advantage. The listener can submit or let you know your contribution. Learning the science of radio. This is just speaks the true secret to weight loss and cancer. Two top creators to explain insulin management is the key.
Every person has been focused on eating lifestyle, but it's what people don't realize is one of the most important things to do is insulin levels. If you're eating right and there's anything wrong in a building today, if there's insulin present, the body takes that, which you just ate. So the body has mechanisms that it can shut down the insulin effect. So you have to be able to control that. Insulin being this can be very difficult, almost impossible to not.
And to tell me about the magic pill.
Yeah, and these are amazing things. The one specific control insulin and cause insulin synthesis also has an effect to control your insulin levels. So by using the extra bar in the size, it's putting your body into the fasting mode.
In weight magic capsules, help resolve a problem most overweight people are going to
That's true. Body temperature is right. And if you put extra during your body temperature, so insulin in training is created to weight loss of fat burst before the insulin also comes to liver, and then the weight loss of capsules to increase that metabolism. Not uncommon for somebody to gain a pound of fat in a day. So it really is the perfect deal to have.
Order healthylooking.com or by phone at 800-595-7400. Free shipping with promo code CHRIS. That's healthylooking.com or 800-595-7400. Gorgeous Weight Magic from healthylooking.com. Upcoming elections in Taiwan, North Korea, and the brink of any increasing aggression. Global instability out there as they travel the primary speaker. I'll have new selfies of your children and breakfast when they think they may be pushing to the economy. Not kudos to the worshiping. Even yoga online is full of unseen bills and virtual boosting up to your touchscreen. As opposed to many other investments, Ford thrives in times of uncertainty, and it's an important part of diversifying your savings. Have a nice day, everyone. Here's how ViralRabbi can help you over the coming year. ViralRabbi will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k to a tax-deductible IRA and gold using tax-free turnaround process and features post 988-988-9872 Button. The ViralRabbi Radio is about a business deal team with 5-star reviews, thousands of happy customers. We encourage you to arm yourself with the knowledge of the worst locations to practice smart. Text post 989898 and get free impulsive and protect your savings for eternity.
Over the last 5 years, the country has become increasingly advised to know policy measures and statistics from federal agencies like the FBI, the Department of Justice Department, even the Secret Service, the Drug Enforcement and Border Patrol. There's also provisions for government agencies like secret drug review information. The regulatory agencies also in only one place to bring it back. At picoftheday, they save you a lot of time and effort. It's not easy to do something like this. I've been able to do this fight back within a year. This last fight, yeah, another year. So for the only that the court has the 3-hour time to make a decision. And I recommend you're in one state, you're in the United States, take action. For more information, text candidate to 20241. Take action now. Text free and enroll for automated text messages. Messaging videos may apply. And welcome back, folks. Mary and I are about to go to class. His website is www.coasttocoasthealing.com. You can text him with class. They're sort of stress-free, right, ViralRabbi? Yeah, it definitely contributes to allowing to have a lot of accurate, up-to-date answers. You have to answer
Good morning, George. Good morning, Dr. Clark. Good morning. I've been suffering from a nervous breakdown for 8 years. A beautiful sport was like 52 years ago. In 2023, I went from 180 pounds and down to 123 pounds. I feel very, very sad. I'm suffering from self-conscious anxiety, major depression, PhD. And I just gave Amy replacement. I was able to 12 years ago. But now I have very vascular happening here. And I also have subconscious anxiety. My nerves are shot throughout the day, and at nighttime I become calm. And I've seen many psychiatrists. I've taken over 20 antidepressants, 5 new stabilizers, and every one of them sent my nerves through the roof. I'm 72 years old. I've got 2 kids I love dearly, and I want to do right for them. And excuse me, I don't want to cry over here. It's been a long journey. I went to see thank you, Dr. Clark. I'm so sorry about the loss of your wife. We just have to have something to do with you in the office. Did you go through experiences as a kid and living back with children on your own? Absolutely, Dr. My dad, I love my father. He's a wonderful, very patriotic. He would make me and my brother fight. So when the war was over, it was every Friday night for a couple of years. And I love it as a kid. Everybody went through that. My mother would tell me, you get to fight, you back out, I'm going to beat you. You get to fight, but good for the guy. For the guy you always stand in a fight. And yeah, for a couple of years I had experienced that along with physical abuse throughout the years. But you know, again, I thought that was natural. I went through 50 very challenging relationships, but now it has a parallel relationship with the other 12 years. So 2 years of an experience with good friends, with Jesus. And consequently, many of my patients, they haven't shared stories to them you just shared with anybody. I mean, very often the first or second person who's ever heard a story like the one you just told, and yet it can have a profound impact on a person for decades into their adult life. And that's what's beautiful about this work that you're doing.
When you work in the refugees,
Oh my goodness, you know, what's going on here is it's clear that you've had a lot of output, a lot of pragmatic intervention. And there is one way that I can keep the fingers over the radio. I can't say it, but very often my patients have not had an intervention with a severe impact or effect on their kids. And one thing that's very helpful for a lot of my patients is to look at that experience and imagine that one kid going through the same thing. What would it be like to watch your own child have to suffer that same kind of environment? And the power of that imagination is to recognize how humility comes through it all. And open up that personal practice to the people around you. It feels good. It can give you a strength to carry yourself through. It can be at least a little of a roadblock against everything you might undertake this journey, including some very tough relationships.
and there's a theme that you actually learn as a kid. It's profound acceptance.
There's real trust.
My last position, you run in with courage. particularly in fact as you would. And yeah, we went to
Welcome back to Third Phase of Moon. My name is Blake Cousins, and in this episode, we're going to release an amazing video sent to us by Open Mind TV at the UFO International Conference. Now let's take a look at this video right now. Please help me welcome Michael Schrader.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to thank Open Minds for giving me the opportunity to join all of you today. And what I'd like to do for you this morning is give you a brief overview of Project Aquarius and give you some specific details regarding the interaction that Dr. Dan Burrish had with an extraterrestrial called J-Rod. And we've got some very quick announcements before we begin here. Number one, the information, drawings, and illustrations highlighted in this presentation originated from directly the testimony and direction of Dr. Dan Burrish. So in other words, I didn't make this up. This comes directly from Dr. Dan Burrish. He will be available after this presentation to address all your questions. And number two is a disclaimer. The drawings and computer-generated forensic composite illustrations shown in this presentation do not conform 100% to Dr. Dan and Marcy's testimony or descriptions and should be considered strictly as a visual aid, specifically designed to give the general public an overall idea of what the S4 facility looked like. So in other words, I didn't get this 100% correct. There are some minor errors here and there in the renderings, but it's definitely sufficient to give all of us here today a good understanding and visual aid regarding what the S4 facility looked like. Now this is the breakdown of what we'll be talking about today. I'll give you a background of Dr. Dan Burrish. We'll be discussing level 4-1. We'll be talking about walking the line. We'll describe what that actually means, what it pertains to. I'm going to give you a virtual blueprint, floor-by-floor walkthrough of the 9 hangar bays all the way through the facility. We'll consider the extraterrestrial and the alien craft because there is a difference. We'll talk about the Roswell craft. We'll talk about the propulsion research laboratory at S4. We'll consider the catwalk, the files department, and the cafeteria. For level 4-2, we'll consider Project Sidekick, the weapons research and development, Alice in Wonderland Rabbit, this is a good historical note, Looking Glass Device, Stargate's ERBs or Einstein Rosen bridges, The doctrine of convergent timeline paradox. Dropping down to level 4-3, we'll consider the MJ12 residential suites, the boardroom, the culture department, and analysis department. 4-4 will look at the weighing pads, the biocontainment labs, badge board, and decontamination procedure. And finally, on level 4-5, which is the lower floor of the facility, we'll consider the clean sphere, the scissor lift, the lighting, the iris aperture, the kick plates, airlock, and the test, which is the totally encapsulated suit. So that's the layout of what we'll be talking about today. So who is Dr. Dan Bursch? He was the youngest person ever to be elected into the Los Angeles Microscopical Society. And in 1985, he received his bachelor degree in biological sciences, and in 1986, a bachelor degree in psychology. In 1987, Dan explored the feasibility of becoming a priest here at St. Patrick's School of Theology. However, that didn't quite work out, so we actually had to bypass that. Now, in 1989, it was Dr. Edward Teller who arranged for Dan to take classes at the University of New York, Stony Brook, and he earned his PhD there. So I asked this question to all of you. Where have we seen this gentleman before, Dr. Edward Teller? Where have we seen him come up in the stories of these type of craft and vehicles before? It was none other than Dr. Teller who arranged for, allegedly, Bob Lazar to get his interview at UGG at McCarran International Airport, and that's how he got his job at S4. So we have secondary, independent confirmation that Dr. Edward Teller was involved. In 1991, he was employed at Desert Storm as a biowarfare expert. Now, in 1994, he received his Q clearance at S4, and he began working on something called Project Aquarius. And I will draw your attention here to the aircraft sectional chart that anyone can get at any local airport. This is something that's readily available. If you look up here on the right-hand corner, you've got R-4808N. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most highly guarded airspace, Dreamland airspace in America. This is the borderline here. You'll notice Groom Lake is right up here, so we can see it does exist. Approximately 12 miles south of Groom Lake, there's something called Patton's Lake or Area S4. And it's important to note that if you ever try to break into this airspace within the 4808 airspace Dreamland, three things immediately happen. Number one, ATC at Dreamland, air traffic control, will not allow you clearance to enter into their airspace. Number two, they will immediately, if you do not egress the area, they will immediately scramble an F-16 who will perform a particular maneuver where they fly perpendicular to your flight path at about 100 feet away from your aircraft, and then when you fly into this jet wash, it will either be hard for controlled flight or you might end up wrecking one of your wings or tearing one of your wings off. So that's the second thing. And the third and final thing is you will receive a final warning to exit the area, and if nothing happens, they will lock on with a Sidewinder missile and they will neutralize the target. So the bottom line is don't try to break into Dreamland airspace. Okay, so at S4, again, he received his clearance, and he worked under the direction of the Naval Research Laboratory and the Defense Intelligence Agency. So these are the two outfits that are running the program at Area S4. The EG&G terminal, 737-200, how do you get to Area S4? Well, it's the EG&G terminal, which is the gateway to Area 51 and S4. As you're flying on this airliner here, just before the airplane turned into the landing approach on Groom Lake Runway, which is a 27,000-foot runway, it's the largest runway in the world, there's an ATC clearance called Pyramid. That is the clearance to land at Groom Lake. And what's interesting, a historical point from Dan Bursch indicated that on the trip, on the 737-200 to Groom Lake, they played Neil Diamond's song Coming to America over and over and over again. So the question is, what is the encoded symbolic message that they're playing on the airplane as you're going there? Well, under its original interpretation, that song talks about immigrants coming to America to make a better life for themselves. That makes a lot of sense. But under the direction of what happens at S4, it actually is talking about extraterrestrials coming to America and specifically coming to S4. That was confirmed by Dan Bursch as the correct interpretation. Now, when you land at Groom Lake, how do you get to S4? It's 12 miles away. There's 3 ways. You can take a blue-colored Air Force bus. That's number 1. Number 2, you take a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter. The third and final option is a Russian Mi-24 Hindy helicopter gunship. So those are the 3 options that you take to get to S4. Now we're flying, we just landed, we're at the helicopter landing pad. We're now going to enter the facility for a virtual walkthrough. And you'll notice that there are some very interesting lines here on the tarmac. We have 2 parallel red lines, okay? And then there are 2 parallel blue lines. This is called walking the line. And you are told, according to Dan Bursch, and this is a very oppressive society, it's not a user-friendly area. It's not something that is a nice place to be at because there's black guards with guns and it's an oppressive society. You are told to follow the blue lines and do not breach the boundaries of the red lines, because if you do, ladies and gentlemen, they will shoot you. That's the level of security that we're talking about here. Now, we're entering the facility, and you see this swinging door to enter the facility. It turns out that that is actually incorrect, so we've made the correction. The actual door to get into the S4 facility is none other than a double sliding glass door with an indented receptacle, which is circular. You turn that to the right, and that's how you get into the facility. Very similar to what you would see on your patio door. Now we've got the layout. We start at the top, it's 4-1. Second floor is 4-2. We've got 4-3, 4-4, and 4-5. You flip to the AutoCAD rendering to give you an idea of what that facility looks like. Keep in mind that anything below 4-1 is all underground. Now, area S4, 4-1. This is the blueprint that I was able to put together under the direction of Dr. Dan Bursch. And if the first thing that happens when you walk into this facility, you enter that door, what you see is this long hallway here. Very long hallway. It has the same type line configuration or stripes on the floor. To the left, you see a red line. You cannot go to the left. On the right, there's a blue line. You can get access to that. So we're walking up here. The first room to the left, ladies and gentlemen, is actually the avionics lab. Just beyond that is the propulsion systems lab. Over here we have a files department, and we have something called the briefing room. This is a very important room, the briefing room. Why? Because there's something called King Tut's or training update tapes, and they have something called new 3-ring DTIC binders, which is Defense Technical and Information Center binders. So I just submit, we've all heard this thing about Carl Sagan stating that extraordinary plans require extraordinary evidence. Well, here's where the evidence is. In this facility, they not only have the hardware, but they've got the tissue samples, they've got the motion picture film reels, they've got the high visual digital audio tapes. It's all here. This is what we're looking for. So, on the far western wall, on the interior of each of the 9 hangar bays, there is a 4-1 in red paint circled by a red circle. So that indicates that you are at area S4, floor 1. That's the significance there. The first hangar bay, which is right here, this is hangar bay number 1, was none other than Bob Lazar's sport model, or a P-45 sport model. Hangar bay number 2, we believe to be the exact same vehicle, or possibly an ARV, alien reproduction vehicle. Hangar bay 3, ladies and gentlemen, was the Roswell craft, which was covered by a tarp, so Dan didn't get to see the entire configuration, but it was the Roswell craft. Next we have, in the next hangar, which is number 4, is the P-52 Orion craft. The next hangar bay 5 was empty. Hangar Bay 6 contained a man-made F-22 conversion, or sort of a dog and pony show of what was in Hangar Bay 3. So it was a man-made version of the Roswell craft. Up here we have, it's believed to be the 1953 crash retrieval in Kingman, Arizona. That was what was in the next hangar, which is 7. Hangar Bay 8 contained a black isosceles triangle that was nicknamed the licorice drop. Hangar Bay 9, ladies and gentlemen, was empty. So that's the layout here. Up on the left-hand corner, I've got a very crude gymnasium lighting. That's the important thing to remember. When you're in this facility, it's not impeccable lighting on the first floor, so that's why we have that. Moving over to the right, we have the biohazard suppression area. We have the overflow files department, and then we have the communication area, and then you look over to the bottom right here is the meals ready to eat or the cafeteria, and you'll notice here that the different colors indicate the compartmentalization of the people who work on different programs at Area S4. So if you work on Project Sidekick, or if you work on Project Galileo, you sit in the red area. If you work on weapons research, you sit in the black area. As we mentioned, the orange area is Project Looking Glass. So what they're doing is they're quarantining the employees and engineers who work on the different programs so that these things remain secret. Okay, so this is a far look down of the main hallway. As soon as you walk in, you see that red stripe and the blue stripe on the right-hand side. You've got the avionics lab and the propulsion system labs on the immediate left-hand side. Now, right to the left, there is an I Want to Believe poster, confirmed by Dr. Van Bursch. Over to the right, there is a nurse there and a weighing pad. So all this talk about trying to smuggle things out of S4 so that we can prove all this is real, well, it's next to impossible. Why? Because they weigh you in the nude when you get there, and they weigh you in the nude when you get out. And if there's a discrepancy within ounces, it's over. So you have to be very careful here. Now, 4-1, looking down through the catwalk to the left-hand side. This is the first hangar bay, is the 52-foot diameter Bob Lazar sport model. So we're looking down through the catwalk. Over here we have hangar bay 2, which again is believed to be the same craft, more an alien reproduction vehicle. Hangar bay 3 is the P-24 Roswell craft. You'll notice the 4-1, we're at Area S4, Level 1. Now, this is interesting. I did not make this statement, but Dr. Dan Bursch and even the late geologist Dr. Phil Schneider indicated that the F-22 Raptor, the exterior configuration of the F-22 Raptor is originating from the original Roswell craft. That's a very bombshell statement to make, but if you take away the vertical stabilizers on the F-22 Raptor and then you remove the air intakes, and then you do something that Dan Bursch told me, is if you drew a spline curve and connected all of the major points or intersecting areas on the Raptor, what you end up with, ladies and gentlemen, is the Roswell craft. So this comes directly from Dan Bursch. Is there any way to prove this? Well, take a look at the historical legacy on the origin point of stealth technology. We'll start up here. There's a defining feature that goes through all these configurations. You've got the FB-22 up here. We've got a Russian stealth configuration here. Down here to the left, we've got a Northrop configuration. Just to the right of that, we've got the Testers Model Corporation, Rockford, Illinois, the F-19 configuration by Lockheed, and then we've got the configuration from the movie Stealth, which was released in 2005. All of these configurations contain the same design model. In fact, they contain the same wing to fuselage joint, which is completely integrated and smooth contoured, identical to the B-2 stealth bomber to reduce the radar cross signature. That is the defining design feature on these stealth technologies, the same thing you'll see in the Roswell craft. Hangar Bay 4 was a P-52 Orion craft. This is the original configuration. This is the cleaned up configuration on the bottom side by Dr. Van Bursch. Hangar Bays 5 and Bays 9 were empty. And you'll notice, too, there are these interesting tracks here, and these were used to pull the craft out of the hangar bays so that they could be test flown on the tarmac immediately from the entrance of the facility. Hangar Bay 6 was the man-made reproduction of the P-24 Roswell craft that was in Hangar Bay 6. Hangar Bay 7, again, that Dan believed would not be completely confirmed that this was the 1953 Kingman UFO crash retrieval vehicle. It was covered by a tarp. Hangar Bay 8 contained a black isosceles triangle. They called it the licorice drop, according to Dan Burrish. And I will mention that everything from Hangar Bay 1 to Hangar Bay 7 were all extraterrestrial vehicles. Hangar Bay 8 was the only alien vehicle because there's a difference between extraterrestrials and aliens. And according to Dr. Dan Burrish, the exterior configuration, or what it looked like when you saw this craft, it looked like a black liquid mercury that you could fall into. It was a very unique surface texture on this particular craft. So, we've got Bob Lazar stating that S4 exists. That's what he said back in 1988, 1989. We've got Dr. Dan Burrish coming forward stating that S4 exists. We also have Bill Newhouse, who worked on the flight simulators at S4 and at Los Alamos National Lab. So we've got three independent people confirming the same thing. You see the cutaway AutoCAD drawing originating from Bill Newhouse, indicating that there was a flight simulator, a flying saucer flight simulator that was attached to a gimbal mount, and you can rotate this thing almost up to 90 degrees. There was a diagnostic cable attached to the vehicle when it was static, but when it was energized, the diagnostic cable gets released, and then you can quote-unquote fly the vehicle at that time. So, the P-45 craft was the sport model, measured 52 feet in diameter, was 16 feet high. It had a smooth, polished aluminum exterior configuration. And then I want to take you inside here and show you some of the interior components. It had three different levels. We've got the lower bay, we've got the mid-deck, and the upper deck. So that's what we've got right there. Now let's zoom inside. We'll take a look at what it looks like inside. On the bottom section of the vehicle, there were three gravity amplifiers. Right above that, we have the mid-deck, which contained three gravity amplifier heads, three seats that all sat in the same direction, which were too small for human test pilots to fit into. Then we've got a gravity amplifier system here. We've got a antimatter reactor and a wave guide that goes all the way up through the mid-deck and what we believe to be the avionics or navigation department right here, and these are not windows. So that's the layout of the sport model according to Mr. Bob Lazar. Now, spend 15 seconds on the propulsion system of this vehicle. Element 115 is machined into triangles at Los Alamos, transported to S4. It is loaded into the antimatter reactor, and then the target substance is bombarded with protons. And when a proton plugs into the nucleus of an atom of element 115, it bumps its atomic number up to element 116, which immediately decays and releases antimatter. That is the power source for the vehicle in a near 100% thermoelectric generator. So that's a breakdown of the propulsion system. Project Aquarius terminology. Let's talk about some terminology here. Project Galileo. Project Aquarius is nothing more than an umbrella term for everything having to do with mankind's interaction with extraterrestrials. Below that, there are about 5 different programs. The first one is Project Galileo. It dealt with the propulsion system of extraterrestrial and future terrestrial vehicles. So that was the first one. Second one under Project Aquarius was Project Sidekick. Relates to a weapons program. No further information is available from Dan Burrish on that program. Project Looking Glass dealt with the physics of seeing the effects of an artificially produced gravity wave on time. The fourth project was a second generation weapons program, which originated with Project Sidekick, no program name provided. The fifth program dealt with a series of biological defense operations in which Dan served in the capacity of senior scientist. So those are the programs that fell under Project Aquarius. So how did the J-Rod craft or what was termed the Kingman 1953 UFO crash retrieval. How did it get to S4? Ladies and gentlemen, it got there by a 40-ton, what's called a Dragon Wagon tank hauler. That's how they got it there to the facility. Now, in 1953, according to Dr. Dan Gurish, there was a UFO crash retrieval at Kingman, Arizona. There were 3 bodies recovered. One died on impact. It was still contained to his biocontainment device. The other one went to Los Alamos, and the third and final one went to Area 51 S4. That's the J-Rod that Dan Gurish worked with. Now, in 1954, according to Dan Gurish, there was a meeting between President Dwight D. Eisenhower and representatives of the P-52 Orions, and a treaty was signed. A copy of that treaty was kept at Area S4, Level 4-1, and they also gave President Eisenhower something called the Orion Cube, which we'll talk about as well. What is the Orion Cube? It was also known as the Yellow Book. It has nothing to do with phone numbers, okay? What it is it's a 8 by 8 square cube, and it's a quantum viewing device that you could, once it's accessed, you could look at the probabilities of future events. There was protocols that had to be followed in order to activate this. And at one time, it's believed that this cube was stored at level 4-1. Later, it was moved to the Scottish Rite Masonic Temple just outside Washington, D.C. From that point further, we don't know where it is. So that's the lineage of the Orion Cube. Now, interesting to note that there were 3 events that took place in 1947. Is there a coincidence? I don't think there is. We've got the Roswell crash on July 2nd, 1947. Then we've got the formation of the CIA in 1947 and the formation of the Independent Air Force also in 1947. 3 events happening at the same time. In 1952, it was the National Security Agency who, according to the CIA, had improper intelligence, so partial majestic control of Project Aquarius was handed over to the quote new boys on the block because they came after the Central Intelligence Agency. So there was this animosity that continues today between the Central Intelligence Agency and the National Security Agency. Now, moving down to 4-2, we've got the SolidWorks rendering and also the AutoCAD rendering of 4-2. Moving into the facility, the first thing you'll see when you walk into level 4-2 is a 3-foot tall statue of an Alice in Wonderland rabbit. There's a symbolic message that they're giving you here. There's a primary looking glass device, and then on either side of that primary looking glass device, ladies and gentlemen, there are 2 secondary ERBs or Einstein-Rosen bridges. Up on the left, I've got a graphic of what we have termed the galactic positioning codes, because when you access a Stargate at the S4 facility, you don't need to have a galactic positioning code on your arm or flip book, because all that data is inside the control room. But when you go outside S4, you do need to get this positioning code data so that you know where you're going. Here we've got the jump pads at 4-2. And then down here, we've got the Project Sidekick storage facility. There's also one just below that. To the right, we've got weapons research and development. I've got a blown-up view of the looking glass device here. We're going to consider something called the doctrine of convergent timeline paradox. And then we're also going to consider how did the U.S. government get the technology to access naturally occurring stargates throughout the world. It has to do with the Sumerian cylinder seals that were recovered in Baghdad years ago. Now, this is a SolidWorks rendering of the looking glass device. You'll notice that there's this toroid or donut ring-shaped device. And inside this, we have multiple permanent electromagnets. And this is consistent with 6 electromagnetic fields that form above this device. There is a up and down actuating rotating cylinder, so it's a height adjustable rotating cylinder which is attached to a 3-axis gimbal system. That's the general layout of the looking glass device. Now, what does this thing do? Well, it can actually warp the fabric of space-time both forwards and back and you can actually see the probabilities of future events. That's the primary function. However, there's a secret to the looking glass device, which Dan Burish has told us. What you can do is you can flip this device up at 45-degree angle, and if you tune it to a slightly different frequency, it can be used as a stargate. So it actually has a dual purpose. You've got these spires or guide rings just above the looking glass device. These are used to guide the electromagnetic field over the looking glass device. It's something that you can hit with your hand. Now, per Dan's comments, there was a 3-foot-tall statue of an Alice in Wonderland rabbit. He had a maroon vest. He had golden fringes, and he had black buttons. He was holding a clock, and this is symbolic that you're going down the rabbit hole into a world that's beyond belief, and that's exactly what happens in the looking glass area. So it was a symbolic and cryptic message. Now, when we talk about time travel and we talk about the doctrine of convergent timeline paradox, in my assessment, there is no better illustration of this concept than the movie Back to the Future 2. And they talk about this in that movie. So just to illustrate this, for example, on the bottom here, we've got something called the flow of time, representative of the bottom arrow or timeline 1. That's the timeline we're on. So we're moving down this timeline, and everything is fine, everything is great, and then somebody decides to flip on one of these looking glass devices, and this is called the looking glass point of observation. That's right here. Now, we have someone that is looking into the future of probable events. At that point, at that exact point in time, we are no longer, ladies and gentlemen, on timeline 1, but we are now on timeline 2. And we have theoretically, we have affected our future timeline 1. So that's how this works. Now, in this movie, a DeLorean is used to go from the year 1985 to the year 2015. And a character by the name of Biff Tannen, he eventually comes into possession of something called the Gray Sports Almanac, 1950 to 2005. He picks this up from an 80s memorabilia store. He goes back to the year 1985, and it's a cakewalk. He knows all the results, all the sports scores, to the horse racing, to NFL, to hockey. He turns out to be a billionaire. It's just incredible. But in the process of doing that, he completely destroys himself, everyone he's with, and everything, all the surroundings. So you can see of the catastrophic consequences of looking into the future. It has a very serious consequence. And that's borne out by what we see here with the Mayan calendar. Some believe, ladies and gentlemen, that on December 21st of 2012, it's the end of the world. However, some take a more positive approach and indicate that this is a new dawning of an age of enlightenment. And this is, if we flip over to the prophecy rock by the Hopis here, they have a similar motif. They talk about the evolution of mankind's consciousness on this bottom straight line, and then something happens. An event takes place where we go off into chaos, and that's what you see with this squiggly line. So again, it's very destructive in some cases to try to predict future events. It can have catastrophic consequences. Here you see the rendering, 3D Max Studio rendering of the looking glass device. We've got the transport pads in this location. Everything that took place in this facility was recorded on digital videotape. So they have the evidence, there's no question about it. You can see the electromagnetic fields forming above the looking glass device. There was a stand clear yellow and black stripe that followed the circumference of the looking glass device. Now again, this is Dan Burish's rendering. We talk about the looking glass configuration. It's the general configuration on the upper left-hand corner. And then on the upper right-hand corner, we've rotated the device 45 degrees from the horizontal, and now it's the Stargate configuration. So that's what we see there. The flip book, this was something that engineers wore on their arms, and it was kind of a GPS code book, because you have to know where you are and where you're going when you operate or access one of these Stargates. Now, some of you may have seen the movie Stargate. The actual Stargate looks nothing like what we see in the movies. The only thing that is consistent is this metal catwalk that gets you into the actual Stargate. That's the only similarity in the entire operation. Level S4, level 3. We're moving on to level 3. This is the SolidWorks rendering. Below, we have the AutoCAD rendering. Now, there are at least 3 primary areas to 4-3. You'll notice that there are 3 distinct segments here. Each has 4 residential suites. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Majestic 12 residential suites. That's where they stay when they get to S4. It consists of a very simple 1-bedroom apartment with a sunken living area. There's a tile walkway to enter the facility. There's a single TV. There's 1 single bathroom. So that's the S4 Majestic 12 residential suite. You also know that we've got the culture department, we've got the analysis department just to the right and below the culture department. Up here on the right, we've got the call-outs, the leader call-outs. We've got slider trays, we've got pressure incubators. And when I was going through this, it really dawned on me that there's a lot of attention to detail here, and it was my assessment that this was coming from a man who had practical application experience in working in this environment. I mean, it just seemed to me that you couldn't make this up. There was a lot of detail here. It really seemed that this is someone who could speak from experience that was actually working in the facility. Now, level 4-4, that's what we're moving on to now. A number of primary areas here. We have the badge board. This is a blow-up of the badge board on 4-4. We've got a meeting room or a board room in that facility. There are multiple biocontainment labs in level 4-4. And we'll zoom in and blow up that area right here. These are the decontamination areas. And Dan Burrish's desk at S4, level 4-4, was right in this facility right here. So again, the level of attention to detail to me was just astounding. It really seemed like someone who was actually working there. Now, some of you may have seen this before. This is Dan Burrish's security badge at S4. We've got Madge here, that's short for Majestic. That was the program that was operated under Truman in 1947. And then we've got these diagonally striped blue and darker blue running along the upper left-hand corner. This is the same configuration that Bob Lazar talked about as well. So again, we've got secondary independent confirmation that there was a security badge that actually looked like that. His badge number was H6196MAJ. Level 4-5, very important floor. This is the clean sphere floor. And you'll notice that there is an iris. This iris can move out for the clean sphere floor. You've got these orange cables going across the clean sphere, and they are to suspend the beehive lights. There was a boardroom on the right side, one boardroom on the left side, and then we've got the actuation of control clean sphere floor. So what does this thing actually look like? Before you get into the clean sphere, there's multiple protocols that have to be followed. This is the entire layout of the protocols. The 4-5 gantry vehicle is overview of clean sphere entry protocol. So you've got the totally encapsulated suit that you have to contend with. You have to have a positive pressure environment in that suit, and the umbilical cord probes that take place at this stage are integrated into the clean sphere. Now, detail views. We've got the PINS device. What did Dan Burrish do when he got there? He worked with this PINS device, which is the pressure-induced needle system. He carried a briefcase with him when he got into the airlock, which gained access to the clean sphere. Down here, I've got the representation of the 40-ton Dragon Wagon tank hauler. It shows you how they got the craft to the facility. And this is a rendering of the airlock here. This is a layout of what the 4-5 facility looks like. So picture in your mind's eye a large square building, somewhat similar to what we have here, And on all four corners, you have this fillet radius. So the corners aren't sharp, but they're blending really nicely. And then on the lower floor, you've got something called a scissor lift. It's the same type of scissor lift you see in manufacturing, in construction sites. Just above that, of course, we've got a hydraulically actuated scissor lift. There's a floor with a large circular cutout with something called the clean sphere. And the clean sphere, ladies and gentlemen, is not a complete sphere. It's like an orange cut in half, so it's strictly a half of a sphere. That's what we'll be considering here. Here you see the SolidWorks rendering of the clean sphere device, and then the scissor lift, almost identical to what you would see at your local airport with these concession trucks that bring this box up to the 747 cargo bay and then bring in the meals. That's the same type of configuration that you would see at the bottom of 4-5. Here's the rendering of what the clean sphere actually looked like. It was 52 feet across. The plexiglass clear bubble was 2 inches thick. Think about the manufacturing that had to take place to get that there. Just an incredible level of engineering. Impeccable lighting was located on 4-5, which is different than level 4-1. There were 7 indented windows, or majestic 12 observation gallery windows. They measured 2.5 feet wide, 4.5 feet tall. So there were 7 of those, so that you could look down inside the clean sphere as you're taking tissue samples from the J-rod. That's what you see here. Now we've got something called the beehive lights. These beehive lights actually move along trapeze cables. They can be lowered and raised through a telescopic device, and these were actually designed and built by J-Rods and the S4 engineers. Just an impeccable level of lighting on 4-5. And why is that needed? Because you don't want any shadows when you're taking tissue samples from an extraterrestrial. Here you can see the edge of the 4-5 floor, which is in the yellow and black stripe right here, and then also the edge of the clean sphere bubble right here. That's what we're indicating in this illustration. Now, there's something called kick plates that actually are manually operated, and they seal the gap between the clean sphere edge and the floor of 4-5. They go through. That's what they do. And according to Dan Burish, these were done by hand manually. When you slam these down, there's a big bang that takes place. So it's something that you really stressed. Here we see the scissor lift lifting the clean sphere up to the second floor of 4-5. And then you can see again the hydraulically actuated scissor lift. Now, we'll talk about the test or totally enclosed suit. Similar to what you would see in the Gemini, Mercury, even the Apollo program in 1969. It's a positive pressure suit to keep out biocontaminants. That's actually its job. And when Dan Burish was at 4-5 inside the clean sphere, he was taking upwards of 300 tissue samples from the J-rod because he suffered from a genetic neuropathy defect, and the overall program was to find a cure for that genetic defect. And one way they did that is to use this pressure-induced needle system that Dr. Dan Burish personally told me was very small. He called it a Saturday night special, and it had a pneumatically actuated hose off the aft end of the Beams device. There was a small cartridge that was loaded right inside the shaft here, and you could take the tissue samples that were sent up to the analysis department. So that's how they did that. He also carried a briefing case with him with multiple needles and cartridges that went inside the clean sphere as well. Now again, remember, they weigh you in the nude when you get in, then when you drop down to 4-5, they weigh you in the nude again. So there's just no way you're going to sneak anything out of 4-5. This is a very well done pencil sketch by Mark McCandlish, who is again the world's premier aerospace illustrator, showing Dan Burish being suited up in the test suit and then entering the airlock or decontamination chamber for entry into the clean sphere. Now, what in the world does J-Rod mean? I mean, what we've heard this before. In its simplest terms, J-Rod means 15 because J on the computer keyboard is the 10th letter in the English language. The dash or rod was symbolic of the Mayan glyph that indicated the number 5. So you put those together, you get 15. That's also symbolic because he traveled from 15 light years away to get to Earth. So that's the definition of J-Rod and how he got his name. Now, 2 quotes from Dan Hirsch that are very important. He said, I have never met an alien, but I have met an extraterrestrial. The difference being that an extraterrestrial such as a J-Rod is actually a future human and therefore shares a same human lineage. A true alien, on the other hand, would bear no such human lineage. So that's the difference between an extraterrestrial and an alien. Now, when he was working there, you can see him with the PINS device taking samples from the J-Rod, and he was called Kaela. A little bit of description of what he looked like. He measured 3.5 feet tall. He had dark brown appearance, very black inset eyes, a disproportionately large head. He had a small nose, long arms, and no teeth. Interesting to note that the designation for this particular J-Rod was EBE-53AZ2. That stands for Extraterrestrial Biological Entity, 1953, UFO Crash Retrieval, Keenan, Arizona, number 2. Because remember, the first one died on impact, the other one went to a Y11 facility at Los Alamos. Now, during one of these tissue sample sessions, remember, you have to follow a certain protocol to approach this J-Rod. You have to raise up your right hand, the J-Rod raises his right hand, and then you take multiple bride straps together, and then you meet in the center. During one occasion within the clean sphere, the J-Rod, who was known as Kaela, he broke the protocol, rushed Dan, and they had developed a friendship at this time. So this had never happened before, and he wasn't under attack, but Dan Hirsch was startled about what took place. He stepped back and accidentally caught his boot of the totally encapsulated suit on the grid structure of the bottom of floor of 4-5, and he tripped over backwards on his oxygen tank, and the J-Rod proceeded to infuse into him a tremendous amount of material having to do with future events. So it's incredible what took place inside the clean sphere. This is an illustration by Martin Hayes showing the decontamination process within the airlock for entry into the 4-5 facility. Now, again, how did they get this technology to access these naturally occurring stargates? Ladies and gentlemen, they got those from the Sumerian cylinder seals, in some cases from the Baghdad Museum. Now, what you do here is you'll take a piece of wet clay and you'll roll that over the clay, the cylinder seal, and you'll end up with this positive relief. Now, according to Dan Hirsch, what the government figured out how to do is you take a mirror, you go right down the center line of one of these glyphs, and you get a mirror image, which is nothing more than a blueprint on how you access these naturally occurring stargates. That's how they did it. That's how they did it. Now, in 2003, something interesting happened. J-Rod was removed from his position within the Clean Sphere 4-5 facility. He was flown to Abydos Temple, which is down the Nile River. Perhaps some of you have been there, actually. And remember, he has to be in his own positive pressure atmospheric environment or he'll die. So they ended up building a stroller for him. This is Dr. Dan Hirsch's illustration of what that stroller actually looked like. And you recall, too, that they were friends at the time. So Dan Hirsch was sad that J-Rod could not go home to his family and be with his family. He had a compassion for him. So in this act of compassion, during the accessing by the government of one of these naturally occurring stargates at Abydos Temple, Dan Hirsch thrust forward that stroller and pushed Kaela into this stargate, sending him home. However, Dan and the stroller device were kicked out. He got into a lot of trouble for this, but it was an act of compassion on Dr. Dan Hirsch. There was a very interesting piece of nostalgia at the end of Groom Lake Runway, according to Dan Hirsch. There is a sign there that has multiple arrows pointing in every direction. The sign says home. And this is a symbolic message that what takes place at S4, perhaps Blue Lake, home is underground, it's in outer space, it's north, it's east, it's west, home is everywhere. There's a symbolic encrypted message being encoded in this symbol here. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's really important that we honor the courage that Dan Burrish had to come forward and give us this information regarding the specific details of the S4 facility and providing all of us a potential for a very bright future, which is on the nearby horizon. Thank you for your attention.
We want to thank Open Minds TV for submitting their amazing video right here at Third Phase of Moon. And if you captured anything amazing in regards to UFOs, you can contact us via Skype or Facebook. My name is Blake Cousins, and we'll see you again next time.
Our sun is one of the billions of stars in the Milky Way galaxy. And our galaxy is one of hundreds of billions, maybe a trillion in the universe. From the Hubble Space Telescope comes a view of the universe that was. A magnificent trip through the mists of history, and then nearly all the way to the Big Bang. Each smudge, each clump, each morning light. Billion stars here, trillion stars there. If you want to know our place in the universe, take a look up and far, far away to the realm of alien galaxies. Ours is a universe of motion, expansion, light, and blackness.
We think the universe is about 13.6 billion years old. So just to put that in context, the Earth, the solar system, is just over 4 billion years old. So the universe is just over 3 times older than the Earth.
Across the vast reaches of interstellar flight, distant stars are held together by the long reach of gravity's unyielding pull. Over billions of years, these stars have come together to form galaxies.
A galaxy is a collection of 100 billion or so stars. And these stars are by no means touching each other or actually anywhere near each other compared to their sizes. They're very, very far apart from one another.
The thing that blows my mind about galaxies is what monsters they are. They are incredibly huge. If the sun were the size of a period on a page, the dot of an eye, our galaxy would be the size of the continental United States. So they're gigantic.
Astronomers have always known there was something special about the band of stars and dust that seemed to encircle the night sky above them. It's our galaxy, a white smudge they call the Milky Way.
That band of light is the collected light of hundreds of thousands of stars that you can't see individually with your eyes. And that was made by the Greeks. They thought it looked like a Milky River, so they called it the Milky Way.
There are 100 billion stars in our galaxy, and there are 100 billion galaxies in the observable universe. That's more stars in the universe than grains of sand on the beaches of the earth.
If you imagine if a galaxy itself is the size of a hockey puck, then the galaxies are spaced from one to another about a few diameters apart. So if there's a puck here and a puck over there, that's kind of the way the galaxies are spaced in the universe.
Pictures from the Hubble Space Telescope show the wide variety of alien galaxies. The Sombrero Galaxy, also known as M104. One of the most massive objects in a gigantic cluster of galaxies, the Sombrero Galaxy contains nearly 800 billion times as much mass as our Sun. Compared to the Milky Way, Sombrero has a much larger bulge relative to its highly wound disk. This image of the Sombrero Galaxy is also a prime example of what happens when three of the world's top space telescopes join forces. The Chandra X-ray Observatory, taking an image of the high-powered X-rays emitted by the Sombrero Galaxy. The Hubble Space Telescope, snapping an optical picture, capturing the visual light that's made the multi-million light-year journey to Earth. And the Spitzer Space Telescope, capturing an infrared version, looking at the Sombrero Galaxy's heat signature. Melded together, these three images provide a stunning and unforgettable galaxy 28 million light-years away. M51 is a wonderful galaxy. Its spiral arms twisting like cotton candy in its mouth. The center of the World Galaxy is so densely packed with stars, anyone living on planets there would be under a constant bright sky, day or night. Centaurus A, a galaxy sending out massive amounts of radio waves. Think of it as an interstellar broadcaster, beaming its signal throughout the universe all day, every day. It's the closest of the so-called active galaxies, galaxies that pour out tremendous amounts of energy from their cores. This is the Hubble Ultra Deep Field image, created using the Hubble Space Telescope. It shows us how truly vast and distant the universe really is, and how those far-off spaces are anything but empty.
When you look very deep in the universe, you're looking back in time. So you're looking back at galaxies right back to when they were very, very young, when they were only a few percent of their current age. So the Hubble Ultra Deep Field is really like a time tunnel that gives us a glimpse of galaxies as they were before the Earth was in existence. The Earth is 4 billion years old. We're seeing galaxies as they were 13 billion years old. So the light left these objects before there was any Earth at all. The nearest large galaxy to ours, the Andromeda Galaxy, is about 2 million light years away. So the light from the Andromeda Galaxy takes 2 million years to get here. So we're seeing it as it looked 2 million years away. And that's one of the more near galaxies. As we look farther and farther out in space, then we're looking farther and farther back.
To get a better idea of the concept, just visit one of the most spectacular vistas on Earth, the majestic Grand Canyon.
As you look down the layers, you get older and older rocks, and we can tell what the different environments were. So we can actually look at the geologic history of this area over time, and in essence, looking back through the environment that was located right here, back over hundreds of years of history. So by looking at stars that are further and further away from the Earth, astronomers can get an idea of the evolution of the universe.
From the earliest days of galactic astronomy, observers noticed galaxies came in a variety of shapes and sizes.
The two main types of galaxies are spiral galaxies, like our Milky Way, which has spiral arms in a thin disk, and then elliptical galaxies, which are sort of more spherically or elliptically shaped, and they don't have spiral arms. The spiral galaxies have a lot of gas and dust in them, from which new stars are forming right now. Whereas the elliptical galaxies seem to have formed their stars long ago. They don't have that much gas and dust, so they're not forming stars right now. There's also some irregular galaxies, which generally have a lot of gas and dust, but not in a nice spiral form.
Detecting these far-off accumulations of stars is made easier when astronomers search for the streaming blasting beacons found near the center of many of them. Violet and red hearts beat at the center of many alien galaxies, sending out so much energy they can overwhelm the amount of energy produced by all of the other stars within it. These are the active galactic nuclei.
So we can look at some galaxies and we find that they have at their very center very powerful engines that are producing a tremendous amount of light. We can tell that they're very far away, and yet they're still very bright when we look at them. So they must be tremendously powerful, dumping a lot of energy out every second.
Among the most violent and powerful of the active galactic nuclei, the mysterious phenomenon called quasars.
When we look at quasars, quasi-stellar objects, and see how far away they are, some of them are tremendously bright. The brightest one is about 1 trillion times as bright as our sun.
Spectacular streams of electromagnetic energy, bright beacons lighting up the sky for billions of miles. These high-energy sources provide a stunning reminder of the universe's power to liberate.
The quasar itself can be brighter than an entire galaxy. So when we look at a quasar like 3C273, the Hubble Space Telescope took some images of this, and we found that it has a big jet of material shooting out of the side of it, almost the size of the galaxy itself. These are really weird things, these active galactic nuclei.
As active galactic nuclei show, space is a violent place. And as it turns out, there's a massive collision right in our own backyard. The culprit? A galaxy called the Canis Major Dwarf Galaxy. As the name implies, dwarf galaxies are small, making them even more difficult to detect. Now, the Canis Major Dwarf Galaxy is taking aim at the Milky Way. Two galaxies on a collision course from which, thanks to gravity, there is no escape.
When a small galaxy comes too close to a large galaxy, the tidal effects will cause it to be stretched out and destroyed. So the gravitational attraction of the larger galaxy will actually pull and stretch the stars in the smaller galaxy. So a collection of galaxies that has a relative spacing compared to their size, about like the way these cups are laid out on the ice, all these galaxies would be moving through space with respect to one another. But every once in a while, one of these galaxies is going to bump into another. Now, when that happens, the shape of the galaxy would actually become distorted and stretched out. Cups are solid. Galaxies are made of individual stars, each of which feels the gravity of all the others and become distorted and torn into tidal tails, big swooping arc of stars in either direction.
And that's how the once far-off stars from the alien galaxy, blazing through space for millions upon billions of miles, can end up blending right in with our own. But what caused these stars to clump together in galaxies? Why has the matter and mass of the universe fused into these spectacular structures? To find the answer, we have to turn our clocks back billions and billions of years ago. Go back far enough, and you reach a point where all the matter and space and time become compressed and compacted into an infinitely small point, a gravitational singularity with infinite dimension. It's a point exploding with a spectacular Big Bang. A long time ago, the matter and energy that make up every alien galaxy wasn't far away. Everything that ever became an alien galaxy sprung forth from a gravitational singularity that has come to be known as the Big Bang.
If you run a film of universe backwards in time, eventually you get to a point where the density becomes extremely high. If you go far enough, all the mass and energy that we have in the universe will be in a single location where we find infinite density. We think the expansion of the universe is telling us something very profound, that the universe has a beginning point in time.
In those moments after the Big Bang, the rules of our universe and stars took shape. And one of the biggest rules was the law of gravity.
After the Big Bang, the universe, of course, was expanded. But there were some parts that were denser than others. Those denser parts started gravitationally contracting, and they formed galaxies. Pockets of gas within those gravitationally contracting clouds formed stars, because those pockets gravitationally contracted even more than the general cloud of gas.
It would take hundreds of millions of years for the first galaxy to coalesce into existence.
We don't know exactly when this happened, but we can see pretty mature galaxies about 1 billion years after the Big Bang. And the earliest objects that I can see about 5 million years after the Big Bang. So it's within this period that we think the earliest objects switched on. But we haven't yet found a time when there were no galaxies at all.
To learn more about alien galaxies, we need to solve the many mysteries of our Milky Way's place in the universe.
When we want to look at the structure of our galaxy, the difficulty that we run into is that we're inside of it. We can only see what we can see from inside. Moreover, there's dust and gas blocking our lines of sight, so we can't see very far from our position in our galaxy in many different directions.
We think the Milky Way is a long spiral galaxy, reaching about 100,000 light years across and 3,000 light years thick. Most galaxies in the universe are smaller. The Milky Way and the neighboring galaxies are like cities with a central dense core and less dense suburbs. For spiral galaxies like our Milky Way, that means a trip to visit the burbs is not unlike a trip on freeways.
All the stars in our galaxy are orbiting around the center. We're about 30,000 light years away from the center, and it takes us about 250 million years to make one orbit around the galaxy. Now, the stars are all in their orbits, they're all moving around the galaxy, so what causes these beautiful spiral arms that we see? Well, there's sort of a density wave, an area where the stars in the galaxy are just a little bit denser, more packed together than the rest of the galaxy. Different stars move into the density wave, different stars move out. But the density wave stays there. That's the spiral arm. It's a lot the same way that traffic jams get started on the freeway. Something happens that makes maybe one star slow down, some sort of gravitational interaction, and other stars slow down in response to it. And all of a sudden you've got a traffic jam. So galaxies seem to naturally form these spiral density waves.
2.5 million light years away, a menacing counterpart to our galaxy sits and swirls, casting a wary eye toward the Milky Way. It's the dense part of our galaxy, our biggest neighbor and our biggest nemesis. It's called M31, better known as the Andromeda Galaxy.
The Andromeda Galaxy is about the same size as our Milky Way. It's about 100,000 light years across. It's a spiral galaxy. It has perhaps a little bit less active star formation going on right now than our Milky Way, but otherwise it's quite similar.
Andromeda is probably also a product of several smaller galaxies that coalesced or interacted over time.
One of those galaxies may be responsible for Andromeda's double nucleus. Two huge clumps of stars found at its center. On Earth, we've been keeping an eye on our trillion-star neighbor for centuries. Persian texts from the 10th century mentioned this small cloud in the skies. But at the time, there was no way of knowing that Andromeda was entirely a separate galaxy, 2.5 million light years away. That makes it the furthest object in the universe you can see with the naked eye. While the Milky Way may be able to absorb the impact of a colliding dwarf galaxy, a clash with the Andromeda Galaxy is not only inevitable, it will forever change the local galactic landscape. Gravity, the universe's most prolific power, is the force that's pulling Andromeda and the Milky Way closer and closer. And someday, in the far future, these two spiral titans will collide.
If you look at the Milky Way galaxy, you have the Andromeda galaxy, the nearest large galaxy to us. They're actually approaching each other at a fairly astounding rate, several hundred kilometers every second. They're very far apart right now, but in the next few billion years, sometime, they will be right up against each other. And so a collision is, in a sense, imminent.
Probably no stars will physically hit each other. There's just so much space between the stars. But when Andromeda collides with us, it'll have a huge impact on the Milky Way. Some things will get thrown into the black hole in the middle. Some stars will get ripped off and thrown away into space. So it'll be dramatic. And the entire night sky will change.
The constant motion of alien galaxies, and the time frames involved, may be hard to comprehend. Andromeda is close enough to the Milky Way that their gravitational attraction brings them closer together. But elsewhere, almost all of the alien galaxies we see are moving away from us.
In our common experience, like an exploding bomb, everything explodes away from the center. Now, is there an empty center to our universe? Are we on a shell of galaxies flying away from wherever the original explosion was? No, and that's the amazing thing. In our universe, space itself is expanding. Every little bit of space, the space right here between my hands, has a pressure to expand.
It's this expansion, first detected by astronomer in the home, that laid the foundation for much of the modern astronomy.
So the universe expands with time, and space itself is actually expanding. Now, if you take a one-dimensional example of the universe here, here's a hypothetical universe where I've got these ping pong balls, which are the galaxies, on this rubber hose. I can expand that hose, and all the galaxies move away from the others. See that? And in fact, if we focus our attention on this one here, the ones that are farther away from that move faster than the ones that are closer in, because there's more space, there's more tube between this one here and the distant ones than between this one and the nearby ones. So that, in a sense, is a good model for Hubble's observation, that at a given time, the more distant galaxies move faster than the nearby galaxies. Notice also that no galaxy can claim that it's the unique center of the universe. Sure, from this one's perspective, all the others are moving away. But if I were to put myself on this one here, I would say that all the galaxies are moving away from that one as well. So no matter which galaxy you're on, you see the others moving away from you. That's what happens in a uniformly expanding universe. There is no galaxy that can say that it's the unique center of the universe.
If you think back to earlier times, it was thought that the Earth was the center of everything. It was the center of the universe, and the planets and the sun all orbited around the Earth, and the stars every day made one trip around the Earth. Then we discovered that our sun was one of many stars, and that our sun was cruising around through the universe as we knew it. But this discovery by Hubble told us that not only was our planet one of many planets, and our star, our sun, one of many stars, but our galaxy was one of many galaxies, presumably like any other. It really changed our worldview and our place in the universe to think that our galaxy is an ordinary galaxy.
So just what's in the galactic neighborhood? Meet the local group of galaxies, a group with ever-increasing membership.
Our local group of galaxies is a small group or cluster of about 3,000 galaxies. Our Milky Way and the Andromeda galaxy, M31, are the two dominant galaxies. Most of the galaxies in our local group are small dwarf galaxies.
These galaxies each have collections of small satellite galaxies that are in their orbit around them. And these big galaxies all feel the influence of each other's mass and orbit around each other. So all of these galaxies, the small galaxies are orbiting the big galaxies, and the big galaxies are also orbiting each other. So we have about 30 or so galaxies that are all sort of orbiting around the common center of mass.
The most well-known dwarf members of the Milky Way, two galaxies known as the Large and Small Magellanic Clouds. Scientists now think the clouds are the Milky Way, thanks to the tidal influence of our galaxy. Gravity, of course, is a two-way street. It's believed the gravitational pull from these clouds is also distorting parts of our galactic disk. Measuring the energy that emits from the stars in the small and large magellanic clouds, astronomers believe they are made of different stuff than our galaxy. Clouds are richer in hydrogen and helium than the Milky Way, and with fewer metals. Scientists think this means the stars are younger than the clouds. The gravitational depths between clouds and the Milky Way has likely been going on for billions of years. But all the while, a different and much more mysterious movement is going on back in the center of the Milky Way. Because when you head for the center of the galaxy, once you get through all the dust and gas and older stars, you'll find something so insanely frightening the normal rules of time and space do not apply. For lurking in the heart of every and perhaps every alien galaxy is a massive beast with a ravenous appetite. A beast from which there is no escape. There is a region at the core of our galaxy, the Milky Way, where nothing escapes. This is the point of no return, a supermassive black hole.
A black hole is an astrophysical object that has so much mass and such a small volume that the gravitational force is so strong that even light doesn't have enough energy to escape it. Black holes can form either when a massive star explodes at the end of its life, and the core of the star collapses into a black hole. Or you can have supermassive black holes at the centers of galaxies.
How massive? Try only 4 million times the mass of our sun. Sometimes black holes swallow entire stars, creating diffuse explosions called gamma bursts.
In order to emit a gamma ray, an object has to be billions of degrees in temperature, or even trillions. So we're seeing something incredibly hot. In some cases, the galaxies were as much as 10 billion light years away. And the gamma ray bursts have been so bright that if you had had a pair of binoculars and you were actually looking at the right part of the sky at the right time, you would have been able to see a visible light afterglow from the gamma rays. That's using binoculars to see something that's on the other side of the universe, 10 billion light years away. Can you imagine what sort of explosion that was?
So, if there's a supermassive black hole in the center of our galaxy, similar black holes lurk in the center of all alien galaxies.
If you look at neighboring galaxies, and this is a recent result, we find that those galaxies appear to have very massive black holes in their center.
ranging from millions to even billions of times as massive as our sun. It appears to be a very common and ordinary aspect of the galaxy.
Black holes swallow matter. But less than 0.5% of our universe is believed to be made up of observable matter, such as stars, planets, gas, and dust. So what happens to the rest of the stuff created in the aftermath of the Big Bang? What really fills up alien galaxies? Scientists' best guess is a mysterious substance called dark matter.
Dark matter is fantastic stuff. We know that it exists. We know that it gravitationally pulls on things. And one of the best pieces of evidence for the existence of dark matter is that spiral galaxies are spinning more quickly than they would be spinning unless there were extra unseen material causing them to spin them fast.
Caltech professor Richard Ellis has pioneered a new technique to create a three-dimensional map of the universe, including the dark matter.
This is the first hint from dynamical data that there's a lot of dark matter in the universe. We can also detect dark matter by a really remarkable phenomenon, which was predicted by Einstein and is now in great use in astronomy, which we call gravitational lensing.
Dark matter bends the light passing through it, much like a curved piece of glass.
So light waves are bent by material, and where we can see the signature of this bending of the light waves, we can infer that there's a lot of dark matter present. We don't have to see the dark matter directly. It doesn't shine, it doesn't scatter light, but we can infer its presence from the effect it has on light waves that are coming through clips of dark matter. So we know that the dark matter is there. We can make maps of how it's distributed. See it correctly. So one further advantage of gravitational lensing is that it's just like a magnifying glass. So when you look through it, things are bigger and brighter than they would be if you didn't have it. So if you think about it, it's like a natural telescope in space.
While dark matter plays a central role in the birth and developing life of galaxies, there's another dark force partly responsible for their growth. On a cosmic scale, the galaxies are rushing away from us due to the continuing expansion of the universe. So if the universe is expanding, what's driving it? The only answer scientists can come up with for now: mysterious dark energy.
Dark energy is even stranger in some ways than dark matter. Dark energy is causing the universe to expand right now, faster and faster with time.
This expansion, set in motion at the universe's conception, has accelerated over the last few billion years because the dark energy that creates the light has increased over time. By nature, the gravitational force that binds galaxies together decreases over time as the space between them increases.
So instead of having a gravitational pull, instead of slowing down the expansion of the universe, dark energy is speeding up the expansion of the universe. And it's been doing that for the past 4 or 5 billion years.
In perhaps a billion trillion more years, the fate of the universe and the impact its black holes, dark matter, and dark energy have on mankind will finally be known. When a star gets too close to the black hole in the heart of an alien galaxy, chaos erupts. That's one of the findings from the Galaxy Evolution Explorer mission. Galaxy.
The Galaxy Evolution Explorer is an ultraviolet telescope that observes the universe in ultraviolet wavelengths. And these wavelengths are very sensitive to studying young stars and star formation in galaxies back to half the age of the universe, billions of years ago. However, we also look in ultraviolet for these luminous flares from when a star is swallowed by a black hole. The star can't pull itself together anymore, and it's ripped apart, and the gas from the star plunges into the black hole. Some of the gas will be ejected from the system at high velocities, but some fraction of the gas will plunge into the black hole, and in that process will heat up to very high temperatures and give off a luminous flare of ultraviolet X-ray radiation.
Thanks to Galaxy, Sufi Ghazali and other researchers were able to watch it all happen 4 billion light years away. Galaxy, Hubble, and the Spitzer Space Telescope will soon be getting a new name, designed to help capture images of alien galaxies. The James Webb Space Telescope is due to launch in 2014, designed to explore the infrared spectrum like never before. Using the Webb telescope, scientists hope to be able to see through the dust and stars that block out view of the Milky Way center and provide a complete picture of not just our galaxy, but of all alien galaxies.
The James Webb Space Telescope differs from the Hubble Space Telescope in 2 respects. Firstly, it's more powerful, it's a bigger mirror. Secondly, it is actually working at slightly longer infrared wavelengths.
Hubble and Webb have in common is the power to see beyond atmospheric turbulence that prevents astronomers from getting picture-perfect images from 99% of the sky.
Earth's atmosphere is turbulent. It blurs out images from stars. So if you have had an atmosphere, you will see stars as basically really perfect dots of light. But what happens is that because as the light passes through the atmosphere, it's distorted, it turns into a fuzzy blob. It turns out there are 2 ways to fix this. One way is to go into space. The other way is to instead fix the telescope on the ground so that it removes the effects of this turbulence. And that's a technology known as adaptive optics.
Adaptive optics measures the image of a galaxy by the way its light reflects off another lighted object, like a nearby bright star.
To do adaptive optic sensing, you need a very bright star, because of course you're making measurements of the atmosphere hundreds or thousands of times per second. So you need something bright to look at. Most stars are not bright enough to do this.
At observatories like Keck in Hawaii, adaptive optics uses a laser beam to help create the light needed for the snapshots.
You can point anywhere you want in the sky, so instead of looking at only 1% of the sky, you can look at most of the sky with very, very high resolution ratio of images. In this way, you can make images 10 to 20 times sharper from the ground than have adaptive items.
It's just another tool of the kit, of course, designed to bring the fantastic reaches of alien galaxies back down to Earth. The universe, of course, is home to many things larger than our small planet Earth, larger than our solar system, larger than our galaxy.
To think that our Milky Way is just one of hundreds of billions of galaxies in the observable universe, it really makes you feel like you're a part of something much larger than our small planet Earth.
Like it or not, this is our place in the universe. A speck on a speck on a speck, just one tiny blue-green oasis of life, swimming in a vast ocean of alien galaxies. It's so close. For thousands of years, man has found comfort in its presence. It's been a beacon for nocturnal travelers, a timekeeper for farmers, and a location finder for sailors at sea. For some cultures, it's even been a god. It's the only cosmic body ever visited by human beings, and today NASA is planning a permanent outpost there. But how did it get there in the first place? How did the moon come to be? The answer is more astounding and spectacular than most residents of Earth have ever imagined. At last count, over 150 moons populate our solar system. Neptune claims 13 of them. Saturn has 48. And Jupiter boasts an astounding 62. Earth, on the other hand, has just one. But it's a special one. Our moon, as the Romans named it, is remarkable in its size. It is by no means the largest moon in the solar system. Several others are bigger. One of Saturn's moons, Titan, for instance, is twice the size. But our moon is the largest in relation to its host planet.
It's a quarter the size of the Earth. It's really big compared to the Earth. If you look through a telescope at the Earth in the distance, you see the Earth is this other big thing. You look at Jupiter or any other planet, you got the big planet and then tiny moons right next to it. So our moon is so much bigger, and it's the only one of the now 8 planets that has that situation.
The relative sizes of the two bodies are close enough that some astronomers go so far as to refer to the Earth-Moon system as a double planet. The distance from the Earth to the Moon is 234,000 miles, a 3-day flight through space. The Moon's diameter is roughly 1/4 the size of Earth's, measuring 2,160 miles. A single day on the Moon is the equivalent of 27.3 Earth days. This is because one side of the Moon permanently faces us. Is phase locked with our planet. So the moon must fully orbit the Earth in order to make one complete rotation of its axis. Sort of like children in a game of ring road. Rosie, they face inward as the old ends and move in a circle. Yet as closely related as the moon is to our Earth, it would only take a brief visit to the moon to make it quite clear that it is in fact a very different planet from our planet. And an exceedingly dangerous place.
No air, of course, so we use spacesuit.
Indeed, the moon has absolutely no atmosphere at all. So there is nothing to carry sound waves. If you were standing alone with a friend and trying to converse, the person wouldn't be able to hear you, except on radio. No atmosphere also means that there are no air molecules to scatter light from the sun. So the sky is always black. And the landscape does nothing to help brighten the scene.
Kind of monochromatic, not much color. Watching the two warmer tone in one direction toward the sun, cooler tones, grayer tones in another direction, but not so colorful.
Extreme temperatures would also add to the unpleasantness of a visit. The swings between hot and cold are brutal, from 270 degrees above zero at midday to 240 degrees below zero at night. Even the moon's low gravity, just 1/6 of Earth's, could present a hazard to a tourist. A reality the Apollo astronauts kept at the tops of their minds during their many walks.
They realize that beyond the thickness of their visor in their spacesuit was death. Even if they do something and fall into a rock and lose their footing and fall and hit an outcrop, the visor would be cracked, explosive, and vacuum. We would have had a serious situation.
But while the spacesuit can protect lunar tourists against the vacuum of space, lack of oxygen, temperature extremes, and lethal solar radiation, a potential hazardous spacesuit would do little to protect against these high-velocity micrometeorites. They pummel the lunar surface
Tiny meteorites, little ones that burn up in our atmosphere like shooting stars. There's no atmosphere under there, they're coming right down to the surface.
They pulverize the lunar surface, generating a dusty blanket of gravel-like material called regolith. Dr. Amanda Hendricks studies the moon at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
This plant here is kind of a regular factory. It's Roundup rock, is what it is. So timescales at this gravel mill are a lot faster. Here, it's made in less than an hour. But on the moon, it is the result of more than 4 billion years of bombardment by meteoroids and micrometeoroids raining in on the surface and breaking up the rock.
Like the product of this gravel mill, Lunar regolith has formed in a variety of grain sizes, from large rocks to fine dust.
This very fine dust is familiar to us from Apollo images that were seen of astronauts' footprints in the dust. It's very fine, and so fine, in fact, that the astronauts had problems with it sticking to their spacesuits, getting into the equipment, and it can end up causing a bit of a problem.
Meteorites have also hit the moon in the past. In fact, these massive impacts are responsible for the dark circular regions on the lunar surface. The shapes that to many observers seem to be arranged like the eyes, nose, and mouth of a human face. They make up the illusion of the man on the moon. They blasted huge basins in the moon's surface. Some of them were 700 miles across. Dark lava eventually burst through the impact points and flooded the basins. Today, we call these dark regions Maria, the Latin word for seas. This dates back to the 17th century, when Renaissance-era observers looked up at the moon. They speculated that the dark areas might be oceans, and astronomers at the time gave them many dark spots or seas whimsical names.
The seas are all named after effects that were once attributed to the moon. So you have the Sea of Storms, and the Sea of Crises, and the Sea of Tranquility, and so forth.
Some of the younger impact basins have had less time to erode, so their features are still relatively crisp. One in particular is called Mare Orientale, or the Eastern Sea. It's some 600 miles across, and the impact that created it was so massive and direct, the result looks very much like the bullseye on a target.
This Orientale star is kind of like a bullet shot into glass when you see it over it. So it makes it fractures going out. People have often said if that had been one side facing directly toward yours, we might have had a whole different mythology about the moon, because it would look like a big eye staring at us.
Three concentric rings of mountain ranges surround Mare Orientale, and some of the peaks rise to several thousand feet. They're all effects of the monster impact.
When we see mountain ranges on the Earth, they're mostly caused first by the continents moving around, crashing into each other very slowly, buckling up, and creating mountain ranges, which then erode into all the spectacular shapes that we see in Matterhorn and so forth from water erosion.
There are no continental plate tectonics. The surface is static.
Yet you still have mountains on the moon. And the reason is that those big impact basins, that's a big explosion, excavates ahead, throws material up on the outside, so you have these rings of mountains, arcs of mountains that surround the impact sites. But they're impact features, and they're caused by the external forces, not the internal forces.
Another notable impact crater, much smaller than Mare Orientale, but every bit as spectacular, is Tycho. Named after a prominent 17th century Danish astronomer, this impact feature is located in the southwestern quadrant of the moon's near side.
It's in the right area. You can almost see it with the naked eye. And that explosion happened, as with many other craters, it shot out jets of bright powdery dust, so there are these rays that go out from it as they strike.
The rays of dusty injected material extend some 900 miles from the Tycho impact site. A mountain of debris also rises from the center of the crater. This is a result of recoil from the asteroid strike. Some of the highly compressed material in the center of the impact site springs outward once the impacting body either ricochets or disintegrates. But long before any of the moon's specific features could be discerned through sophisticated telescopes and space travel, careful observation of lunar behavior and appearance was still vitally important to Earth dwellers. For 15,000 years at least, man revered the moon as a source of light, as a navigational guide, as a reference in agricultural pursuits, and most of all, as a convenient timekeeper. In the days before our modern systems, timekeeping was no simple task. Early timekeepers had two choices. They could monitor the sun or the moon.
If you think about trying to keep track of dates, if you use a solar calendar like we do nowadays, there are 365 days a year. That's an awful lot of days to keep track of. And it's not something that the ordinary person can do very well. Compare that with the lunar calendar. Everybody can tell when the full moon is, when the new moon is. You don't see the moon at new moon. You see it as big and round as full moon, so it's easy to tell. There are only 28 to 29 days in the lunar cycle, so it's easy to count them. And so most societies actually start out with the lunar calendar.
Early observers of the moon also recognized that our planetary neighbor has a very real physical effect on the Earth itself. The moon is responsible for the rise and fall of our ocean tides.
If we think of the moon as being this tennis ball and the Earth as being this football, the tides are caused by the moon's gravitational attraction. So it's obvious, so the moon kind of pulls the Earth's water towards it. And so this creates a slight bulge in the direction of the moon. What's less obvious is there's also a bulge in the direction away from the moon. So there is, in fact, two high tides every day. The other high tide you can think of as being caused by the Earth's centripetal force. The Earth and the moon are both rotating around, and that causes the water on the far side to also move out.
An extreme illustration of the difference between high and low tides can be found along the shore of Canada's Bay of Fundy. The water level from high tide to low tide drops an astounding 55 feet. For some forms of life on Earth, the advance and retreat of the tides creates useful habitats. But another of the moon's gravitational effects on our planet is directly responsible for nothing less than the continued survival of terrestrial life itself. The moon stabilizes Earth's climate. The gravitational effect of the moon keeps the degree of tilt to the Earth's rotational axis constant. This tilt is what maintains the repeatable cycle of seasons as the Earth orbits the sun.
If we didn't have it, or if we had a much smaller moon, for example, then you can mathematically show that the tilt of our North Pole would vary widely. With that angle going from, say, 0 to 90 degrees, currently it's 23.5 degrees. and it would actually be very chaotic. And so the moon has played an important role in the stability of our axis of rotation of our planet, and therefore in our planet.
Over millennia, with the moon's prominent and constant presence in the night sky, men ultimately began to speculate on its origin. How might it form? How did the moon come to be? In 455 BCE, the Greek scholar Anaxagoras theorized that the moon was simply a rock that was flung up by the earth. Most of his contemporaries, on the other hand, were convinced that the moon was a god, or maybe a huge ball of fire. So Anaxagoras' notion did not get much traction. And speculation no doubt continued, but no hard information about the moon came until 1609. Italian astronomer Galileo Galilei pointed one of the first telescopes at the moon, recognized that he was looking at a landscape, the terrain of another world.
When you look at the moon through telescopes, it looks completely different from the way it looks to the naked eye. Instead of looking flat the way it does to the naked eye, it really looks round, and you can see the shadows, you can see all these craters that the naked eye does not see, and it just immediately looks like a world. It jumps out at you into 3 dimensions.
Galileo made detailed drawings of the small planet's surface and established once and for all that the moon is a solid world, not a god or a fireball. But the groundbreaking astronomer never publicly speculated on the moon's origin, primarily because his interests soon moved to other planets. Not until 1873 did the first science-based theory regarding the origin of the moon publicly emerge. It sprang from the mind of a talented French astronomer named Edward Roche.
Roche advocated what's called the co-accretion theory, which says that basically Earth and the moon grew up at the same time out of the same materials.
In Roche's day, many scientists began to believe that the planets might have formed from hard condensing clouds of gas.
It gradually contracted and cooled, and as it contracted, it would separate out rings of gas. So you'd have a ring of gas here, a ring here, and so forth. And these rings of gas would then eventually coalesce and form the planets. Roche saw the Earth and the Moon as a solar system in miniature. His idea was that the Earth starts out as a ball of gas, and then cools and contracts, and sheds a ring of gas that then itself coalesces and forms the Moon.
But there are problems with this theory. For one, our moon has a much lower iron content than the Earth. If the two bodies formed from the same materials, their basic composition should be the same. They are not. This and other inconsistencies soon led fellow astronomers to quest for new ideas to explain the existence of the moon. In the last third of the 19th century, advanced theories about the origin of the moon started to emerge. In 1873, French scientist Edward Roche proposed that the moon simply formed alongside the Earth out of essentially the same nebular cloud of particles and gases. But this idea had a fundamental weakness. The moon has a much lower iron content than the Earth. It's much less dense.
The big thing to remember about the moon and its composition is that it doesn't have any iron core like the Earth does. If you look at the Earth, there's a very large central area, something like half the inside of the Earth is iron, nickel iron. That's never made them considered as a gift. It was hard to begin with. The moon is more like this plain rock. Scientists initially introduced the massive through observation and mathematical calculations. If the moon could form from the same stuff that made the Earth, the iron content should be similar. It was a hole in the theory Edward Roche couldn't explain. But another idea soon followed on the heels of the correlation hypothesis. In 1878, George Darwin announced his fission theory of human origin. This idea received some attention in part because Darwin had a celebrated father, Charles Darwin, author of Origin of Species. In time, though, George Darwin stepped out of his father's shadow and became known as England's leading expert on tides. And through extensive analysis of the tide-moon relationship, George Darwin came to the realization that the moon is gradually moving farther and farther away from the Earth.
It wasn't proved until 95 years later when astronauts landed on the moon. They put little mirrors on the moon. And you can shine a laser at the moon, and the laser will bounce off the mirror and come back, and you can actually measure the exact distance from the Earth. And the rate at which the distance is increasing is 3.8 centimeters per year.
3.8 centimeters is about an inch and a half.
If you made a movie, extreme time lapse, you would see the moon moving away from Earth gradually. That's what we see nowadays.
Darwin began to consider what would happen if we reversed the process, if we ran the movie backwards. As we move backwards in time, and the moon moves closer, with the moon's orbit and the rotation of the Earth getting faster and faster.
And so, well, what happens is that eventually the moon must coalesce with it, must hit the Earth.
The logical conclusion for Darwin was that a portion of the molten, rapidly spinning Earth must have separated from the main mass and spun off to become our moon. He immediately began work on mathematical calculations to reverse the trajectory of the moon all the way back to the Earth.
Frustratingly, he reaches a point where it gets almost to Earth, and then he couldn't work it out any farther. The mathematics doesn't let you go any farther. What you get to is a point where the moon is whipping around the Earth at the rate of 5 revolutions a day, or 6 revolutions a day. So it's just zooming around the Earth, okay? And it's about 5,000 miles away from the Earth.
Still, the mathematics did not allow Darwin to bring the two cosmic bodies into contact. The fission theory was debated for decades. Scientists eventually concluded that the relative movements of the Earth and Moon would not have resulted from it. The Earth would have been spinning too fast to account for its present rotation rate. The quest for an explanation of moon creation continued, and a new theory soon originated in America. In 1909, Thomas Jefferson Jackson Sr. was a U.S. naval captain based in Mid Island near San Francisco. His official job was to keep the standard time for the U.S. West Coast. But C was also a gifted scientist. As a young man, he had trained as an astronomer.
He was one of the first Americans to actually get a doctorate in astronomy. He went to Germany and got a PhD in astronomy, which was, almost unheard of back then. The U.S. was still scientifically total backwater in the 1800s.
C's duty station, Mare Island, had an observatory.
and the captain's jump allowed him plenty of time to theorize. He had spent time analyzing both the co-equation and the fission hypotheses regarding the origin of the moon, and he was convinced. Gradually, Thomas C. developed a completely different idea. It came to be called the capture theory. Essentially, C theorized that the moon had actually formed in a different part of the solar system from the Earth, that it orbited the sun just like the other planets, but that at some point it had moved too close to Earth and was captured by Earth's gravity.
His idea was that there's something he called the resisting medium in outer space, which we know is not there now.
C never adequately explained what this resisting medium was supposed to be, possibly tiny particles of matter. Regardless, he was sure it no longer existed.
His idea is that for the Earth to capture the moon would have to come in from far away, and then it would hit this resisting medium and slow down, and then gradually get captured into an orbit. Maybe not at once, it might take a little while, but gradually it would be captured into Earth's orbit. It's a little bit like a bungee jumper jumping off a bridge. You could go down, come back up, not quite as far, go down, come back up. Now eventually they'd settle down at the bottom.
Thomas C's capture theory would certainly explain the difference in iron content between the Earth and the moon. If the moon formed elsewhere, its composition could be very different. On the other hand, the notion that Earth's gravity could capture and retain such a large object was unlikely, since there is no obvious resistant medium to slow down an object as big as the moon. All three theories had significant weaknesses. The origin of the moon remained a mystery. On July 20th, 1969, U.S. astronauts set foot on the lunar surface for the first time.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
They have landed their lunar module on a hardened lava planet known as the Sea of Tranquility. And mission pilot Buzz Aldrin described the view as magnificent desolation.
Beautiful view. Isn't that nothing? I never enjoyed that here.
The astronauts brought back 48 pounds of moon rocks and dusty soil, regolith. Geologists at Johnson Space Center in Houston eagerly awaited their arrival.
The excitement when samples first came back was just electric. It was just incredible. Nobody really knew quite what to expect. And we realized right away that we had basaltic rocks, like one might see in Hawaii. In fact, very similar to the rocks one might see in Hawaii.
The NASA geologists were intrigued to find not only basalts, but rocks of another sort. Rocks called breccias. Breccias formed during asteroid impacts.
So if you can imagine a large impact body hitting the moon, it's going to be very chaotic. It's going to throw up debris. Debris going to come flying out of this, what winds up to be a crater after it's over. You can see the many craters on the moon. The debris gets all jumbled up and lands on the ground around the crater, and it gets compacted with the heat generated by the crater and gets turned into rocks. It's very chaotic. You see all sorts of pieces of the rock of different sizes, different shapes, all pieces of the rock that in the area impacted the body, impacted. We had just not seen anything like this before.
The The moon rocks soon began to tell a fascinating tale. First, the rocks and soil samples contained particles indicating that the moon must have been covered by a deep ocean of lava after it formed. This notion was reinforced by the discovery that the rocks were lacking significantly in what scientists call volatile elements.
Volatile elements are those that can evaporate easily and therefore be lost when you heat up a lot. Some examples of volatile elements include water and potassium, for example. And if you compare the more Earth rocks to lunar rocks, you find that the lunar rocks are extremely parched. It's as if they've been heated and they've lost a lot of their volatile elements.
But with these stark contrasts, the lunar samples also revealed at least one astonishing similarity between the lunar surface and rocks and soil from Earth.
The isotopes of individual elements, like oxygen in particular, have different forms of oxygen. The moon had exactly the same ratios of different forms as Earth. But all the other rocks moved from elsewhere in the solar system, which are meteorites that fall out of space, all have different oxygen isotopes, which tells you that the moon material and the Earth material are very, very similar.
In the end, the lunar samples had supplied a wealth of hard evidence regarding the geological makeup of the moon. But astronomers trying to understand the moon's origin were still left with a puzzle. For William Hartman of the Planetary Science Institute in Tucson, Arizona, the information gleaned from the moon rocks supported some ideas he'd been working on for nearly a decade. Now a distinguished astronomer and painter of space images, in the early 60s, Hartman was a graduate student at the University of Arizona, taking part in a project to map impact craters on the moon, from the enormous basins or seas to the smallest visible dimples.
We realized during this mapping in the 60s that the big basins are actually impact features. Very large asteroids hit the moon. They get huge exposure. Some of those are 600 miles across. How big an object could it take to do that? Something like 100 miles across. So we had large objects running around the solar system as it is from, and they were crashing into planets.
For Hartman, the notion that 100-mile-wide asteroids once impacted planets begged a couple of questions. Could planet-sized objects have ever collided? And could that have something to do with the formation of the moon? By 1972, Hartman and fellow Tucson astronomer Don Davis created a computer program to help them explore these ideas. The program made a rough attempt to simulate the accretion process in the early solar system. The astronomers wanted to see if any other planetary bodies formed near the Earth could have crashed into it.
Well, the idea was if some other body that finally crashes into the Earth, blows off all this crustal material from the Earth, as well as from the impactor itself, maybe we could form.
Sure enough, the simulation showed that a second planet could have formed the Earth's accretion zone, one about the size of Mars. It wasn't the moon, because it had formed from the same elements as the Earth, and should therefore have had the same iron core and heavy density as the Earth. The moon, of course, does not. That was evidence enough for Hartman to formulate a new fourth hypothesis. It came to be called the giant impact theory. In 1974, a new hypothesis explaining the origin of Earth's moon debuted on the world's scientific stage. Its proponents dubbed it the giant impact theory.
basic idea is that about 4.5 billion years ago, Earth collided with an object roughly the size of the current planet Mars. It's a very large collision. It started the Earth spinning. It's what gave us our current 24-hour day, we believe. And this collision was so massive that it launched material into orbit around the Earth, and it's from that material that
Dr. Rabbi and others at the Southwest Research Institute in Boulder have constructed a computer model to study the details of a giant impact scenario.
it divides up the Earth and this colliding protoplanet into many different particles, and then the evolution of each particle is tracked through the course of the impact.
The simulation depicts the impact from a horizontal view, from the top down.
The Earth was probably partly molten even before this impact. So initially, the impactor came in from this direction, hit the Earth with an off-center collision. And you can see the impactor has been stretched out into this long arm of material right here.
Scientists believe the upper layers of the Earth became completely molten following the impact.
The collision starts the Earth rotating. And you can also see that the collision has substantially distorted the shape of the Earth itself. After a couple hours, you see that this arm of impacted material has coalesced gravitationally into two large clumps. The inner clump of the impactor material is actually composed overwhelmingly of the impactor's core. So that when this inner clump collides with the Earth, which happens right there, the vast majority of the iron that came in with the impactor is actually accumulated by the Earth. While this outer clump comes in and makes a close pass by the Earth and is stripped by the Earth's gravity with a long arm of material, which then breaks up its disk.
The material is thought to have coalesced to form the moon in less than a year following the massive impact. There is no sign of this impact on the Earth today, because at the time, our planet had only developed to about 90% of its current size. The remaining 10% will accumulate from later, much smaller impacts. Also, the Earth's own gravity had a reshaping effect.
Within a day after the impact, the Earth had reassumed a basically spherical shape, and any depression that the impact caused would have been smoothed over.
Giant impact theory originator Bill Hartman presented his hypothesis at a scientific conference in 1974. But it received little attention for nearly a decade. Interest in the moon dropped off sharply at the end of the Apollo missions. Finally, at a lunar conference in Hawaii in 1984, 12 years after the last moonshot, the world's foremost astronomers reached a consensus. The giant impact theory is the most acceptable explanation to date for the origin of the moon.
I think there's still some people who say, okay, it's not really proven yet, but it's what I would call the default theory. If you look at any textbook of planetary science or geology, it's just the theory that's accepted. And there are certain small discrepancies which have yet to be explained, but by and large it works.
Even with the unified theory of how the moon came to be, scientists have not finished studying our closest cosmic neighbor by any means. In fact, talk of returning to the lunar surface with a permanent manned outpost has recently emanated from the White House and NASA headquarters.
Gorgeous views out the window. Segment's good, everything's good.
Such a base could provide a place to train astronauts to live in space long term, as well as provide a more efficient launch point for eventual missions to Mars. But such lofty scientific goals are far from the minds of average residents of Earth, who occasionally peer up at the glowing, mesmerizing lunar disk in the night sky. For us, talk of lava oceans, regular-forming micrometeorites, and giant impacts will never diminish the fascination and romance of our mysterious neighborhood world, the moon. The sun is the superpower of our solar system, a thermonuclear blast furnace erupting with massive explosions.
It can be the same amount of mass as Mount Everest coming out from the sun and flying out into space.
At 93 million miles away, it would seem that we're safe in the sun's wrath. But are we?
It matters, especially in modern times, what the sun is doing.
From the center of the sun, as it rotates around, is the kill zone.
With some experts predicting the most violent outbreak of solar activity in modern history, it's never been more important to understand the secrets of the sun. There are billions of stars in the universe, but one alone dominates our cosmic world. The sun. It's an infernal sphere of mostly hydrogen and helium, superheated into a plasma that burns at millions of degrees. Its surface rages with violent explosions as it spews out storms of deadly radiation millions of miles into space. Our sun is a type of star known as a yellow dwarf. Yellow because of the color of its surface, and dwarf because it's small for a star. Small is relative. Within its boundaries, it could fit 1 million Earths. In our solar system, there's simply no bigger star than the sun. At 1 million miles across, it's a massive celestial blockbuster.
The sun is really pretty beautiful. It dominates our solar system. Not only is it the biggest star of the solar system, it's the only star of the solar system. It's surrounded by a bunch of smaller stars, planets and comets and moons. But the sun is our star.
Our star is an enormous source of heat and energy. It has a surface temperature of 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit and generates 380 billion megawatts of power. This dwarfs anything on the human scale. Hoover Dam in Nevada only generates 2,080 megawatts. In 1 second, the sun churns out more energy than has been used in all of human civilization. All that power in the blink of an eye. Incredibly, it's been burning this way for billions of years.
Early astronomers didn't quite understand how the sun could generate so much energy for that long a period of time. That was the first mystery, was really how the sun generates its energy.
In the early 19th century, scientists assumed that the sun worked just like any fire on Earth, that there was a source of fuel, perhaps coal, that was slowly burning away. There was a serious problem with this theory.
I've got a fire in front of me here. If I wanted to keep burning, I have to keep adding wood to it. This fire will last maybe an hour unless I add some more wood. If I had a pile of wood the size of the whole sun, and somehow enough oxygen to burn it, it would only take about 5,000 or 6,000 years to burn out. That's a long time, but it's not long enough to sustain life on Earth.
By the early 20th century, carbon dating of Earth rocks and fossils had proven the sun was in existence, and at temperatures warm enough to sustain life, not for thousands of years, but for 3 billion. If you wanted to build a fire that would last that long, you would need 72 trillion cords of firewood. That's 12,000 cords for each man, woman, and child on the planet. Clearly, there had to be some other process unknown on Earth that was powering the sun. In the 1920s, scientists found the answer to the puzzle in a process that would later be harnessed to fuel the hydrogen bomb, nuclear fusion. Fusion occurs when atoms are smashed together at a high rate of speed and literally fused. To get this to happen, conditions have to be just right.
For any interaction to happen, these two protons each has a positive electric charge, and so they repel each other. So you've got to get them close enough together. To do that, it's got to be hot or fast, dense enough that they hit each other and they can get close enough together that they actually fuse.
The core of the sun is the perfect column for nuclear fusion. It's the hottest place in the solar system at a sweltering 27 million degrees Fahrenheit, and it's also incredibly dense.
It's so dense, it's 10 times the density of lead. And you would think at that density it should be a solid, but it's not because it's so hot that it remains a plasma.
Heat a gas to higher temperatures, electrons flow up in the atoms. And so it has behavior. It's different from other gases. We have a different word for it, plasma.
To truly understand what goes on in the core of the sun, you have to find some way to imagine the almost unimaginable.
In addition to studying the sun, I also play golf. And the sun is a place where there are billions of particles colliding and interacting with each other. And it's really not unlike a cosmic pool table on an unimaginable scale. It doesn't matter how hard you hit a ball. You would never hit it hard enough to actually fuse that ball together with another. But there's so much pressure and such high density at the core of the sun that the two objects impacting each other will actually fuse.
In the sun, these objects are hydrogen atoms flocked together by immense pressure to form helium atoms. In this fusion process, the resulting atom is slightly less massive than the ones that are made of. The missing mass is given off as energy. Each second inside the sun, 600 million tons of hydrogen are fused into 595 million tons of helium. That 5 million tons of mass lost in the process is converted into energy equal to 1 billion 1 megaton hydrogen bombs. That's every second.
Okay, it's a cosmic process. The highest return of energy for free. Is what goes on in the centers of stars.
So we now know that the sun is powered by nuclear fusion. It's the only fuel we know that can sustain the burning in the sun long enough to sustain life on Earth for millions of years.
Sunlight. It's so central to life that we don't often give it a second thought. But how light gets from there to here turns out to be an incredible story. The energy created in the fusion process is carried out in the core by particles of light and heat called photons. They are what bring the warming rays of the sun to Earth. To reach our planet, these glowing travelers from our nearest star must first take a long, winding road through all the layers of the sun, like Dante journeying through the levels of hell. First, a photon enters the 185,000-mile thick radiator zone. The region is so densely packed that the photon constantly bumps into other particles, like hydrogen and helium atoms. It struggles out in a chaotic zigzag pattern that scientists call the random walk.
A photon can't escape without interacting over and over and over and over again, getting absorbed by atoms and re-emitted, and it can be absorbed and re-emitted millions of times. As the density decreases as you get further up in the sun, it becomes easier, and the collisions and the interactions are less.
When it finally reaches to within 130,000 miles of the surface, a photon enters the convecting zone, and the pace suddenly quickens. It's carried upwards by a kind of wave, riding along in huge columns of gas at hundreds of miles an hour, taking only 10 days to emerge on the solar surface. The incredible journey is almost over as the photon lifts off through the wispy gases of the solar atmosphere. From there, it takes only 8 minutes for it to zip across 93 million miles of space to our planet. Incredibly, by the time sunlight actually reaches Earth, it's already been in existence for hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of years. For the sun, even a million years is a small blip in time. The simple, perfect disk of a sunset belies the long, violent history of our star. It is a ball of fire spawned billions of years ago in a massive explosion known as a supernova.
After this titanic explosion, where a star much larger than the sun exploded, it would have been a huge cloud of gas many times larger than the solar system. And small knots of material gradually coalesced into this very large cloud.
About 5 billion years ago, some 10 billion years after the Big Bang that scientists believe kick-started our universe, this cloud started to collapse under the pull of gravity.
Our solar system probably arose from one such knot of self-gravitating gas that pulled itself together and gradually spun itself up as it pulled in, like a skater drives in, like a spin, until the star and the various planets coalesced around it. Ultimately, when the star was dense enough, it would have turned on fusion and started glowing, giving off sunlight.
Why do scientists believe the sun was born from the ashes of a supernova? The evidence lies beneath our feet. Complex, heavy elements like the uranium mined from the Earth to fuel our nuclear power plants could not have been forged in the sun. There is simply not enough heat in a star that size to create elements any heavier than iron. Heavy elements like uranium can only be created in a catastrophic cosmic explosion. Earth and the other planets in the solar system formed out of the same knot of gas that produced the sun. In this process, the sun hoarded 99% of the mass. This means it's the biggest object in our celestial nebula with the strongest gravitational pull. That's why everything else revolves around it. Of all the planets, Earth earned a privileged place in relation to the sun. If we were closer in, our oceans would boil away and the ground would be hot enough to melt lead. If we were farther out, our planet would be a frozen wasteland.
Sort of like Goldilocks. Bears. Not too hot, not too cold, it's just right. We are at about 93 million miles away from the sun, and we're happy to be here. We're lucky to be here. So since we're here because it's the right circumstance for us.
Earth may be just the right place in the solar system, but we're also close enough to the sun to be the target of its fury. Thousands of mammoth explosions rock our sun every year. You might expect this explosive force to come from nuclear reactions in the core. But in reality, what drives all outbursts of solar violence is magnetism. Since Earth rotates as a solid, our magnetic field is simple. We have 2 poles, north and south. This is what makes a compass so useful for finding your way around the planet. But imagine if instead of 2 poles, you had 1 to 10 million. This is what happens on the sun. The sun's magnetic field is a tangled web because even though it's held together by gravity, the plasma doesn't rotate evenly. Plasma at the equator rotates once every 25 Earth days, while plasma at the poles takes roughly 35 days to circle once.
The sun has what we call differential rotation. We have all of this plasma that is really turning and churning, and that causes magnetic field lines to become twisted and intertwined and mixed up.
Although magnetic field lines are invisible, we know they exist on the sun by looking at features called coronal loops and prominences rising up in the solar atmosphere. Just as metal shavings line up in the presence of a simple magnet, these loops of plasma perfectly outline the magnetic structures that support them from below. These plasma arches are so tall and wide that you could slide a planet as big as Jupiter right through them. Sometimes magnetic fields can twist plasma in the sun's atmosphere into majestic helical shapes called flux ropes.
Magnetic flux rope is sort of like a slinky. The magnetic field line is wrapped around many times in a helical structure. And when you have highly twisted magnetic field lines, it carries a lot of stored free magnetic energy. And sometimes it will even cave in on itself, which gives it even more stored magnetic free energy.
These plasma prominences can last for weeks or months, but eventually the stored up energy has to be released. Mass is flung off into space. Where the sun's magnetic field is at its most twisted and complex, heat bubbling up from below is capped, and the material is cooled by as much as 1,000 degrees. What results are relatively dark blemishes on the solar surface called sunspots. Sunspots are only dark in relation to the bright material around them. If you could somehow suspend one alone up in space, it would shine 10 times brighter than the full moon. These apparently tiny blemishes are actually plasma craters the size of the entire Earth. Galileo was one of the first modern scientists to observe sunspots. Using a telescope, he projected an image of the sun onto paper and traced it. He realized that the blemishes were moving across the face of the star, which was the first indication that the sun rotated. Not only does the sun rotate, but sunspots themselves can actually spin like hurricanes on the solar surface. And when they do, their magnetic field lines become extremely twisted. Twisted magnetic field lines mean more energy, and energy means the potential for huge eruptions.
Think of a rubber band as a magnetic field line. If you twist it, and you twist it enough, it's going to have all that energy, and when you let it go, it's going to release. If you just take an untwisted rubber band and release it, it's not going to fly.
When a sunspot unleashes its magnetic energy, what results are the most colossal explosions in the solar system, solar flares. A single flare releases as much as 1 billion megatons of energy, the combined power of 1 million volcanic eruptions on Earth.
They appear as these very bright regions, and they're so bright because the temperature is so high, on the order of 10 million degrees, and they can last for hours, but the energy is massive.
The whole explosion is equivalent to millions of nuclear bombs leaving the surface of the sun all at once.
Solar flares don't just explode out into space. They also funnel high-energy particles down to a layer of the sun called the chromosphere, where they quickly transfer their energy, like a cue ball striking the rack in a game of billiards.
So the cue ball acts like one of the very high-energy particles coming from the flare region. The cue ball smacks very quickly into the A-ball rack, and once it impacts that head ball, it's going to transfer that energy to the balls behind it, and then they will all fly out because the energy is transferred to all of them.
If a large flare shoots enough high-energy particles at once, strange things start to happen. This is actual footage of a sunquake.
In 1998, there was a solar flare up in Corona that was so powerful that the material flying down toward the surface of the sun actually slapped the surface and caused ripples to spread out from there.
While they may look like ripples on a pond, these are actually waves 2 miles high, traveling at a maximum velocity of 250,000 miles per hour. The 1998 sunquake would have measured an 11.3 on the Richter scale, more than 1 million times stronger than the 1989 earthquake that shook San Francisco. In order to shake the surface of the sun that much, the solar flare had to release a colossal amount of energy.
It turns out it's almost the same amount of energy as if you covered the entire landmass of the Earth with dynamite, about a yard thick. It's set all off at once. So these explosions are not small.
Earthquakes are the only natural disasters with equivalents of the sun. A flare can also kick off a solar tsunami. As waves of plasma in the sun's atmosphere rocket out at 700,000 miles per hour, spreading around the entire face of the star in a matter of hours. While sunquakes and solar tsunamis pose no danger to Earth, the violent action of a flare frequently triggers dangerous eruptions called coronal mass ejections, or CMEs. In a CME, energy from a flare flings a bomb of highly charged radioactive plasma out of the solar atmosphere.
Coronal mass ejections range in speeds, but they can occur as quick as 800, 900 miles per second, which is extremely fast, and they expel a massive amount of material. It can be the same amount of mass as, say, Mount Everest coming out from the sun and flying out into space.
Where does this blob of superheated radioactive plasma go when it leaves the sun? Sometimes it sails out harmlessly into space. Other times, it may head closer to home. Coronal mass ejections from the sun are perhaps the most dangerous threat you've never heard of. Also known as solar storms, they hurl large masses of supercharged particles across 93 million miles of space. Most take several days to travel from the sun to the Earth, but some rocket across the solar system at up to 6 million miles an hour, reaching our planet in less than 16 hours. These storms can induce currents in the upper atmosphere, knocking out satellites and cross-country power grids, and carry the potential to wreak just as much havoc on our infrastructure as a hurricane or tornado. But who on Earth is keeping an eye on these potentially hazardous cosmic blasts? This is the headquarters of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, home to the U.S. government's National Weather Service. Their daily forecasts, watches, and warnings are essential information for everyday life on our planet. But there's a lesser-known group of forecasters working here, in a special division called the Space Environment Center.
Our primary job is to monitor the sun and put out the alerts and watches and warnings for solar activity.
Good morning, welcome to we have one long-duration sequence. This process we have not had protons, we have had electrons. One thing to note is that this region produced all the energy in the summer, so things might be picking up during this.
These space forecasters are on high alert for solar storms that might disrupt life on Earth. Solar storm clouds are made up of charged particles, so they're initially diverted around the planet by our magnetic field, just like waves breaking around the bow of a boat.
That turns out to be very important because because if it impacted the outer atmosphere directly, it would not move into the atmosphere off into space. One reason why Mars doesn't have an atmosphere is that it doesn't have a strong electromagnetic field. And so gradually, over millions of years, the atmosphere is gradually locked onto the space.
But our magnetic field is not the perfect for speed of sunlight. So charging out of the apparatus. The solar storm will even bend and break the magnetic field lines on both sides of the Earth, allowing Georgia particles to zip back and forth in moving set poles. Extreme powerful streams destroy the magnetic field inducing electric currents that span the areas. This happens when energy like
damage to transformers at either end of the line. We're seeing a very huge explosion of material that's small here. The sun is covered up. If you look at the mass that's being thrown out of this space, because magnetic field lines have moved to the north and south poles, energy from solar storms has easy access to those regions. For that reason, experts worry that airplane passengers flying over the poles during the powerful storm might be exposed to harmful levels of radiation using those individual chest A lot of them are as the sun is rotated around the back side of the sun. That would not be fixed with you, so that would be best place. As the sun rotates around and that active breathing gets more to the center of the disk, looking at us, then that's what they would be concerned. From the
mirror of the sun as it rotates around and places the as the sun rotates around, it's directly there. That's when you really have to worry about a storm. A big storm lifts off the building, it can run directly and the full force of the storm is coming into the ground.
Looks like a shakedown in the top. Dead on solar storms generate majestic planetary shows. The shadow
The neon sign is driven by the electric field inside the tube, whereas the aurora is actually driven by the magnetic field energy from the sun.
Since the era in which we have contemplated computer technology, we've yet to see a perfect solar storm. The question remains, All the satellites that use cell phone calls, television signals, and bank transactions, and running at the same time, the failure of power loss cascaded through the nation's darkest hours and weeks. These essential services increased summer storms can be as hard to predict as scientists and engineers see what may next
This room is more bright. It's also extremely loud.
The sun is a tremendously loud place. You can imagine covering the entire surface of the sun with speakers. As hard as they rock, that would be comparable to how loud it really is on the surface.
The sun's journey surface creates enough sound energy to supercharge scientists believe the combination of these sound waves and energy from the sun's magnetic is responsible for being speed temperatures about. The only time you can actually see the photograph is at the climax, to get out these waves in the solar system. Total solar eclipse. Scientists understood that these small waves can still ancient China began to devour the sun. So that's really added to the solar eclipse.
Imagine that you're saying, very happy
You're also travel to a spot
Still, talk about global warming.
Sun will eventually become so unstable that they will fall off into space and leave behind a small hole about the size of the This great star reduced to a small part of the sun.
Origin of second for planets started really from limited fringe of science.
Now hundreds of these exotic worlds have been found. Many of them belong to alien life.
Right now, the surface is discovering a kind of monster.
Incinerated immediately.
I'm so excited by DC 436. I'm almost jumping out of my clothes. We still don't know whether our Earth is a commonly occurring planet or a 1 in a billion freak.
Cutting-edge science and strange worlds of wider weather as we travel the universe in search of alien planets. Constellation Pegasus. A super-heavy asteroid almost as massive as Jupiter, around its star in a little over 4 days. It's called 51 Pegasus b, and in 1995 it became the first planet detected orbiting the alien sun. It was a landmark discovery, but just a stepping stone on a greater quest to find a planet that looks more like our own. The object that looks simple for astronomers is the
Appreciation of where our Earth fits in the grand context of our universe. And we love living among other Earths. Earths are so undetectable, little chunks of rock that don't emit much light.
How common might Earth-like planets be in the universe? Even if only 1% of all stars were circled by a planet like our own, that would still mean there are billions of other Earths waiting to be discovered.
We are almost sure that rocky Earth-like planets exist in the abundance of Earth. But how are they? There are still questions about the uniqueness of our Earth. And we don't know whether our Earth is unusual. It's an extremely profound and, I think, disturbing question.
In the realm of alien planets, there's a wide range of natural worlds. We might find ocean worlds completely covered in water, frigid ice planets, Mars-like worlds, but perhaps rooted atmospheres that lie massive active volcanoes, and even planets with little suns in their skies. There may be planets that can use avoid hospitality, but others on which humans wouldn't dare tread, that could still be home to other types of creatures. Finally, just one neutral Earth-like planet. Earths are a colony of the universe, and if Earths are common, then perhaps life too is widespread. But a the over 280 planets detected so far, let's say that
So far, we found sort of three kinds of worlds. One kind are the maps that really close to the stargate galaxy, and they're totally fake to death. Then there are the ones that are quite far away, and they're pretty close. But then there are the ones in the highly eccentric orbits, which sometimes get close to the star and sometimes far away. They're alternately very hot and cold. So far, we definitely haven't found any worlds that are indeed, we haven't found any worlds that are square smack in the habitable zone where there's liquid water on the surface and other nice conditions.
Our frame of reference for what we consider to be a nice planet is this one. We like it quite a bit. We've got beautiful air and it's a pleasant temperature and there's water. And even in our own solar system, we don't see a lot of planets like that. And right now, the source science we're discovering are kind of monsters. In other words, they're extreme.
So is the Earth, with its rocky surface, oceans, abundant life, just a planetary planet built closely to the cosmos? Let's discover some new planets and the answers to that question. But what is the sun? Well, many believe there have been other worlds out there in the vastness of the universe. Is one of these beyond the reach of modern science? Only a few decades ago, an astronomer hunting for the so-called extrasolar planets was taken on a series of somewhat searching UFOs.
The search for planets as it started in the 1980s and 1990s was considered off the track of standard science.
In the early 80s, astronomer Jeff Parsons is researching the magnetic field stars reached a dead end, and he was beginning to question his own abilities as a scientist.
When I first began thinking about looking for planets, it was in a time in my career when I thought it was over. I thought there was no hope for me as a scientist, and I thought the best shot I had going out in flames was to try an experiment that everybody thought would never work, looking for planets on those stars. And most people thought we would never find any planets.
Jeff Marcy, his collaborator Paul Butler, and a handful of high-end astronomers around the globe began to search for alien planets. They had their first perfect methods to find them. No stars are easy to locate using visual telescopes. But to find a planet takes some ingenuity and patience. Unlike the stars they orbit, planets are small and emit very little light. Even the giant bar surfaces of Jupiter is 1,000 times less massive than the Sun, and 10 billion times bigger.
A huge difficulty in taking a picture of the planet around the star is that the planet is extremely, extremely faint compared to the sun. The star is so bright and almost completely obscures the much, much bigger planet.
Blinded by starlight, planet hunters realized that even though they couldn't see a planet directly, they should still be able to detect its gravitational effect on the star it orbits. A star without planets should drift smoothly through the sky, while one with planets should exhibit a opposite gravitational pull.
We often say that planets orbit the sun or other stars, but that's not exactly true. The planets and the stars orbit their common center of mass or center of gravity.
And this center of mass is not wavering. Just like on a seesaw, the more massive object must closer to the center of mass, bring balance to the system.
So consider the sun and Jupiter. The sun is about 1,000 times more massive than Jupiter. The sun is here, so close on our galaxy point is there, and Jupiter is way out here, 1,000 times farther away.
In space, this means that planets trace out large orbits around the center of mass, while stars are much smaller but still detectable orbits.
Here's a hypothetical planet orbiting a star. In fact, they're orbiting Earth on the center of mass. So the planet moves in a relatively large orbit. The star also moves, but in a much smaller orbit. The star moves only a little bit, the planet moves a lot.
But it turns out that the spinning fire is simulating the motion of the planet. The centrifugal motion of your fire on the chain is very similar to the motion of a planet driving. The amount of radius represents the sun. The spinning ball of fire around that is a planet. And as you can see, the ball of fire draws out a large center, and radius is drawn out a smaller center.
It's this tiny bubble of a star that scientists even call extrasolar planets. But even this model would be undetectable if it wasn't for the Doppler effect. The fact that wavelengths get shorter as the object emitting becomes important, and longer as it moves away from it.
The Doppler effect is very familiar if you've ever heard of train going by below its whistle. So, when the train is coming toward you, you hear a high-pitched whistle. And if the train recedes into the distance away from you, you hear the pitch of the whistle get lower and lower in frequency.
This adjustment of sound waves leads a group of shifting rhythms as the object emitting them comes toward or underneath the eye. The object moving toward you is slightly higher, like the object moving away from you, slightly lower.
When the light waves shift their wavelength toward the blue and toward the red and back to the blue again as the star wobbles around, the shift is excruciatingly tiny. It's that difference in the wavelength of the light waves coming at you that is what we measure and is what allows us to detect planets on other stars.
Using this Doppler technique, Marcy and Butler spent over a decade patiently studying 120 nearby stars for any sign of water.
I went 11 years without finding a single planet. And no one was surprised by that. It seemed logical to everybody else that it was a fruitless, frivolous, maybe even limited exercise to look for planets of any sort.
But then, in 1995, came the surprise announcement from Swiss astronomers Michel Mayor and Didier Queloz that they had discovered a gas giant planet circling the star 51 Pegasi. Marcy and Butler rushed up to Lick Observatory on Northern California's Mount Hamilton to aim their own telescope at the star and see if they could confirm the Swiss team's results.
There it is. It's beautiful. Paul Butler and I were shocked to see that the wobble of the star was precisely as the Swiss had said it was. And I remember driving off Mount Hamilton from Lick Observatory in complete silence, Paul Butler next to me. We knew that the first extrasolar planet had been discovered. It was a very moving and personal
Despite the monumental nature of the discovery, this, like all future extrasolar planets, wouldn't get the name of a Greek or Roman god. It would take the astronomical catalog name of its parent star, 51 Pegasi, and add to it a lowercase b. In this standard nomenclature, if a second planet was found around the same star, it would get a lowercase c, and so on through the alphabet. Its name was the only thing unassuming about 51 Pegasi b. The discovery shook the foundations of our understanding of planets. In 1995, astrophysicist Alan Voss was asked to review a paper announcing the discovery by two Swiss astronomers of the first planet orbiting an alien sun.
Reviewing this paper caused me a fair number of sleepless nights because it was pretty stunning what they had found.
Stunning because the Swiss claim to have found a Jupiter-like planet. But where Jupiter orbits the sun in 12 years, this planet zipped around its star in only 4 days.
That also meant the planet had to be much closer to its central star, roughly 100 times closer than Jupiter is. And that just is hard to understand.
Jupiter orbits the sun at a comfortable distance of around 500 million miles. 51 Pegasi b is more like 5 million miles from its star. If it were dropped into our own solar system, this alien planet would orbit much closer to the sun than Mercury, our innermost planet.
Being so close to the star means that the planet is being literally fried. The radiation from the star is incredible compared to what we experience here on Earth, relatively far from our sun. So this was a completely unexpected discovery.
It was a planet that could not have formed there. Astronomers knew it didn't belong there. In the same way that if we found a giant redwood in the middle of Central Park, we would know that it didn't belong there. You have to ask yourself, how did it get there? And that's what astronomers were asking themselves about these giant planets that they were finding.
51 Pegasi b wasn't just a freak of nature. It was the first of dozens of so-called roasters, or hot Jupiters, to be discovered in seemingly impossible close-in orbits. Impossible because the accepted theory for how gas planets form suggests that rock and ice in a disk surrounding a young star coalesces into a solid core that then accretes gas, growing larger and larger until it has cleared out all the planet-forming material in its area. This process can only occur at a distance far enough from the star where it's cold enough for ice to exist.
You can't form something that massive that goes into a star. It needs to form past the snow line where ice can form. And in our solar system, that's about where Jupiter is. About 5 times further out from the sun than the Earth.
So how could a gas giant planet like 51 Pegasi b form so scorchingly close to its star?
It was one of these things where I woke up in the middle of the night, and one night I said to myself, maybe what this means is that this object had to have migrated inwards from where it originally formed.
We now, I think, have an understanding that planet formation is an almost chaotic process, a sort of roll of the dice, with many planetesimals, wannabe planets, building up, and a competition, sort of gravitational musical chairs takes place, in which the planets compete for their own space.
In this competition, some planets are flung out of the solar system, and some are tossed toward the center. It's believed some planets crash and burn on their parent star, while others survive in a close but stable orbit. These survivors are the hot Jupiters. The discovery of the hot Jupiter circling 51 Pegasi sent planet hunters Jeff Marcy and Paul Butler back to analyze the data they've been collecting for the past decade. Their team had been looking for the expected long-term wobbles caused by a giant planet.
We ourselves suddenly realized we should analyze our data in a slightly different way, look for the shorter period planets, not just planets that take a long time to go around their star. And that led us to discover within existing data all of these planets that have been buried there for years. I remember the day like it was yesterday, December 30th, 1995, and at 8 a.m. the phone rings. I picked it up. It's Paul Butler. He's a collaborator for 20 years now. And Paul just said, Jeff, come over here. So of course I immediately got in my car. I drove right to this very office right here where I'm sitting now in Campbell Hall at UC Berkeley. And he showed me this computer screen. And there on that screen was the unmistakable graph of the wobble of the star's 70 virgins, going up and down and up and down, the star wobbling to and fro, exactly as we can imagine a planet's signature would look in our data. So that was the moment both of our eyes opened this wide that we knew we had discovered our first planet, the second planet they ever discovered.
70 Virginis B is 59 light years from Earth in the constellation Virgo. With a mass at least 7 times larger than Jupiter, this world immediately claimed the title as the planetary heavyweight of the known universe.
Here, right before our eyes, essentially, is a planet 7, maybe 10 times bigger than our own Jupiter, telling us immediately that, yes, nature does make planets even bigger than the largest ones we have here in the solar system.
Rather than a hot Jupiter, this planet was the first of a new class of alien worlds called eccentric giants, because of their eccentric or elongated orbits. 70 Virginis B swings out as far as 63 million miles from its star, and passes as close as 27 billion miles.
The frightening aspect of the planet around 70 Virginis is that we all grew up in kindergarten learning that planets go around the sun in nearly circular orbits. So what in the world is a planet doing going around its star in one of these elongated, wacky orbits?
Already, the first 2 planets discovered around alien suns were challenging our view of how planets should behave. Further discoveries over the next decade would show that eccentric orbits are common in the universe, while the circular orbits of our solar system seem to be rare.
It's embarrassing, frankly, when you think about how we humans imagine planets would orbit other stars and how common they would be, what properties they would have. Guess what? We imagined that those planets would look just like the planets that orbit our sun. Extraordinarily nearsighted in retrospect. And for a scientist, I find it embarrassing that I was a party to this. But in fact, what we've learned is that planets around other stars are remarkably different from the representatives we have around our sun.
The planet hunting revolution that began in the 1990s has also obliterated any notion that planets are rare in the universe. With an ever-growing catalog of alien planets, astronomers are now trying to learn all they can about the more than 200 worlds they've already discovered. The Doppler technique used by Jeff Marcy and other astronomers tells them the mass of the planet they found, but it doesn't tell them the size. To figure out just how big an alien planet is requires a bit of good luck. The orbit of the planet has to be aligned in such a way that from Earth we can see it pass directly in front of its star. This is called transit. By measuring how much the starlight dims during this transit, astronomers can actually determine the size of the planet. In the fall of 2007, astronomers were watching when a hot Jupiter called Trace 4 transited its star. The planet was about the same mass as Jupiter, and therefore should have been roughly the same size. But astronomers were in for a surprise. Trace 4 turned out to be almost twice as big as Jupiter. It was, in fact, the largest planet ever discovered, sort of a Jupiter on steroids.
Some of these extrasolar planets are really fluffy. They're really expanded in size. And we think that the reason why that's happening is because they have an internal source of heat, which is raising the pressure inside the planet and causing it to expand. That's very similar to a steam boiler on a steam train. In a steam boiler, you have water, which is being heated by a heat source. That water is turning to steam. pressure is increasing, and that's causing the piston of the boiler to move out, to expand. If you didn't have the gas's ability to expand, planets wouldn't inflate, steam trains wouldn't work, we wouldn't be climbing up this mountain.
While internal heating is the likely cause of the so-called fluffy tubes, something much stranger is happening on this alien. In the field of extrasolar planets, it seems each new discovery creates a brand new world of scientific intrigue. At the University of Arizona, planetary scientist Adam Shulman ponders the weather on other planets. Recently, Shulman helped generate the first ever forecast for a planet beyond our solar system, and what he found was weather truly befitting an alien world.
The winds are probably about 6,000 miles per hour, possibly more. This is huge compared to the wind speed of any planet in our solar system.
This is HD 189733b. It's a hot Jupiter, more than 60 light years from Earth, that races around its sun-like star in a little over 2 days, at a distance of only 3 million miles. How is it possible to divine the weather on a planet 370 trillion miles away? First, you have to take the planet's temperature. Scientists knew that since the planet orbits so close to its star, it would be tidally locked, a gravitational effect that would cause it to show the same face to the star at all times. One side would always be bathed in the burning hot light of the alien sun, while the other would be cloaked in perpetual darkness.
If there was no wind on these planets, then that would mean that the day side would then be very, very hot, and the night side would be very, very cold.
In the spring of 2007, scientists used the Spitzer Space Telescope, which sees infrared wavelengths associated with heat, to generate a clear map of the temperature on both the day and night side of the planet. You are actually looking at the first map of any kind made in an alien world. What the map shows is that the day side of the planet is roasting at an otherworldly 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit. No surprise, given how close the planet orbits to its star. What was surprising was how hot the night side of the planet turned out to be. Despite being in total darkness, it swelters at around 1,000 degrees. Clearly, something was distributing heat throughout the planet's atmosphere, carrying thermal energy from the day side clear around the other side of the planet. From his knowledge of weather in our own solar system, Shulman knew what the culprit was. He ran the numbers, and that's when he figured out that this alien world had jet streams of unprecedented magnitude. Their 6,000-mile-per-hour winds dwarf anything in our own solar system.
Earth actually has the slowest speeds of any planet in our solar system, with a typical speed of about 20 miles per hour. The gas giants in our solar system actually have somewhat faster winds than the Earth, simply because there's no surface to have friction to slow down the winds. On Jupiter and Saturn, for example, the winds are a few hundred miles per hour. So they're still about almost a factor of 10 lower than on these hot Jupiters.
The weather on hot Jupiters may be extreme, but the forecast for another class of alien planets, the eccentric giants, is tailor-made for a disaster movie. This is HD 80606b, a gas giant planet located roughly 200 light years from Earth, orbiting a star in the constellation Ursa Major. A year on this bizarre world lasts 111 days, and it has the most eccentric orbit of any known planet.
With its nearly circular orbit, Earth's distance from the Sun changes relatively little throughout the year, varying by only about 4 billion miles. But during its year, HD 80606b comes as close as 3 billion miles to its Sun, and as far as 78 billion, a difference of 75 billion miles.
This crazy orbit leads to completely crazy weather. The planet heats up by hundreds and hundreds of degrees in a matter of a few hours, and that drives just absolutely tremendous storms.
As the planet swings in close to its star, the alien sun looms ever larger in the sky.
And so you get a huge amount of heating on one side of the planet. The other side of the planet is in the night. What that does drives an intense storm, basically a shock wave around both sides of the planet that is moving roughly at the speed of the supersonic jet.
This fiery hurricane rips around the planet in only 12 hours. As the shock wave slowly dies down, the superheated atmosphere churns into a giant vortex that engulfs an entire hemisphere, a sort of greater red spot. As the planet moves away from the heat of the star, the storm gradually loses energy and intensity. But on this eccentric giant, the calm never lasts long. Every 111 days, the shockwave is reignited and the violent cycle begins anew.
It's much stranger than anything that we have in our own solar system. If you were there, you would be incinerated immediately before you had a chance to really sort of move on your surroundings.
The universe seems adept at creating strange worlds, even in the most unlikely of places. This is a pulsar, a rapidly spinning variety of an exotic stellar object called a neutron star. Neutron stars are the remnants left behind after a massive star explodes in a supernova. No one expected to find planets circling in such a treacherous cosmic neighborhood.
Never in my wildest dreams did I think we would ever find planets orbiting a neutron star, a pulsar. I mean, after all, neutron stars are formed as a result of supernova explosions, where the star just blows up. So certainly any planets that might have been there to begin with would have been blown away.
And yet, in the early 1990s, astronomers discovered two rocky planets around a pulsar 7,000 trillion miles from Earth. Their discovery, in fact, predates 51 Pegasi b, making them technically the first alien worlds ever detected. But since they orbit such strange stars, many astronomers consider pulsar planets to be in a category of their own.
The pulsar planets were very interesting. They're actually very low in mass and more similar to the Earth's mass. They form an interesting exotic classification or family of planets, but it's by no means the mainstream.
While most planets are believed to have formed out of the same disk of gas and dust as their parent stars, clearly these pulsar planets formed a different way.
The planets that have been found must have formed after the supernova explosion. And that's really bizarre because we would think that all of the material was blown away, but apparently some of that debris must have somehow been in a disk, and parts of that disk coalesce into planets. But that's extremely surprising. I don't know that anyone really understands that process yet.
Although the pulsar planets are believed to have rocky surfaces, it's unlikely they would be a platform for life, and any visit by humans would be short-lived. As the pulsar rotates, it emits well-focused beams of charged particles from its poles, creating a rotating spotlight of horrific radiation.
Standing on a pulsar planet would be a very dangerous proposition. There would be high energy radiation all around you, just an onslaught of particles and waves. And the radiation field would be so strong that it would probably destroy your living tissue, and it would certainly cause cancer and mutations very quickly. It would probably kill you. If you were really unlucky, or lucky, I suppose, if you're going to die anyway, might as well die in a spectacular way, you would be in the beam of the pulsar. So every rotation, the beam would flash past you, and you would see this incredibly bright beacon, like a lighthouse really close to you, just flashing in your face. It would not be a very hospitable environment, no way.
While the pulsar planets might not be nice places to visit, they have taught us something fundamental about planet formation in the universe.
These planets, weird planets around the neutron star, have taught us that planetary formation appears to be relatively easy. Gravity appears to like to pull stuff together when there's enough stuff in a given region.
If nature is so good at making planets, even under difficult circumstances, then the odds are fairly high that the universe is full of planets, and that somewhere out there in the cosmos, other Earths are waiting to be discovered. But if that's the case, then where are the Earths? Why haven't we found them yet?
The first planets that were found in the late 1990s were massive planets, 300 times the mass of our Earth. And it's really not a surprise that we found the most massive ones first. Like the giant redwood trees behind me, they were the easiest to see from the enormous distances that we were looking. So when we find stars where we say, there's just one single massive planet, one giant redwood, that's almost certain to not be true. There's almost certainly a forest of planets and asteroids and comets also located.
As astronomers continue to scrutinize alien solar systems, they are edging ever closer to finding Earth-like planets. This is Gliese 436b. It's a world roughly 20 times the mass of Earth, similar in mass and size to Neptune. It orbits a star 30 light years away in the constellation Leo.
I'm so excited about Gliese 436, I'm almost jumping out of my clothes. It's the most important discovery since 51 Pegasus, maybe more important.
What has Jeff Marcy so excited is that this planet was found to have a density of 2.1 grams per cubic centimeter.
What does that mean? It's a spectacular number because every school child knows that the density of water is 1 gram per cubic centimeter. And we also know that rocks that we pick up on the street, the density of our Earth, for example, as a rock, is about 5 grams per cubic centimeter. And therefore, this planet, around 436, is composed of a mixture of rock and water.
A planet made of rock and water sounds tantalizingly Earth-like, but Gliese 436b has so much water there would be no land masses exposed at all. And you wouldn't want to take a swim in the oceans of this water-alien world. There may be a layer of liquid water on the surface, but below that, things begin to get a little weird.
There's so much water that the sheer gravitational force of the water molecules pressing down toward the center will crush the water so tightly that the water molecules are almost touching each other. It's a very odd type of water. In fact, we call it ice, even though it's not cold, because the water molecules will be arranged in a structure like ice, but only due to its high pressure.
Clearly, Gliese 436b isn't quite an Earth-like planet. But what about this alien world? What would make an alien planet truly Earth-like? It should be made primarily of rock, with enough water for oceans, but not so much water that the land masses are completely submerged. It would also have to be in its star's habitable zone.
The typical idea for habitable zone is the range of distances from a star where an Earth-like planet could have liquid water at its surface. The idea would be that if you took Earth and pushed it in too far, the oceans would all boil away, and that's bad for life. Or if you took the Earth and pushed it out too far, the oceans would all freeze, and that's bad for life.
In our own solar system, the habitable zone ranges from Mars's orbit into as close as where Venus orbits. But the habitable zone in alien solar systems varies, depending on how hot the star is. Currently, our best hope for finding habitable Earth-like planets is to look around dim stars, called red dwarfs or M dwarfs.
The M dwarfs themselves are very special stars. So our sun might be a 100-watt light bulb. An M dwarf is perhaps a 10-watt light bulb. And so what that means is that to stay warm enough so you have liquid water, not ice, but still not too hot, you move the planet in much closer. And those close planets are easier for us to detect with our technique because they tug on the star more.
One of these M dwarfs, called Gliese 876, has been found to have at least 3 planets orbiting. 2 of them are gas giants, but the third, Gliese 876d, is one of the smallest planets discovered so far, at roughly 6 or 7 times the mass of the Earth. It's also just on the edge of its star's habitable zone.
The planet orbits in just 1.9 days around its host star, but because the host star is so low in luminosity, it puts it on the edge of what you might imagine a habitable zone to be. There could be some region, a ring around the planet towards the backside, where the temperature is actually just right for liquid water to exist.
When it was first discovered, scientists hailed this planet as the first of the super-Earths.
7 times the mass of the Earth sounds so close to the size of our Earth that you wonder whether or not it's a rocky planet, maybe with a thick atmosphere.
But today, the experts are unsure whether this is a large rocky planet at all. Like Gliese 436b, it may be completely covered in an ocean of super dense water.
But to call it a super-Earth is to suggest that we found a planet that's a close cousin of our Earth. I would now rather think of it as a distant cousin, not unrelated to our Earth, but far enough away, indeed more like Neptune in our own solar system, that has a big rocky core, but surrounded by a big envelope of water.
So the race continues to discover the first truly Earth-like planet. At the University of Arizona, astronomer Laird Close is hoping to capture the first picture of an alien Earth. But to do that, will take a giant leap in telescope technology. Here at the Stewart Observatory ViralRabbi, in the cavernous space underneath the bleachers of the university's football stadium, engineers are working on the next generation of super telescopes.
This is the largest mirror that's ever been made. This mirror is 8.4 meters across, but it's just 1/7 of the size that's needed for the giant Magellan telescope. And together, when combined with 7 other mirrors like it, the giant Magellan telescope, we will be able to actually directly image extrasolar planets and maybe even Earth-like planets around alien suns.
Scheduled for completion in 2016, this telescope will be able to make images up to 10 times sharper than the Hubble Space Telescope. NASA and the European Space Agency are also developing several missions that will use space-based telescopes to search the stars for our planetary kin.
This will be incredibly exciting for humankind to know whether or not around those little points of light that we see in the night sky, whether there's Earth-like planets tied in orbit around those stars. As technology improves, we're going to be able to find planets that look much more like the Earth. Planets that perhaps have life on them, or maybe even planets that have forests and steam trains.
The astronomers who have dedicated their lives to this quest all believe it's only a matter of time before we find the first truly Earth-like planet.
The most exciting thing I can tell you is that we are now commonly discovering planets that are a mere 5 or 10 times the mass of our Earth. We're not quite to the point where we're finding Earths, and that's where we really want to be. But we're finding planets that are ever so close to our home planet.
So when we actually do cross that final threshold and do find evidence that there's a habitable planet out there, this is quite an ethical event for humanity.
People should not worry too much yet that we haven't found any Earth-like planets because, well, a lot of effort's going into it right now, and I think it will be done in the next 2 years. Yeah, stay tuned.
Earth, a 4.5 billion-year-old planet, still evolving. As continents shift and clash, volcanoes erupt, and glaciers grow and recede, the Earth's crust is carved in numerous and fascinating ways, leaving a trail of geological mystery behind. In this episode, an investigation into California's San Andreas Fault, the greatest fault line on Earth. 800 miles long, this ugly scar on the landscape has spawned earthquake after earthquake. But for now, it waits quietly, deep under our cities, building up stress to strike once again. The San Andreas Fault is one of the most dangerous geological features on Earth. California's greatest cities and millions of her citizens live in constant peril. Since records began, there have been 13 large earthquakes along the San Andreas Fault.
Water lines are ruptured. There is no water coming out of the fire hydrant.
And now, America's geologists are rock detectives, a warning of a potential disaster.
Major damage has been done.
In the fall of 2008, more than 300 scientists calculated what a major earthquake would do to Southern California.
We've been conducting a special study of a magnitude 7.8 earthquake on the southern San Andreas Fault, large enough to potentially damage tall buildings. The fire will be very significant.
The definitive scientific report presented to politicians was codenamed Shakeout. It forecast thousands of deaths and billions of dollars of damage in the city of Los Angeles, which makes it crucial to investigate the most important question. When will the next big earthquake hit the San Andreas Fault? The latest preparations for disaster are the climax of an investigation that started more than 100 years ago. In the aftermath of the Great San Francisco earthquake of 1906, the earthquake struck on Wednesday, just before dawn. The ground shook violently for 45 seconds, igniting fires that raged unchecked for the next 4 days. 28,000 buildings, a tenth of the entire city, were destroyed,
and more than 3,000 people, 1 in every 100 of the population, were killed. With a magnitude of 7.8, it's in the top 20 of North America's strongest ever earthquakes. The scale of the Great San Francisco earthquake shocked the nation. But no one understood what had made the city shake. Native American myths explained earthquakes as shocks from a battle between warring spirits. Latter-day explorers couldn't understand the shocks that destroyed their mission buildings. One Spanish missionary wrote, "At the impact, the earth shook around me from explosions under the ground." 300 years later, science has still made little progress. Refugees in the ruins of San Francisco still blame earthquakes on mysterious underground explosions. So, just 3 days after the earthquake, the state of California asked one of the world's most famous geologists, Andrew Lawson from California State University, to investigate what had destroyed the city. He and a team of 25 scientists began collecting damage evidence in the city and surrounding countryside. There were roads that had buckled, rail tracks that had twisted. The most startling evidence of all, that came near the town of Bolinas in Marin County to the north of San Francisco. This picket fence had an 8-foot gap. Before the earthquake, it was a solid boundary fence dividing 2 fields. But when he recreated what had happened, Lawson realized that the land had jolted apart and torn the fence in 2. Plotting the evidence on a map around San Francisco revealed a surprising pattern. Because connecting the dots drew a straight line. And at every point, the earth moved the same way. On the coast to the north, inland to the south. This line of weakness was the culprit they were searching for. South of San Francisco, the suspect line ran underneath a lake, the Laguna de San Andreas. So now, the earthquake perpetrator at last had a name. Professor Lawson, who a decade earlier had identified cracks in the earth here as a harmless rift, now rechristened it the San Andreas Fault. In modern-day San Francisco, the buildings, the roads, and the railways have long since been repaired. But if you know where to look, evidence of the 1906 quake can still be found. Geologist Charlie Paul follows in the footsteps of Lawson's team, seeking signs of the havoc of 1906. He finds it on the cliffs at Muscle Rock, 12 miles south of San Francisco.
The cliff is not here by accident. There's a very good reason why this cliff is here. Half a mile or so of the shore face apparently fell off in the 1906 earthquake. And if you look down below us, there's a big located rock that's near the present-day shoreline. And it is just inboard of the San Andreas Fault. The San Andreas Fault is about a quarter of a mile offshore here. And of course, that's one of the major crustal junctions on this side of North America.
Modern computers can now trace how damage waves spread out across the city, and that pinpoints where the quake originated along the San Andreas. It was offshore, about 2 miles out to sea from the Golden Gate Bridge. So, to continue tracking the fault, the investigation must head out to sea. Marine geologists use remote operated vehicles, mini submarines, to map the seafloor.
What you see is subtle variations in the topography, or topography that would not naturally line up. So there might be a line on the ocean floor that is higher or lower on one side, and you can use various techniques to determine that this actually is a fault instead of some other process.
Running south across the seabed, the San Andreas finally runs out of ocean and hits the land. This broken line of rocks, stretching in from the sea, marks where the San Andreas hits land, 12 miles south of San Francisco.
We're here at Muscle Rock, and we're essentially standing on the San Andreas Fault right now. And if there was an earthquake, I don't know what would happen right here, but I wouldn't want to be here.
This Pacific coastline, where cliffs crumble slowly into the sea, is the boundary between two of the Earth's massive continental plates. Separated by the San Andreas Fault, two vast separate blocks of the Earth's crust lie directly alongside each other. Here, the continent of North America lies slightly on top of the adjacent section of crust which holds the Pacific Ocean. The join can be seen where these lower, darker rocks are overlaid by light-colored sedimentary rocks.
These rock types differ by more than 100 million years in age. Two rock bodies that are not similar in any way have been brought together.
The fault line was exposed to geologists when the cliffs collapsed here in the 1906 earthquake. But back then, nobody understood how and why two different types of rock were next to each other. Until around 40 years ago, when the answer was finally revealed by the theory of plate tectonics. The theory showed that the Earth's crust consists of separate moving plates on which the oceans and continents sit. Around 200 million years ago, the heavy Pacific Ocean plate collided with North America and started sinking underneath the lighter continent. Professor of Geophysics Mark Zoban studies that process, called subduction, in his laboratory at Stanford University.
For many millions of years prior to the existence of the San Andreas Fault, the Pacific plate was subducting beneath North America. The oceanic plate was diving down. And that process went on for well over 100 million years. So a tremendous amount of activity was occurring.
As the unstoppable force of one plate met the immovable object of the other, they were forced to change direction.
About 20 years ago, the plate motions were such that the Pacific plate had to start sliding north with respect to North America. And now, the principal motion is the sliding process between the plates. And 21 years ago, the San Andreas Fault was born.
It was the moving plates that crushed different types of rock together, just as here at Muscle Rock. At last, the investigation knows what it is dealing with. The San Andreas Fault is 800 miles long, emerging from the seabed north of Point Arena in Northern California and running down to the Salton Sea in the south. The evidence is coming together. Clues from the 1906 earthquake, such as the picket fence that was torn apart, prove that the land was moving. Connecting the dots identifies the straight line of the San Andreas Fault. And Muscle Rock uncovers different plates of the Earth's crust on either side of the fault line. But investigators still need more information about how often the San Andreas has spawned earthquakes in the past. It might help them answer the all-important question: when will the San Andreas strike again? To discover when the San Andreas Fault will strike again, the investigation needs to know about ancient earthquakes that have struck along the fault line. But there's an immediate problem.
Here in California, it's a particular challenge, and some of the earliest written records were from the missions and the early explorers, so only dating back into the 18th century here. other parts of the world, we have an earthquake history going back to millennia.
The investigation moves 350 miles south of San Francisco to a desert where the San Andreas may have been active for thousands of years. There's crucial evidence here about earthquakes from ancient times.
This creek used to flow straight across the San Andreas Fault here, but several earthquakes formed a natural dam where the San Andreas Fault wedges up here in front of me. That created a small pond, and now we're looking at the dry sediments of that pond that record the history of earthquakes, and that tells us quite a great deal about the past behavior of the San Andreas Fault.
Some of the cubes are so small that Hudnut's detective work gets him down and dusty on tiny cracks inside the fault.
Sometimes we can find out about the past behavior of the San Andreas Fault by looking at the tiniest details.
At the bottom of this small ancient pond, mud sediments collected above a fine line of pebbles. Then, an earthquake shifted the land upwards on one side of the vertical fault line.
So this layer was originally flat, and then, in a subsequent earthquake, it was broken like this along this tiny fracture strand of the San Andreas Fault.
The finding proof that this is the site of an ancient earthquake is only part of the story. Hudnut needs to know how long ago it happened. The bare rock layers are no help in dating his find, but just above the fracture line of the rocks, he has found evidence he needs.
Here, a bush was burned by a prehistoric wildfire, and that remnant of carbon is why you see this black stain on the side of the trench wall.
The key to unlocking the age of the rocks is carbon-14, known as radiocarbon. Its molecular structure means that carbon-14 is a more unstable isotope than other forms of carbon. It's absorbed by growing plants, then radioactively decays at a known rate after the plant dies. So measuring carbon-14 in vegetation burned in a wildfire reveals how long ago those plants died and dates the rock in which the carbon is found.
And through this, we can reconstruct the evidence of the past earthquakes.
Radiocarbon dating has proved that earthquakes have been happening along the line of the San Andreas for thousands of years. The particular small earthquake investigated by Hudnut, for example, is around 3,500 years old. It happened at a time when the last woolly mammoths were dying out in America. The investigation moves to an even more remote desert spot, the Carrizo Plain, 160 miles north of Los Angeles. Here lies a dried-up riverbed, which takes an unusual course. Coming down off the hills, the creek bed takes a sudden, sharp turn to its right. A few hundred feet later, it makes an equally odd 90-degree turn to the left. The creek crossed the line of the San Andreas Fault, but early geologists were mystified. Why did it bend in this way? The scientific pioneers were limited to studies on the ground. Nowadays, Hudnut has an advantage. He can take it to the air.
The San Andreas Fault, where it cuts through the Carrizo Plain, it almost looks like a scar, and it was caused by repeated earthquakes in the past.
Along the long line of hills marking the course of the San Andreas, Hudnut spots the puzzling bends that he's seeking.
Oh, if we could swoop along the fault through here, that would be awesome. Oh, there's a great angle. See that right angle offset channel with the elbow in it right there? That's a classic one right there.
Hudnut's aerial view of the creek bed shows that the river once flowed straight on across the fault. But little by little, a series of earthquakes along the San Andreas dragged the creek away from its original course. Recreating
how the land had moved showed Hutnut that the two parts of the creek had traveled more than 300 feet apart.
So if you imagine the North American plate is fixed and the Pacific plate is moving to the northwest, the Wallace Creek site records that offset because the channel is straight across the fault, but it's been offset through time.
Earlier investigators had already radiocarbon dated the land on each side of the fault, revealing that it took 3,000 years to change the creek's position. So, knowing the distance and the time it took to do it, let's Hutnut calculate the average speed with which the two land masses are moving past each other. 300 feet, 3,000 years. 1 foot per decade, just over an inch a year. But this was never a steady, sliding, 1 inch a year movement. The reality was a series of sudden, small jumps whenever tension built up enough between the two moving plates to overcome friction between the rocks and rip the land apart with an earthquake. It's an important moment for the investigation. Knowing how fast the land is moving not only reveals the stress that's building up, but also the risk of an earthquake. The San Andreas Fault is giving up its secrets. Clues from a long dried up pond reveal the site of ancient earthquakes. Carbon from a prehistoric fire provides the dates. And bends in a riverbed prove how fast the plates are moving along the San Andreas. But now the investigation has a new mystery to solve. If the land along the San Andreas is moving 1 inch every year, causing earthquakes, then why has one small town along the fault line never had any? The investigation has discovered how fast the land is stretching and straining along each side of the San Andreas Fault, which should help establish when that ever-increasing stress will snap the land apart in the next major earthquake. But there's a problem. One part of the fault line just doesn't fit the pattern. The small town of Hollister is unique among the San Andreas fault system. It's never had an earthquake. The investigation will find out why. Hollister has a population of 37,000. And nothing here is quite the way it should be. There are plenty of clues suggesting that the land must be moving. Sidewalks with cracks in them. Curbstones way out of line. Walls bent out of shape.
Walking through Hollister, if you see anything the man has built laid out in a straight line may have a jog in it. Every year it changes a little bit. It's a progressive thing.
The clues add up to one clear conclusion. Even without any earthquakes, the earth in this town, in the heart of the San Andreas system, still slides imperceptibly slowly and effortlessly along.
And the damage that you see here associated with the creek thing is clearly sort of under control. But as a geologist, if you start playing that out for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions of years, the consequences of that become enormous.
For many years, the creeping ground that moved without earthquakes remained an unsolved mystery. But then, the investigation moved 100 miles south to another small butte where the land also creeps along. The village of Parkview has a population of just 37 people, and a bridge spans right across the San Andreas Fault. The bridge separates the Pacific Plate on one side from the North American plate on the other. And the bridge railings have started to bend.
I'm right now on the Pacific Plate on the west side of the San Andreas Fault. And, you know, the San Andreas comes off the flank of that hill and right across that field, right under the bridge, and then right over by the corner of that building, that fence post, and then on us to Little Mountain.
The movement here around the bridge is strikingly similar to the slow creeping ground of Hollister. But there is one important difference here in Parkview. Every couple of decades or so, this village does have earthquakes. They're just little tremors, but they're big enough to be recorded on earthquake monitoring seismographs. That's why the village proudly boasts of being the earthquake capital of the world. But it's perhaps more accurately called the earthquake study capital, because scientists are fascinated by the fact that earthquakes here follow a predictable pattern. Elsewhere, earthquakes always strike without warning. The toll of death and destruction made worse because nobody knew they were coming. So scientists are desperate for any clues that might help predict when an earthquake could happen. And here in Parkview, the earthquakes happen with astonishing regularity, on average every couple of decades or so. Minor quakes happened here in 1857, 1881, 1901, 1922, 1934, and 1966. After the 66 earthquake, investigators set up a network of monitoring instruments to see if the fault gave any warning before the next earthquake arrived. They expected it sometime between 1988 and 1993, but it was late. Months of waiting stretched into years. But still, the scientists waited until finally, in December 2004, the long-awaited earthquake arrived and was caught on film from a now slightly worn and damaged camera. The earthquake movement may not have seemed that impressive, but the instruments collected a mass of information. The data didn't, after all, help with earthquake prediction, but it did pinpoint where the earthquake started underground, which told investigators where to look next. Deep down under the Parkfield countryside. Starting slightly to one side of the fault, the aim was to angle in and stab into the very heart of the San Andreas. After 3 years of drilling, long cores of rock were extracted from the exact spot where the earthquake occurred. This was the first time team leader geologist Mark Zobak had ever seen rocks from the center of the San Andreas.
What we're looking at here are cores from the active San Andreas fault that are depth of about 2 miles. So when we're science when we're looking at these are like things. As we were trying to zoom these cores, we had a great feeling the San Andreas fault was fighting back. After 9 weeks of attempting to recover the cores, in the middle of a huge lightning storm, almost a scene right out of Hollywood, the thunder and lightning and these cores came to the surface. And so it was a tremendous feeling of satisfaction. The lightning and thunder just made that and we're all wearing gloves, oil from the beach to and the rule was that you touch the floor and as little as possible. The reality was we couldn't help ourselves. It was just such a remarkable thing to do in this very first
Buried within the rock cores, they found a vital clue about the way that land slips along the San Andreas. They found serpentinite.
Serpentinite is an unusual rock type. It was originally formed at the base of the ocean crust and zoomed up onto the continent. But the reason that serpentinite is so interesting is that serpentinite is very easily altered to talc. It allows the rock to slide at very low force levels. That is very slippery.
Talc's crystalline structure of soft, sliding, flat plates makes it one of the slipperiest rocks known to science.
So talc could well be a key mineral in deciding how the fault is actually working in Central California. We see that the secret of the slipping San Andreas Fault is actually the rocks themselves.
The talc explains the tiny earthquakes of Parkview. Nobody's yet drilled to investigate the rocks at Hollister, but scientists suspect the talc is present there too. Tracks in the wall show the land creaks in Hollister. And a bend in the bridge reveals the same creeping ground in a nearby town. Rock cores extracted from the fault contain serpentinite, leading investigators to the softest and slipperiest mineral, talc, which lubricates some parts of the fault. The investigation is having success, but one crucial question remains to be answered. What will the San Andreas Fault do next? The investigation into the San Andreas Fault is trying to predict when and where its next major earthquake will strike. So far, the only certain prediction is the far distant future of the San Andreas. Look 20 million years ahead. If the plate movements continue to follow their pattern, Los Angeles will end up becoming a suburb of San Francisco. The predictions on a shorter time scale are more difficult.
If you were to ask the question, can we predict earthquakes? My answer would be no, because I know that the question really meant is, can we predict that an earthquake is going to occur on a certain fault at a certain time that we can specify in the future? And we cannot do that. But there are many things we can predict. We can predict which faults are likely to produce the earthquakes. We can predict how big the earthquakes are likely to be, and we can even predict the probability of the earthquake occurrence over some period of certain decades.
Predictions are most crucial where the San Andreas runs to the south of LA. Here in the Coachella Valley Desert, geological evidence of earthquakes stretches back 1,500 years or more, and they follow a regular pattern. Major earthquakes strike here with monotonous regularity every 200 years. But the latest one is long overdue. There hasn't been an earthquake here for more than 300 years. That's a concern, because parts of the San Andreas fault system run straight from here towards the city of Los Angeles. The faults will transmit earthquake shocks in a straight line towards California's biggest city. Geologist Yuri Fialko regularly monitors how the ground moves on either side of the fault line. He lines up his GPS equipment precisely over a series of metal pegs fixed into the ground.
This information is crucial for estimating how fast the fault slips at depth and what is the rate of accumulation of strand in the crust. In other words, how close the crust is brought to failure by slip of the fault at depth.
Repeated ultra-precise measurements reveal that land here on the surface hardly moves at all. This is a problem because deep underground, the stresses and strains are still building up.
The fault is moving at depths at a fairly high speed, and this information is growing and growing and growing with time.
Miles underground, the deep fault is moving at more than an inch a year. Which tells Fialko that in the century since the last quake,
the surface should have shifted 300 inches, 25 feet or more. But it hasn't. So sooner or later, something's got to give. Fialko knows what that something will be. Rocks themselves.
And one example is this type of rock, which is called granite, and this is in fact the rock out of which most of the Earth's crust is made.
A microscope reveals the crystalline structure of the granite. The crystals make the rocks tough, but they have a hidden weakness. Bonds between them suddenly crack under stress.
Basically, once this material solidifies, it is able to crack and be sheared on the full surface. The typical behavior of these rocks is what lies behind the physics of resistance.
Granite rocks underlie all the San Andreas Fault. But right here, the rock's under greater stress than anywhere else, because it's so many centuries since a major quake occurred.
And now we're going 300 years later, so it means that the amount of strain that has been accumulated in the fault at this point is very close to the maximum strain that this fault has ever seen to its geologic record. And this is a fault that is capable of generating great destructive earthquakes.
Fialko believes the coming quake could be the big one that people have been talking about for years. The effects would be horrific because of the population density of Southern California. When the last huge quake occurred 300 years ago, Los Angeles was just a tiny Spanish mission community of fewer than 100 people. Now it's America's second largest city, with almost 11 million people living in the earthquake-vulnerable metropolitan area.
People who live in California probably experience the smaller and moderate-sized earthquake every year. Do things moving in your house, but it's really actually kind of fun. There's no major destruction. People just go on with their life. Much bigger events, on the other hand, are quite a different story.
With the threat to Los Angeles becoming ever clearer, the investigation is nearing its conclusion. Data from repeated GPS measurements in the desert reveal evidence that stress is building up, while examination of the rocks of the crust show they may not take the strain much longer. All the evidence points towards a potentially huge earthquake building up in Southern California. And new experiments suggest the coming quake could be far worse than anyone had ever imagined. There is new urgency in the investigation to the San Andreas Fault, as revealed by recent evidence compiled by 300 of America's most respected scientists. They warned that Los Angeles will be devastated if a major quake strikes along the southern section of the fault. While there hasn't been a major quake for hundreds of years, even small ones can still be deadly. Like the Northridge earthquake, which struck this LA suburb in 1994. A rupture along an offshoot of the main San Andreas Fault. The quake was only a magnitude 6.7, considered moderate on the scale of earthquake measurements. But it still killed 72 people and injured 12,000 more. And new evidence suggests Mother Nature might have a lot more in store for Los Angeles. Scientists have long known that earthquakes generate several distinct sets of waves. They travel at different speeds, each spreading damage and destruction out from the epicenter. Modern city buildings in earthquake-prone areas like California are engineered to cope with such waves. Now, new research by geophysicist Professor Aris Razakis suggests that the San Andreas may offer a new and even more deadly threat. Razakis researches how earthquakes rupture along straight-line faults, just like the San Andreas, where it approaches Los Angeles. He creates his own mini-earthquakes, representing the San Andreas Fault, by a hairline crack in a thick, transparent cloth. This special material shows up internal stress lines when it's lit by a laser. The earthquake is triggered by a tiny explosion.
3, 2, 1, 0. And the explosion was big enough for me to have
An ultra-high-speed camera capturing 10 million frames a second reveals a startling and newly discovered phenomenon. This frozen picture reveals stress lines speeding along the mini San Andreas in the milliseconds after the explosion. The cone to the left of this frame is a previously unrecognized type of shock wave racing along the rupture line from the earthquake center. On a microscopic scale, it looks and moves exactly like the sonic boom produced when a supersonic aircraft, such as Concorde, breaks the sound barrier.
We also see other cones, lines that are detected from the other tips, as from the tips of moving airplanes.
And just like a sonic boom, it can be dangerous.
In the same sense that we hear the sonic boom from the Concorde, we are going to feel the sonic boom from the rupture.
The danger comes because many high-rises just aren't built to cope with extra stress from this newly discovered type of shock wave.
So if you are in old building, for example, you say one way, you will accumulate some damage, and very soon after that, you get very strong ground shaking because of other types of waves coming also.
The high-speed ruptures that Razakis calls supershear happen where faults run in a straight line, which might help explain a 100-year-old mystery surrounding the Great San Francisco quake, natural disaster which launched the entire San Andreas investigation. The overwhelming damage in San Francisco has long seemed surprisingly out of proportion to the 7.8 magnitude of the quake. And there's a particularly straight section of the San Andreas approaching San Francisco. So many scientists now believe that the damage was greater than expected because the 1906 quake had traveled at super shear speed. Of greater concern to modern emergency services is not what happened a century ago, but what could happen tomorrow. Because there is a similar straight section of faulted ground heading straight towards Los Angeles. And if a super shear earthquake develops on that line, then the consequences could be disastrous. All of the investigation's warnings about the San Andreas came together in the fall of 2008 with the biggest earthquake drill ever held in California.
If this earthquake would have happened in reality, there would have been buildings coming down, and we know that there would be no water now in certain areas. So that's what this exercise is all about.
But what were the real chances of Los Angeles soon being hit by a massive earthquake? Frightening, the best scientific consensus now rules that there's a 99% chance of a major quake in Southern California within the next 30 years. To better understand the threat to LA, the geologists produced their study jointly with experts in charge of the city's disaster plan.
and none of them doubt that the big quake is coming.
It really isn't even a question of if anymore. The shaking is going to be severe for 2 to 3 minutes. And then it's going to stop. And then you're going to have that moment of silence that often happens before you start hearing car alarms and all those other sounds that you have in a disaster like this.
The study estimates that a major earthquake in the LA metro area would cause 2,000 deaths, 50,000 injuries, and $200 billion of damage.
You're going to have conflagrations developing tens of blocks will be on fire.
Water lines will rupture. There is no water coming out of the firefighter.
That's the kind of nightmare scenario that we're looking at.
This specter of disaster to California's people and cities motivates the search to unravel the secrets of San Andreas Fault. All the evidence is finally in. The Chapman reports from the 1906 disaster show the fault's 800-mile path. The different types of rock and muscle rock provide clues to how the fault was created 20 million years ago. The riverbeds prove how fast the land was moving. The mineral talent explains why some parts slip without major quakes. The brittle granite rocks reveal a threat to Los Angeles. And recent lab experiments uncovered new and more dangerous earthquake shockwaves. But one goal has eluded rock detectives who study the greatest fault line on Earth. When will the sleeping San Andreas come to life once again? It could be any time. The only certainty, nothing is certain, ever-evolving story, how the Earth is met. Earth. As continents shift and flash, volcanoes erupt, glaciers grow and sea. The Earth's crust is carved in such fascinating ways. Great trail of geological mysteries. In this episode, the Marianas Trench, the deepest point on Earth, is explored. Its sheer walls cut 7 miles into the Pacific Ocean. The mystery of what created this deep, dark chasm takes science detectives on some of the most dangerous dives ever attempted. Deep into the abyss. Scouring the ocean floor, scientists uncover a strange undersea world of fiery mountains, dissolved mud volcanoes, the largest geological structure on Earth. Discoveries of this unique underwater world revolutionize our understanding of powerful forces that shape not just the trench, but the Earth itself. Hidden deep beneath the waves of the Western Pacific lies the Marianas Trench. The first step in the journey of what created this mysterious scar on Earth's crust, how it continues to mold the planet, takes us back to 1872. A great research vessel, HMS Challenger, set out on the first ever mission to map the ocean floor.
Welcome back to Third Phase Loop. My name is Blake Cousins. In this episode, we're going to release an amazing video sent to us by Open Mind TV at the UFO International Conference. Now let's take a look at this video right now.
Please help me welcome.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to thank Courtney Lyons for the opportunity to join all of you today. And what I'd like to do for you this morning is give you a brief overview of project Aquarius, and give you some specific details regarding the interaction that Dr. Dan Burrish had with an extraterrestrial called J-Robin. And we've got some very quick announcements before we begin here. Number one, the information, drawings, and illustrations highlighted in this presentation originate from directly the testimony and direction of Dr. Dan Burrish. And so in other words, I didn't make this up. This comes directly from Dr. Dan Burrish. He will be available after this presentation to address all your questions. And number two is a disclaimer. The drawings are computer-generated drawings and composite illustrations shown in this presentation do not conform 100% to Dr. Dan and Marcy's testimony or descriptions, and should be considered strictly as a visual aid, specifically designed to give the general public an overall idea of what the SQL facility looked like. So in other words, I didn't get this 100% correct. There are some minor errors here and there in the renderings, but it's definitely sufficient for all of us here today a good understanding and visual aid regarding what the SQL facility looked like. Now, this is the breakdown of what we'll be talking about today. Looking at that around Dr. Dan Burrish, we'll be discussing level 4-1. We'll be talking about line to line. We'll describe what that actually means, what it pertains to. I'm going to give you a virtual blueprint 4x4 walkthrough of the mining phase all the way through the facility. We'll consider the extraterrestrial man-made craft because there is a difference. We'll talk about the Roswell craft. We'll talk about the propulsion research laboratory at S4. We'll consider the catwalk, the files department, and the cafeteria. For level 4-2, we'll consider Project Sidekick.